Alrighty, what's good everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Let me make sure to go over on the YouTube and completely set up the stream. What's up everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let's get everything completely set up here real quick. What's up everyone joining in? Let's get everything set up here real quick. What's up Freddie, how you doing? What's up Madden? What's up Jazzy? What's up Canadian Vicky, how you doing? What's up everyone joining in? York, how you doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We are just looking for debates, everyone. What's up, Madison? What's up, Agent? What's up? What's up, Chris? What's up, The Life of Spade? What's up, Kelly? What's up, Robert? How you doing? What's up, Ashley? What's up, everyone? What's up, Allie? What's up, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. As always, what's good, everyone joining up? If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Good to see everyone joining in. Exciting night here today we have for some debates. We're going to get them going. Dean said they're crazy tonight. Dean said the debates were wild, so I'm expecting that coming here very, very soon. Let's get the debates going immediately. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you do meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Tina, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Tina. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play farming sim.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Let's get this first person up here for debates. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here to give us a quick second to get some people up here. We are just looking for debates. My phone is acting really weird. I gotta restart my phone. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Faggot nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, huh.
How old are you?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm...
Oh, you said I'm as soon as I kicked you. I'm so sorry. You can send a guest request back if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
So I'm from Portugal.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18 if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit, Parker?
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
What's your birth year?
My birthday is April 22nd, 2004.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Swine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Connors, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that I could hear that. We could help out here. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because of W's for them in the comment section right now and some support for them as well. Corey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I definitely will have to try that. Thank you very much.
So the reason why
Crystal, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you very much. I'll have to try it. And Marina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. And Jesse, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, I've seen all of them all around. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
So the thing why I support Trump is data centers. He like rushes to like put data centers across the country, which helps boost the economy. Second is border security. He kicks illegals out of the border. Like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he does a good job too. And third, what he does is he does tariffs, right? Because other foreign countries are like spying on us, you know?
Okay.
Then
So tariffs are paid mostly by the American consumers, and they've caused inflation to go up. The same thing with the Iran war that Trump's imposed. That's worse off for the economy. Same thing with kicking out immigrants from the country instead of providing a quicker pathway to citizenship for people to go through the legal process, because that inevitably will reduce the GDP, productivity, labor force participation rate, etc.
so you don't know that when during Biden was president, illegals have came in and like this was like 2024 before election. One illegal came into Houston
An
and
undocumented
raped a
immigrant.
12-year-old girl.
Yeah, and anything like that is absolutely horrible, and we should go after the individuals like that and put them in
So
prison.
that
And
is
obviously,
an
if you want to
illegal.
hold individuals
It's
like
an
that
illegal.
accountable, you probably
It's an
shouldn't support
illegal.
individuals like that for
See,
president.
you
And then
you
also,
you are you're just like
and then
Dean
also, like
Withers. You're Dean
undocumented immigrants
Withers.
are multiple times less.
You're mentally ill. Like you want illegals killing everybody in the streets.
What makes you think that I want that?
Like you want strangers coming into the U.S. giving drugs, fentanyl.
Okay, well, I have to kick you because that's TikTok TOS. We do have to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18 years old.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And 1 month?
May 31st.
Okay, you'd be 19. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should take it a few minutes to get people up here who are Trump supporters. The Trump supporters are obviously, like, not inclined to want to debate right now when the president of the United States has such a low approval rating. Oh, and by the way, the person commenting that's posing as Dean is not actually Dean. That's just someone posing as Dean in the TikTok comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I agree with just one policy of his. Is that okay?
We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates with people specifically who do think that he's a better candidate for president overall. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Neo-libertarian flangist, neo-libertarian.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, do give it a second for people to join up. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
And what's your birth year?
02.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He's continually put the American interest first over other countries, and he's significantly better than previous Democratic presidents.
Okay, and like what specific things indicate that to you?
In terms of depends on what policy you're looking for. Looking at national or domestic.
National or domestic? Wouldn't that be the same thing?
No, I mean, sorry, international or domestic.
I mean, either one. Because you said that he puts America first. Maybe let's start with domestic then.
All right. Well, with the in terms of both international and domestic, the tariff policy he's instituted has helped create massive revenue for the government and return back to the American people. On top of putting American interests first, of bringing manufacturing back to the country and helping to renegotiate trade deals with other foreign actors.
Okay. So there's a big issue with this one. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. What are your thoughts about that?
In terms of presently, it's going to take a time because there's always going to be a shock to the system once you introduce changes. So you'd expect certain things to decline immediately when you do that. And because we've intentionally embedded ourselves with countries like China, we are going to see that immediate reaction by other places, seeing why, trying to adjust their expectations and their business operations to better fit those new restrictions.
So the tariffs have already been deemed to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and the tariffs that Donald Trump put in place, the 10% universalized tariff that he put in place in response to the Supreme Court determining that it's unconstitutional, is only in place for 150 days. So when are we going to expect to see these impacts? It has to be within that time, right? Because Congress isn't going to vote to extend them.
It depends. Not necessarily has to be immediate, because it's more of if you're looking at somebody like Trump and his policies that he's putting forth. It's not just about what happens in the immediate. And if you think everything happens immediately, then you're going to be slightly delusional and disappointed when those actions don't happen right away. I think an example would be on more domestic side, when Trump nominated 3 different Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court during his term. Those justices didn't necessarily bring about the results that he wanted in his term, but 2 years after he was out of office in 2022, they reversed Roe v. Wade and Obergefell in the Dobbs decision. So it's not necessarily about what happens in his term or in the immediate months following the action. It's also about what's the precedent that it's set and what comes in the future.
Okay. I'm not seeing a response specifically to what I brought up. You said it will come in the future, but I just told you the limitations of it being in place because it was determined to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, so it didn't act as a revenue mechanism because they have to try to pay back that to the companies that are just going to keep that money and not pass it to the consumers that mostly paid for it. And then also in terms of the tariff that he put in place, it's only in place for 150 days, again, from the original time he put it in place, which was like a few months ago at this point. I think it was in April. And it's only going to be in place for 150 days. And then Congress isn't going to vote it into place, so it's going to go away. So if the tariffs don't have an impact at all within over about 2 years or so, then when are you going to expect to ever see the impact if the tariffs are going to go away?
Well, I don't know if it's guaranteed that they will go away, or they'll just be reintroduced. They'll be introduced in a different way.
So you think Congress will vote on it? You think Congress will extend the tariffs that Trump placed universal?
It's potentially, yes.
Do you think that most of Congress agrees with that? Do you think that you've got enough votes for that?
As of right now, when you have control of both houses, yes.
But not all of the Republicans even support the tariffs.
Because you don't need all Republicans to have it.
And also, don't you have to pass the filibuster too?
No.
No, is it just a 51 in the Senate?
No, I'm not certain on the exact voting requirements for tariff passage, but I think the point I'm trying to say is it's not necessarily just about him trying to get those tariffs reintroduced once the 150 days is elapsed. is more of if right now if companies know or our countries know, hey, these tariffs are going to be in place for the next 5 months. Let's try to get Trump to the table in the United States by extension and try to work out a different trade deal. And maybe that means that the tariffs are going to be in place moving forward, or we're going to have to lower our own tariffs. Because you
Why
saw
haven't we
when
seen
Trump,
an investment increase at all yet? Is my question.
because business takes time.
No, you
That's-
could
it's
say
not-
it takes time for the production to increase, but it doesn't make sense for us not to see an increase in investment within a year and a half. We've
Yes,
seen a
because-
decline every single quarter.
We I'd have to look at the numbers to see
Want me to show
what
you?
that overall investment is, because there has been investment by various different companies in different ways that it
Mhm.
because economics can be a zero-sum game to a certain extent. You're going to see sometimes by certain dips mean that are certain positives as well. So just because there's a negative flow on all investment over time.
Do you see a screen? This is Trump's
do,
administration
yes.
so far. After massive
Yeah.
growth under the Biden administration. This is all
And I guess
Trump.
how much? Okay, but I guess if you're looking over since the beginning of your graph in 2010, that's even if it drops to the level of 2015, that's still not that's not as bad as it was previously.
What? Or what are
That's
you talking
2010,
about?
right?
In 2015, that'd be a huge setback. Hello? Will you see all this
No.
growth
If,
here
it,
under
if
Biden?
it's dropping, yes, but you can't have one. You can't live under the illusion of perpetual economic growth forever or investment.
You're just being ridiculous. Yes, we have the ability to grow in terms of the real manufacturing investment, right? And we wouldn't expect to see such decline. Why are we seeing decline once Trump gets in office after seeing continual growth under Biden? You say we're not going to see
Because-
continual growth. Isn't that what you want to see in the sector if you're trying to impose tariffs? That's literally incoherent. You need
No.
the growth in order to build the industry. You can't just say, oh, we're never going to see perpetual growth. Well, then you're not going to bring back those jobs. That makes zero sense.
No, even
We've seen
even
the
if I
worst
were to
year of
give,
job growth in the past 4 years. We've
Hold on
seen
one second.
unemployment increase. We've seen real GDP growth slow. We've seen real median wage growth slow. We've seen practically every indicator of our economy become worse off since Trump got in office. What has Trump done to make it better?
But okay, so two things. One, the Biden increase is you're presupposing that that all that increase was just Biden alone. Like even that first year two, 1 and 2 into his administration.
Can I point you to the policies he passed that would have caused that? The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
All of which increased the regardless of I'm not saying what those were those acts themselves, but there's constant bleed over from administration to administration. So if the year 1 and 2 of each presidency is going to have some be the after effects of the administration prior. So the boost that Trump felt in late 2016, early 2017, maybe going even to 2018. Some of that was his own, but some of that was also because Obama had set up certain things in place that it was ready to go and increase. So the same thing would be with Biden. If those year 21 and 22, you're coming out of COVID. So even if you passed every single bill imaginable, that still would not account for all the growth that Trump would have set up in his first administration. So some of what Biden's the drop off that we're seeing as in Trump's this first year is a result of the mistakes that Biden made in his term. So some of that is.
So what did Biden do in his term that caused the decline in real domestic manufacturing investment under Trump after seeing massive growth under Biden?
I would have to do more research on that particular point.
Well, then why did you claim it?
I claim that Trump is a significantly better president.
You just blamed Biden for causing the lower real manufacturing investment under Trump that we've seen. because you tried to say that Donald Trump's tariffs have brought back domestic manufacturing to this country. And I told
No, I
you
did
that
not. No, no,
U.S.
no, no, no. You
manufacturing
can't.
investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far, after seeing a
That's
massive
entirely
growth in
straw manning
investment
my argument.
under the Biden-Harris administration.
You entirely straw man me.
I'll explain
I
how I
said-
strawmanned.
I said that to take into account the reason for economic growth can be explained partially by previous administrations. So
But you can't point to anything that would have caused that. I asked you, can you tell me what he would have done that would have caused that? And you said I need to do more research. Okay, then you can't make the claim. Then the claim is not supported.
not because you were asking about Biden's my issues with Biden under his administration.
You
I
brought up
was
Biden,
saying-
sir.
Dude, stop. Okay. I was saying that to take into a full account of the entire reason for the growth can be explained in part by previous administrations. That doesn't mean that they can take all credit and all credit goes to the previous ones, but that some of it will be accounted for by previous. Because of how economics works and how finance works, there are certain things that are going to be in place and set in the future, knowing, hey, I'm not going to see the funding for this or the payment of these things right now. But I know in 2 years' time from now, or in 3 years' time, that's going to feel the full effects. That was my argument. It was not to say that everything under Biden was completely terrible and that he and all the growth was completely fake.
Can I ask you a
I was
question?
just saying.
Can you
Go ahead.
describe what Biden did to partially cause the decline in growth?
Yes, passing trillions and trillions of dollars of stimulus packages to
That would have caused growth, right?
on the short end. Yes, that's why it makes sense that there is growth, because when you stimulate an economy with trillions of dollars, you should expect to see growth, because if businesses know, hey, I have millions and billions of dollars flowing into my bank, my accounts, that I can invest in different things. That allows
the
me.
infrastructure bill literally funds programs that are being invested into in terms of infrastructure under the Trump administration. So some of the investment that you see under Trump's administration is actually because of Biden, yet you're not even considering that. So
I
what
didn't
do you
say
mean?
that.
Like maybe Trump should pass something to address this, or maybe his
He-
tariff policy is not working so effectively.
It's not so it's not.
And why do we keep seeing it
working-
decline every single month? Like we saw more in the prior months, right? And then we're seeing less every single month.
Yes, but you can't when you're present in the moment, you can't always account for what's going to happen in the future. So I'm not disagreeing with the decrease of investment in the manufacturing sector over the first 6 quarters of Trump's administration as being as the end result. You don't look back at Trump's first administration and say, "Oh, that's a complete failure because we didn't see it in 2017 or 2018." You have to wait sometime until after the time in order to get a full understanding or respect for what happened in those.
Well, let me tell you, by Q1 2019, we had already seen growth in manufacturing investment.
How
as
much?
Opposed, yeah, it was by well, it's only by it went from 71 to 73. But that's still some level of growth. At least there's something increasing there. Now, it decreased after that, but the point that I would make is that there was at least something you got there. Under Trump's administration so far, we're just seeing massive, massive declines. And also, like, again, if your whole policy there was to increase manufacturing investment, and yet we see it declining, can you explain to me how you have good policy for manufacturing investment? Like, that makes zero sense if we've seen a decline and we're a year and a half into his administration, and his main economic policy to drive that manufacturing investment will be over soon.
Potentially. Hold on one second.
No, I would say most likely.
Or he said thank you. He definitely a strong Trump supporter. That was my partner, but
He doesn't want to
Yeah,
talk to me
he-
anymore. Okay, well, that's okay. That's okay. If they're open to talk again in the future, we can as well. Appreciate you coming
Okay.
up.
Thank you. Bye.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit, Barker?
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, I'm 30.
You
Aren't you famous?
You said how old?
I'm 30.
And do you support Trump?
No, I voted for him 3 times, but no.
You don't support him anymore?
No, but aren't you famous?
No, I'm not famous. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes,
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're how old again?
19.
And what month were you born?
June.
What month?
June.
Okay. And is there a way we can get closer to your microphone? It's a little hard to hear you. And do you support Trump?
Hello, yes. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Why do you support Trump?
I just think he's a gosh darn good president.
Okay, why do you think that?
Well, I think that he is. I like the UFC event that's happening on June 13th.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? I can't hear you.
I'm 71 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump. I am pro-conservative, pro-MAGA, and I like the way Trump does to the economy and to the nation.
You're 71?
Yeah, I'm 71.
You sound very young. What's your birth year?
March 21st, 1955.
Okay.
Sorry,
Alrighty.
I exercised. But anyways, let's get
And if
to
the
the
election were held
topics.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I will vote for Trump because the reason is he says no.
Just no shot. No shot. If I'm wrong on that, I'll genuinely be shocked. No fucking way. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what
March
month?
19th.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Fucking Trump, dude.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's a dog.
Anything more than that?
He's, I don't know, he's not gay.
Is it wrong to be gay?
Yeah.
And why?
Because, it's against the Bible.
Okay. And are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, where in the Bible does it say it's wrong to be gay?
I don't fucking know.
Okay, can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
What?
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Don't vote for Kamala.
So why are you citing the Bible if you don't know the Bible at all? They left. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you. I love you, Parker. I love you.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
naman.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I'll help get it out to more people. As always, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
46.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm very pro-tariff. I think this policy we've had for decades where we outsource manufacturing to foreign sources is a bad idea. I mean, that's
Okay.
one reason.
Okay, so how do you feel about the fact that domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far?
Well, so how many quarters is that? 6? So imagine what's going to happen in 6 quarters. We've had decades and decades of outsourcing manufacturing, things like steel, right? Let's take steel, for instance. We need steel for other manufacturing, not just steel manufacturing. Bringing that back takes time. Would you agree? Like, we got to set up the infrastructure, investing. It's very difficult to snap your fingers and set this up. Would you agree with that?
We had steel tariffs under the Biden administration. No one disputes the need for targeted tariffs. Universalized tariffs is what we're disputing the need for.
Well, but you would agree that bringing back something like steel that we need for a lot of different kinds of manufacturing is important. And so, if that is a big, if that is a big factor to other manufacturing, we want to make as much steel here as we can, and that's the reason for the tariffs, or that's the reason for some of the tariffs, right? So that's a domino effect, right? We get car manufacturing. We get like my mom worked at a place in Ozark, Missouri that made motors for air conditioning systems or something like that. It employed thousands of people in the 90s. It just up and left thousands of jobs from small town America. And that was directly related to these policies where we made it, where it's cheaper to go, I think it was Mexico, and make these things than it is here in America. I mean, I think we're all on the same page. I would assume you included. That's not a good thing. And so bringing that back, reversing that process doesn't happen overnight. So citing something like that, it's been 6 quarters and where's all the jobs? That's not the full story. Just my opinion. But that's one reason why I support Trump.
Okay, so again, all you outlined was the need for targeted tariffs, which existed under the Democrats' administration as well, and not the need for universalized tariffs. Can we agree that targeted and universalized tariffs not only have different impacts on the economy, but also, like, we can agree that universalized tariffs are bad?
I would have to know exactly what you're talking about. Tariffs on absolutely everything you're saying?
Yeah.
Blanketed tariffs? Yeah, I could agree on that.
That's
But you would agree, too, that targeted tariffs, like whatever Biden and Clinton and Bush and Obama and the rest and Reagan were doing was leading to an outcome that was undesirable.
It seems like what Biden did actually led to an outcome that was desirable because it led to manufacturing investment coming back to this country.
So I don't know the numbers. I mean,
I can
have
show
a
you
job,
on the screen. Would you like to see?
Hang on. I haven't asked my question yet. I don't know the numbers. You have access to this, and you do this for a living, I assume. But I'm assuming that manufacturing over the last 30 years, we're not back to where we were before some of these policies that outsourced all these different jobs and all this manufacturing. Is that true?
This is 2007. This goes all the way back to 2007. We're way higher than we were in 2007, accounting for inflation.
That's like per capita accounting for inflation?
Yeah, this is accounting for inflation.
Okay, so how about this? How much manufacturing is done outside of America then versus now? Do you have those numbers?
I would have to look at those particular numbers.
Because that's important too, right?
Can we address the point that I was making, though? That was
Yeah,
relative
go
to
ahead.
the
Go
Biden
ahead.
administration, the Trump administration. At the Biden administration, we saw massive growth in investment relating to manufacturing, and under the Trump administration, we've seen massive decline in investment relating to manufacturing. Can we at least acknowledge that point to be true?
I absolutely acknowledge that. One reason we would expect to see that, right, is we're trying to
Okay.
reverse this many decade policy of
Mm-hmm.
taking jobs and bringing back that infrastructure and the rest. But
So why would we
let's look
expect
at
to
how
see a
many.
decline in investment if we want to bring back that investment? That doesn't really make any sense.
Well, we will see more investment as we do more and more manufacturing, like steel and things. I mean, this is what this promotes, right? Why would this not promote? Why would tariffs not promote
Can
American
I tell
steel
you why?
production, for example? Yeah, let me know.
Wait, so it targeted tariffs with American steel could, but universalized tariffs won't because they will increase the cost of materials that these manufacturers rely upon here in this country in order to be able to produce products, which will make that manufacturing process more expensive, therefore disincentivizing the manufacturing process within the country.
Well, I would disagree. I mean, yeah, things may cost more money, but supply and demand is supply and demand in a free market. And that means if there's a demand for it, the price will be raised, and that will have an effect. I mean,
We're talking about the level of investment.
I'm talking about the supply and demand aspect. You're saying that universal tariffs are
If
going
it
to
were to be
increase the
incentive,
cost
no,
of
no,
everything,
here's
which I
here's the
agree with.
actual understanding. If it were to have been incentivized to a greater extent, we would have seen more investment.
So your problem is that we need to incentivize it more.
Yes.
Okay, so how would we
That's
incentivize it
how
more?
you create more manufacturing, is you incentivize it more. What the Biden
Well, this
administration did,
incentivizes it a
the
whole
infrastructure
lot.
bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, you have to directly invest in infrastructure development within this country. That's how
Oh,
you see
you're talking
gains.
about government investment versus private investment. Is that
Of
correct?
course. I mean, what
Taking money from
private
workers'
investment is
paycheck.
determined by people that are not a part of the government. So if you're talking about
Yeah,
what
I'm
should the
talking about
government do, the government should do with what it can to be able to stimulate the investment within that industry. That's what you're saying
Okay,
it should do with tariffs,
so
right?
we're coming from totally different places.
Well, that's what tariffs are, right?
So I'm
Tariffs
coming
are a
from a
specific
place
thing
that
that you're trying to impose to change the incentives that exist in society to then incentivize people to engage in domestic production. And what I'm saying is that I just want to use the government to change incentives to be able to get people to invest in manufacturing in this country. But my process is actually effective of doing so and has outcomes that actually have been beneficial, whereas your process hasn't been effective and hasn't proven to be a good solution.
Well, let's back up a little bit. First of all, your process, not your process, but the process of the last 30 years has taken jobs to foreign lands. I don't think anybody's disputing that, right? So if that happens, I want to change that. And the way we change that is not
You keep
with
repeating that.
taking
We've
tax
already
dollars
responded to
out
this
of.
multiple times.
I,
Who is
I
actually
haven't even
creating
said
an
this
increase
yet.
in
This is a
investment?
brand
It's
new.
the Democrats, not the Republicans.
You're so focused on this. Watch this. The money that is invested. You're saying we should take it from Parker's paycheck
Yeah.
and invest it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. Watch this real close. I am not saying put something to Parker's head and take his money from him. I am saying free market investment.
So do
here,
nothing.
okay? And no,
Well,
absolutely
because we're
not.
talking about what the government should do, right?
That
And you're saying
never
the government
happens.
should leave it up to the free market, which literally means do nothing.
The reason I think that they should leave it up to the free market, no, absolutely not. Since when are people going to look at investment opportunities and say, nah, I'm going to keep the money under my pillow where it earns nothing when I could invest it in this thing? Obviously, that's not how the free market works. How government works is they take Parker's money, they run it through 4 or 5 sleazy politicians, they take their cut, and in the end, a dollar
That's
of
called
your
a straw
investment ends
man.
up to
Do you know what
be.
you just did is called a straw man? You said everyone just takes their cuts,
I'm not.
and you're not
Watch
even acting
this.
like it
Watch
provides a
this.
service or a benefit to
Okay, let me
anyone.
know when I can talk.
Well, I mean, if you just engaged in a straw man, did you
Okay.
not?
So does this not happen? Is government not an intermediary between Parker and what needs to happen with that money when what they say that is going to happen with that money? Like if Parker goes and gives his money to the homeless guy or helps a homeless guy and spends his money, versus if he runs it through Washington, D.C., which one's more effective? Can you
I
do
would
a
say
better
that
job?
I would say the government doing so on an overall standpoint is more effective than an individual
Oh my
person being able to
goodness.
do something. That's just the
Okay,
reality because
that
of the
is
access
not
to
the reality.
resources that the government has as opposed to a single individual.
Watch this. Why in the world would you say that
Why do you think
you
we have
taking
Social
a
Security?
dollar,
Why
doing
do we have, wait,
everything?
no, answer the
Social
question. Why
Security
do
is
we have
awful.
Social Security? Why do we have Medicare? Why do we have Medicaid? Why do we have unemployment insurance? Because the government providing it is more effective than if we were just to leave it up to private charity or just leave it up to the free market itself. The free market in of itself, just saying leave it up to the free market means government will do nothing. You figure it out yourself. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Do it yourself. There's not going to be anyone here in terms of the government to help you in terms of establishing a baseline for everyone within our society. So actually, all you're saying is your side will do nothing for the American people to increase their quality of life, whereas my side is saying here are active solutions that we can engage in that will actively be able to increase the quality of life, and here are outcomes that represent those very policy positions in the first place. Who do you think has a better position that more people are going to take into consideration for which side they are going to support? The person that's saying, oh, I'm going to do nothing, just leave it up to you, or the person that says, oh, there are going to be things that are going to be left up to you, but I'm going to provide necessary support for people in society, that if you can't hold yourself up at a certain moment, that there's going to be a society there for you to help you.
Sir, I'm going to restate what you just said. You tell me if any part of this is wrong. You just told me that Parker taking his $10 and doing the most good in the world is not as efficient as sending it to Washington, D.C., and running it through this machine and seeing how much that $10 helps on the other side. Did I quote you right there? Is that correct?
No, I think you're misunderstanding my position because when you have
Okay.
taxation is mandatory. Okay, it's not just leaving it up to the person. Okay, if you just leave it up to the person, it's not as effective in terms of private investment or private charity as literally having mandatory taxation from a federal government perspective that they have a greater access to resources. You can have both under my position. There's private charity and there's also governmental baseline for everybody. And then under your system, it's just left up to the private charity, which inevitably can't take care of everyone. And that's why, inevitably speaking, prior to the implementation of these programs, we had significantly higher levels of elder poverty, right, of people dying at an earlier standpoint because of the fact that they didn't get access to basic healthcare services that they need when they're older. That's why we implemented these programs, and that's why they're important.
It sounds like, and again, I don't want to misquote you, but do you think you can do more good with other people's money than they can? Do you think you and the government can do more good with people's money than they can? Because the numbers, I would guess, do not support that. I mean, these
They
programs
actually
are
do.
awful.
Like, I mean, you just like are ignoring Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and all those different social services that people
Okay, let's
rely
talk about
upon
Social
that have
Security.
heavily reduced the likelihood of people being disenfranchised within our society. You're completely ignoring those facts.
Okay, so let's go where you want to go with this. Social Security. So Social Security, if right now, well, you're a 1099.
Can we
I'm assuming,
agree,
right?
actually, but can we
If you
pause this real quick? Can we
Sure.
agree that Social Security radically decreased the level of senior poverty?
No, we absolutely cannot.
Okay, then
Absolutely
you're
not.
just denying reality.
Okay, I would say the same. But
What
watch
was the
this. Watch
level of
this.
senior poverty prior to the implementation of Social Security, and then what was it after?
Well, you're saying you're trying. I don't know the exact answer to your question, but here's my point. If you could take the money that has been put in Social Security for you, you're a young guy, I assume, and you could put the money in that your employer has put in for you, or you could go down to the sleaziest Edwards Jones investment mini mall guy you could and mimic the S&P 500. What would you want to happen to your money, Parker?
You have to understand that I also want to fund Social Security through some sort of investment program or sovereign wealth fund. I think that's a preferable way of funding it, but that doesn't mean that providing a governmental baseline for everyone isn't effective in the very first place. It is incredibly important to establish a baseline for everyone in terms of retirement while simultaneously arguing that there needs to be a more effective revenue mechanism for Social Security in the first place. Why can't you just acknowledge that both can be done?
The question is, Parker, your
Can you
return on
acknowledge that both
investment.
can be done?
You didn't answer my
I
question.
actually
Can
did.
you answer my?
I actually
No,
did explicitly address the fact that
you
I agree
interrupted, and I
that there
didn't get
needs.
to answer the question.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
didn't get to ask the question. Is it okay if I ask the question?
Go ahead.
The question is, your return on investment. Obviously, it's better if you mimic the S&P 500 over Social Security. Why would you want? It's your money, Parker. Why would you want it put through the Washington system where I don't know the numbers on this, maybe you can figure out, but the return on investment is nowhere near 11 or 12% in mimicking the S&P 500. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
I don't know where you're getting 11 to 12. I think that's a misrepresentation of the S&P over the last 50 years. I'd probably go with somewhere around the number of 8. But in
Okay,
terms
if you
of,
use
and
inflation,
can I please speak
non-inflation, yeah,
without? You just complained about me being cut off, but you're
my
cutting me off right
apologies.
now. Is that
Yeah,
okay for me to
yep.
finish? Okay, so I can acknowledge that there needs to be a more effective revenue mechanism in terms of Social Security, and that currently, right now, it's less effective to tax people and then fund it directly, rather than to create a sort of sovereign wealth fund that increases the level of investment of each particular investment you put in originally, indexed to certain index funds. I think that's a preferable way of funding a Social Security type system, rather than just leaving it up to Social Security as we currently fund it. But that doesn't at least address the point that Social Security from a baseline provides a baseline of retirement that significantly reduced elderly poverty, right? Because inevitably in these circumstances, there are individuals that are going to have things happen to their retirement. Things happen in life. That's totally reasonable for you to not have a retirement at that particular point in time because of things happening to you in your life. And I think that the government should exist to take care of people in those circumstances, given that they didn't have that to take care of themselves. Now, can we have a more effective revenue mechanism? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a baseline.
Well, that was super articulate. You are a very intelligent person. I have no doubts about. But at the end of the day, what I'm hearing is, yes, we're giving the people something. Something is better than nothing, which I would agree. Not giving them any social security at all, just keeping it would be worse. But what's wildly better, this is what I'm saying, and this affects you as a young person. What's wildly better is giving them at least the amount of money that mimics the greatest investment vehicle in the history of the world, the U.S. stock indexes, and
You can do that funded through the
and
government.
instead of going through Washington and paying all these corrupt people and risking all this fraud because we're all human, let's take the government out of it as much as we possibly can, mimic the S&P 500, give much greater returns for people in retirement. And this effect, well, this doesn't, it looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself, but think about the people that aren't going to be doing as well as you, Parker. They're going to be given just enough to survive. And we're going to say, be happy with it. At least you have more than zero. That's your argument. At least we didn't take it.
No, my argument is that elderhood poverty is significantly lower under my system comparative to yours. I think you're incredibly idealistic. Of course, I would love for everyone to have the perfect investment portfolio, catered to all of their needs, that are going to establish the perfect retirement for them. But I acknowledge that that's not how the world works. I acknowledge that inevitably there are going to be circumstances where that won't happen. And it's an incredibly privileged understanding of the state of affairs in the world, especially from a historical lens, where we see significantly higher rates of elder poverty right prior to the implementation of Social Security, where now we see significantly lower levels of elderhood poverty, given that we've seen this implementation of Social Security. So the baseline has been effective, but obviously we need to rework the investment in the very first place, because we need to have a sovereign wealth fund, and we need to have an ROI that is better off. So we can be smart with our money and still say that the government can do something to radically improve the lives of the people. You just said leave it up to the free market. That would mean getting rid of Social Security. That would mean getting rid of Medicaid. That would mean getting rid of Medicare. That would mean getting rid of unemployment insurance. That would mean getting rid of every single governmental program that provides a baseline for people in terms of all of these different basic services that are required to live within the society that exists today.
Well, I mean, first of all, bravo, you're fantastic at this, extremely articulate. Kudos to you. What I still can't get away from the fact as you talk about taking away Social Security. I'm talking about 10xing Social Security. I'm talking about increasing these people's wealth. I'm saying,
Wait, can
here's
I
what
tell
I'm
you
saying.
what my position is? I think
I'm
you're
saying
misunderstanding
freedom.
my position.
Okay,
So,
I'll listen to you some more and let me know when I can say my position.
I will right after. So if we gave $7,000 to $10,000 to each kid when they were born, we put it in an index fund, the S&P 500 or any other index fund, and we tied that to the level of growth that we've seen over the past 50 years, that would have them around $1 million for each person. Okay, so that is an effective way that we could fund these systems with significantly less money. That would only cost around $30 billion a year for all the kids that are born every single year. Now you can go.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying is freedom. Okay. I can't get away from this freedom. And you talk about idealistic. Yeah, I can't get away from this freedom idea. And I think people are smart enough to figure this stuff out on their own. I think we need to focus on educating people well in the schools, civics, food, water, and shelter. But not to get off on a tangent there. But either way you cut it, if you look at Social Security, and let's just say you're not Parker, let's say you're somebody else and you're turning 65 and you don't have any money saved and you live in a crappy place in Chicago, what are you going to do? You know, you take the money the government gives you and it's just enough to survive, and then you're stuck. That is not anything close to freedom as far as I'm concerned. And by the way, the government took a ton of money from you and your employer on your behalf and did stupid things with it because there's 47 slimy politicians a day putting their hands in your money. But anyway, we're not going to agree on this. You think government's the answer? I don't. That's about it. But kudos to you, man. You got a great show. You're killing it. You're very articulate. Good luck.
Okay, can I address this? So,
sure.
There's a bit of an issue there. You're not acknowledging that government can be reworked and can work in a better way. Just because historically speaking, there's been corruption that's existed within it, doesn't mean that there's always bound to be. And what I would argue is that you should probably stop voting in corrupt politicians if you want more freedom within society. I mean, you're supporting a guy that's undermining the Constitution and our democracy. That doesn't seem to be pro-freedom. And really, the notion of freedom that you're just referencing is the freedom for people to starve, the freedom for people to not have access to basic amenities like healthcare, and the freedom for people to die a horrible death. That's literally what you're talking about, because these standards and basic systems are meant to ensure that no one dies like that, right? That's the type of society that we want to create. That's what we want, inevitably. Is that not what you want?
Well, the premise of your question is totally off. I don't think your way is the best way to handle that. That's what we're talking about.
I'm sorry. Can you give me any point in history where the free market alone would be at all able to address that? Do you really think that the free market alone, historically speaking, did that? Because historically speaking, I see mass death, mass starvation, mass lack of access to healthcare, mass poverty, with us not establishing these social systems for people overall. Okay? There needs to be regulations in the system, or you're going to have people be disenfranchised. This isn't more freedom. Okay, my system, objectively speaking, creates better conditions for the average person, and I would inevitably say creates a more free society.
Well, the more... let's ask this. Trump's a terrible buddy, and his administration's terrible. You don't want them to have more power. You want them to have less, correct?
I think Congress is who appropriates funding, right? And I want them to have less power, right? Means I want them to be elected out of office, but I don't want there to be less funding for healthcare or for childcare or for housing affordability. Just because I disagree with Trump does not mean I agree with defunding those programs.
Well, broadly, and I'm not a great debater like you, but broadly, I think if we don't take money from people, if we don't, say, hey, we're taking your money or we're putting you in jail, if we give them more of their money back, we have less poverty. We have better health care. We have the rest. I think when you go through Washington and give it to the government, you're going to have a crappier product. And like I said, just on our example a while ago, if I give you $10 and you go out and help as many people as you can, that's way more efficient than if that $10 goes into the system and I postulate on the other side of it, maybe 50 cents goes to
yeah, but you're assuming all of those dollars are going to help someone. Okay, when all of someone's income isn't doing that, right, within a typical sense if you just leave it up to private charity. If you just left it up to private charity, right, well, how much money would you get to be able to help people versus if you have taxation to be able to do so? I promise you, you'll get way more money through the context of taxation than you will if you just crowdfunded it through the context of private charity. Also, Trump increased your taxes by imposing tariffs. What are your thoughts on that?
Initially, I would expect that. I mean, initially, everything's going to go up, like you said. I completely agree with that. I mean, that's why fixing this problem where we took all the jobs to Mexico, it takes a moment. You can't reverse decades and decades of this terrible policy overnight.
That's not free market. I thought you just argued for the free market. So those jobs going to all those other countries, that's just the free market, bro.
No,
Cope.
the free American market. You think it means free
freedom?
world
That's
market?
freedom. That's freedom, bro.
No,
Cope.
no. Well,
you said you wanted freedom. You wanted capitalism, but now you're arguing for no freedom.
Well, do you think I'm saying that freedom means you can just go out and pop somebody because that's your freedom?
Freedom,
to do
no.
so?
Freedom means free market. Do you think sir? Do you think tariffs are free market?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
They're not.
It's actually look.
Milton Friedman would not agree with you.
Do I think tariffs are free market? Yeah, I think it goes along the lines of we got to have a system. We don't want no government. We want limited.
Can you define free market?
As little regulation with as much order in a system where people can freely make their own decisions on their goods and services. And remember, I'm not you. I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm just some dude works for a living. And
couldn't I say the same thing would then be applied to my system? So I believe in a free market then.
You believe in a free market? No, you're for what I would call overregulation. Like
no. I would argue that my level of regulation is within the level that's good. Because it sounds like you're just saying, like, okay, a free market can still just maintain some level of regulation that you think is okay or within a threshold. And I would say under my position, it meets within my threshold of a free market.
There was a story in Kansas City one time that I read about a restaurant having to spend $2,500 to put a door between the kitchen and the dining room that cost $2,500. Now,
I don't know why you're randomly bringing this up. Do you think I'm advocating that every single person should have to buy a $2,500 door? Come on, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, okay.
Because you agree with regulations existing means you agree with all regulations existing. That's called a straw man.
No, I'm saying there are over regulations, and maybe there are some that we agree on. That's great, but there's also some.
Can you mention any over regulation that Democrats support? Like, be specific.
Again, I would like to take every instance one at a time. I'm not going to broadly say every Democrat, every Republican, whatever. That's dumb. But as a general rule, how can you possibly deny that the more regulations you have, the less job growth in the rest, right? That's just a physics principle almost, if you will. But look, I'm kind of getting off topic here, and I got nothing more to say, and I'm not adding to the conversation, but I'll just listen. But I mean, that was my point, though. Like, jobs being outsourced, that happens over decades. To say that we're gonna fix that in 5 minutes is not realistic and not genuine, in my opinion. But that's all I have to say.
That's not what I was asking for, and that's another straw man on your behalf.
All right, have a good
before
evening.
you leave, though, can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Anything that so one thing I'm watching real close right now is if he is protecting anybody in regards to harming children and the Epstein thing. Absolutely. I don't mess with.
He's done that. I think called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted to release the files. He said that anyone who wanted to release the files never supported him in the very first place. He called them a hoax.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have an answer for why he's doing that. He hasn't said why those things happened. And you know, if I find out later that there was supporting of somebody who harms children, because the harming children thing, I'll tell you what, here's a question for me. Is there anything you could do to get me to vote for a Democrat? And largely no, but if a Democrat come out and said, hey, everybody that harms a child, I'm going to have this severe punishment. And I probably can't even say punishments on TikTok, but let me just say it's like getting popped or losing your genitalia would be the only two options, and probably both of those for anybody that harms a child, I'm probably voting for that Democrat.
Okay, so why don't you support the candidates and the Democrats that wanted to hold people in the Epstein files accountable to a greater extent? Every single Democrat voted to release the files. Trump is the one who wanted to prevent the release of the files. So you probably shouldn't vote for the guy who wants to prevent the release of the files over the individuals that are arguing for the release of the files.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I just know he did release the files. And before he did, I was very hard on it. But yeah, he ultimately did, and the Democrats had all this time. They never did.
So you don't support him anymore?
No, I do. I was very critical of him when
just
he
that would be a
was
reason to not
stopping the
support him.
release. What's that?
You just said that would be a reason to not support him if he was protecting P3DOs and the Epstein files, which is exactly what
Yeah, if
he's
I found
done.
out he was protecting anybody in the Epstein files or something.
Which is exactly what he's done.
Oh, well, I don't agree with that. I don't have proof of that. What's your evidence of that?
He called
Criticizing Marjorie
Green.
Taylor Greene?
Yeah, I'll give you multiple pieces of evidence. He called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files. He called her saying, "This is going to hurt my friends. Please don't do this. They're good people." Right? That's what he said. He also explicitly said that anyone who wants to release the files never supported him in the first place. He called them a hoax. Right?
But we don't know what that means, right? We don't know what that means. You're assuming that means like somebody who harmed
come
a
on.
child.
How dishonest do you
It's
have to
politics.
be? This is called TDS, Trump Devotion Syndrome.
What do you mean? Trump Devotion Syndrome. Okay, I like
It
that.
is. It is. It is.
But
Like you
we
can't
don't
see
have
past
evidence
this. Are
of
you
that.
serious?
That couldn't be used in a court of law. That is just somebody who is trying to, prove their political point. I'm looking for evidence. And yeah, to answer your question,
I did provide evidence.
If your evidence is that he said you're protecting my friends, is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said, somebody who is obviously not a Trump fan.
Wait, why?
Why?
She was the biggest Trump fan. What do you mean she's obviously not a Trump fan? Imagine saying that to someone a year ago.
Right. I agree. But she's
Like,
obviously
seriously,
not now.
bro. Like, come on.
What do you
mean?
obviously
She
not
was
now,
like
and
the
she said
biggest
that.
Trump follower.
Why are you saying she's a Trump fan now?
She
we
was,
agree on that?
and she's now not because she wanted to
agree on
release the
both of those
files.
things.
She thought, of course, she's going to release the files, and then he
and when did
literally
she-
backstabbed her, and then tried to prevent the release of the files, and then literally tried to undermine her because she just wanted to release the files. Look, Thomas Massey. Why did Trump say that Thomas Massey was the worst congressional member in the history of the country?
When did Marjorie
Can you
Taylor
answer
Greene...
the question? Why did Trump say that Thomas Massey
You made a point that I want to
was the-
address. You brought it up. I
Yeah,
want
so
to
can you answer?
make a point before we move on. We'll go straight to Thomas Massey after this. But when did Marjorie Taylor Greene say that Trump said this thing about his friends being hurt? When she was a Trump fan or when she wasn't a Trump fan?
Well, and now she's saying that she's not a Trump fan. Of course. I don't understand. I don't.
Yeah,
Was
I
that
mean,
supposed to be like an own?
So if I
Was that
if I'm
supposed to
trying
be an own?
No, I'm not into owning. I don't care about that stuff. I care about the truth.
No, like you just
So-
laugh. You just laughed. What do you mean you don't care about owning and stuff? That's what you just laughed. You just laughed. Like what?
Oh well, my apologies. I didn't mean to offend you. What
That
I'm saying
wasn't
is,
offending to me. I was just pointing out the fact that you saw that as an own.
oh, I didn't say that as
Don't
see
gaslight
that
me.
as an own. That
You
I
did. That's
didn't
why
mean
you
it that
laughed.
way.
Isn't why you laughed?
No, it's not. And unless
Interesting.
you're a mind reader, I don't know.
I
how
don't
you
need.
would
I don't need
know that.
telepathy to know that was you thinking that you had a win there. Come
I mean,
on.
we know each other now. I've talked to you for 30 seconds.
Dude, how dishonest?
All
I'm
right.
not stupid.
Okay, but you do you. I'm just telling you, I didn't mean that as an own or whatever. I don't care about winning debates. This is a whole dumb little process. I care about the truth. So all I'm saying is, for me to objectively look at this, I got to take that into account, right, Parker? I got to take into account that she was not a Trump fan when she said those things. This is stuff that would be brought out in a court of law, in a trial, right? So anyway, and you wanted to talk about Thomas Massey. Go ahead. I got like 30 seconds here.
Okay, why did Trump say that Thomas Massey was the worst congressional member in the history of this country?
No denying this. Trump is a nasty fighter, and he does not play nice, and he pulls hair, and he kicks in the kahunas. I like Thomas Massey. I like a lot of things. Thomas Massey, I think, has went up against about every policy that
Really?
you can think
Can you
of.
name the policies that Thomas Massey has gone against Trump on?
Yeah, I mean, he was against the big, beautiful bill, right? All the spending stuff, I'm pretty sure he's against. but yeah, I don't have a list in front of me. And I don't have a computer. So
Is that all you
tell
had
me
to
if
say?
tell me if I'm wrong about this. Well, no, that's the point. I mean, he's, Thomas Massey. Here's the thing with Thomas Massey. I like Thomas Massey. He's a guy that's very principled, and I like the morality of Thomas Massey. But you can't get everything you want and just say, hey, in a gridlock system like we have, and say, hey, I'm
So wait, by the
not
way,
going to
the
vote
way
for
that he
any of
responds
Trump's
to this
policies.
is not by acknowledging the actual reason why Trump responded this way, but he's gonna say it's because of the big beautiful bill. Really? You think he did this because of the? Who's
No,
the
I'm
other
saying it's
person
because
that?
of every single policy.
Why wasn't
And
the
Epstein,
other
yeah,
person?
you're
Why
saying
wasn't?
you're saying
Why
Epstein.
wasn't the
Epstein,
other
yeah.
Republican that voted against the big beautiful bill the worst congressional member in the history of this country?
Yeah, it's every single policy is my answer, not the big beautiful bill. But am I wrong about that? Is there not a ton of policies? But yeah, Epstein certainly
It's
was not
not every
something that he
policy.
was happy
It's quite
about.
literally the big beautiful bill, Epstein
Sure.
files, and the war with
Okay, I
Iran,
didn't
and that's
mean
like literally
100% of
it.
the policies. My apology. I didn't mean 100% of the policies. I'm just broadly. This is how normal people talk.
Those are three things, though.
A lot of the policies he was against. How about that?
Just three.
Is that okay
Is
to
three
say?
a lot?
Three's the total? That's the
Yes.
total number? That's shocking to me. I mean, he's criticized Trump on the Iran war.
That's
on
what that was one of
Epstein,
them.
On the
That
big
was the
beautiful
second.
bill.
That was the
on
third.
Spending.
That was within the big beautiful bill.
I'm sure manufacturing and the normal Democrat talking
Nope.
points. I'm assuming
Nope.
he's criticized him on all those things.
Nope.
I'm not
He's
just
not a
talking
Democrat.
legislation.
He actually explicitly says, "I agree with 91% of Republicans and what they're doing, and when they're not doing what I want them to do, they're taking up for P3DOs and warmongers." That's what he said.
Okay. Well, I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm not able to make the points you are, but
I'm
if
not
you
even
tell me
getting
it's
these from my
three,
computer.
I'm gonna go with those for now. Well, I mean, you do this for a living, right? I work for a living. We do different
I
things.
work for a
9
living.
to 5.
This is what I do for a job.
You do. I took a shot at you there. I'm glad you smiled and moved on from that. But I have a different job. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I'm not well versed on all this stuff, but I do know that him and Thomas Massey do not get along. But my thing with Thomas Massey, if I can just say real quick, is if he's got an idea of what he wants to happen with every single issue, and that's fine. But he's decided, hey, I'm not voting with the Republicans. The problem with that is in a gridlocked Congress, one vote is huge, right? Like you can't, and all that happens is you end up with Democrat nonsense if he doesn't vote with you. He's a wasted vote. So of course you go after him politically.
W Democrat nonsense.
But obviously you go after him if you're a Republican. The Democrats do the same thing, right? They want a primary Fetterman, I'm sure. But anyway, I'm not making great points right now. I got nothing else to say, so I'll let you move on.
All right, bye.
Have a good one.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. I do have some people to thank real quick. Ryan, thank you so much. The $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. They said, I'm with, for the record, I'm with you on the camping thing. I'd probably end up running into a great white. And be the only recorded shark. Hold up. I gotta click on the whole thing to see it. Only recorded shark death in the mountains in history. Don't fact check me on that. I bet that's happened already. Seriously though, thanks for all. I really appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you. That's so funny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind message. Thank you. Carla, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Christopher, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I am. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think he is as well. As well as Jessica. Thank you so much, Jessica and Zach. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Kenneth, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I guess I just do this very often. Thank you. Hairbirds, thank you so much for the push the $15. Good to see you as always. And Tara, thank you so much for the push the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I was thinking about that as well. It's getting to that point. It's definitely getting to that point. That's coming soon. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Kaylee, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Joseph, thank you for the Galaxy as well. How old are you? Okay, let's get the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
1906.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
August 4th, 2006.
I've talked to you before, recently.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Meow.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone?
Maybe I'll just turn my Bluetooth off. Sorry.
And do you live in the U.S.?
I have dual citizenship.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
So I guess I'm just going to jump off your last conversation because I have lived in a country with a very similar system, I think, to what you want. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say the exact same, but there are some things about the system that are more similar to what I would want, sure.
So you would want the government to be in control of taxpayer money to put into pensions, universal health care, things like that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So that's basically what we have in Australia, but we have people paying a lot of money who end up never using those systems.
Okay. What is the per capita healthcare expenditure in Australia as compared to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
I'll
I'm
pull
sure
it
it's
up.
a lot less.
By country. Let's pull it up right now. Let's see. Can't wait. World Bank. Interesting. Current healthcare expenditure. Great. Let's click on let's go to the United States. Let's see what the United States is. The United States is here. Let's just do Control F. Let's do that. Control F. Find on page. United States. United States is at what 13? This is in 2023. 13,473 per person. Okay, let's pull up Australia. What is Australia? Australia is 6,980. Huh, almost half? So in Australia they're spending almost half as much as what we're spending here in the United States?
Per capita.
Per person? Wow. I would love to be spending 50% less on healthcare in my country. That'd be great.
Right, but your income would be taxed sometimes at 50%.
50%? I mean, that happens here in this country, here in certain areas, one. And then two, as it relates to that, I don't think that that's for the average person that they're taxed 50%. What is the average effective tax rate in Australia?
There's tax thresholds, so it depends on how much you earn.
Okay.
So you have to look at the tax thresholds for each financial year.
The average Australian tax rate is 20.79%. That's what it says? Okay, wait, hold on. Am I getting that right? No way. No way you only pay 20%, right?
It depends on how much you earn.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would have to look into that later. But you said that. Do you
Yeah.
think do you
You
think
can
it,
just
like an
look
average
up.
person's paying 50%?
You can just look up the
Is the
tax
average person paying
threshold for this
50%?
financial year. It depends on how much you earn. What's the average person?
Is the average person making 50% or paying 50%?
If we include like GST and things like that and a Medicare levy, it'd probably be close with our like medium wage.
Okay, well, I mean, I would have to go look into all these specifics and see the percentage that they're paying, but I mean, I don't think that we'd have to pay so much more in taxes to be able to pay for these systems, and if they're paying half as much, it sounds like they're still paying less overall. Even if they're paying for it through taxes, they're still paying nearly 50% less.
In what way?
In per capita healthcare expenditure.
Yeah, but that's not all their taxes are going towards. It also goes towards like pensions for people with
That's a
disability.
separate policy. What we're talking about in the context of healthcare.
Our tax is pooled, so it goes into healthcare. It goes into our government benefit. So people who are living in poverty.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
You think so?
Yeah, we should help out people in poverty. Absolutely.
So you think that we would have like a freer way of life, living in America, living in Australia, paying more tax?
There should be a baseline for everybody, and I'm okay with paying more taxes to be able to account for that. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. I live in California, of course. I would like the taxes in California to be like the ones all around the U.S. Like that's what should happen for the richest and wealthiest. They should pay more.
I actually
Why would you
agree
disagree with that?
Parker. I don't. I just wanted to make the point. I'm not even from America. That other guy's an idiot. Sorry.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. And this is why I ask people what state. I should have asked her what state. Yo, what's how old are you?
I am 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
September 14th, 2006.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would probably go Trump, but I am open to voting for Harris. Definitely.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Because I like his border policy, close the border, and the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Okay. And what do you like about the Big Beautiful Bill?
More military spending and lower taxes.
More military spending and lower taxes. Okay. So you know that it disproportionately the lower taxes went to the rich and wealthy, along with the military spending increase is not a good thing. That's actually not good for the country at all. We spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We're significantly overspending on military.
Okay, well, wouldn't you think that's a good thing? Because if you want to have... No, why not?
No, because then we're not able to put in our money into other things that could help grow the economy, right? That could be helpful for us in the long run. You're actually putting too much money into military instead of domestically into upholding our country to make it better off. Domestically.
Okay, so then what do you think about the 2017 tax cuts, the American Jobs Act?
Yeah, so Kamala Harris and the Democrats wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year because most of the tax cuts in Trump's tax policy went to individuals making over that amount.
Okay.
So I like tax cuts for working class people. I don't want them for the rich and wealthy disproportionately. That sounds like a horrible policy.
And how did Biden cut taxes? I don't know if you think he did, but did you think he signed any bills that cut taxes for the middle class at all, really?
Yeah, the American Rescue Plan increased the child tax credit in 2021, which reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented.
Okay, what do you think about the Inflation Reduction Act?
It was great.
How so?
Largest investment in renewable energy ever, had the $35 cap on insulin per month, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for those on Medicare, and then also it was deficit reducing.
Alright, and then I have a question on the...
Okay, this is 20 questions.
War. What's up?
I was like, what are your positions? What are your reasons why you support Trump?
Well, I just think that his border policy was way better than Joe Biden, and I would like to know some of the
What
Biden
specific
policies on
policies?
immigration. Closing the border and not letting people from crazy places in.
Not letting people from crazy places in. What crazy places?
Places that are full of criminals. I mean, Biden dumped all these
Places
people
that are
in for
full
no
of
reason.
criminals. You mean the Trump administration and the Oval Office?
No, I don't think he's a criminal. I think half of that
He
stuff
literally
made
is a
up.
convicted criminal. Trump is a convicted criminal.
Well, he actually wasn't convicted until after he was in office.
Nope, he was convicted before being in office for the second term. But like again, I don't know what country are you referencing is full with criminals. Which one? Oh, they left. That was funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're Trump supporter above the age of 18. I have some people to thank. I actually do have some people to thank over on YouTube. Let me make sure to do that here real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It really helps push it out to significantly more people. So I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. I would really appreciate it. Let's make sure that we're completely caught up here real quick. And then we'll get on the next person. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request. We are just looking for debates. Aaron, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Dante, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Finn, thank you so much for the $20. Again, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. John, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Maybe sometime I'll have to try it. Sophie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Don't worry. I appreciate you very much. Braun, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, Dave Rubin got dog walked. It was brutal. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sam Cedar said that he would pay for your legal bills if Dave Rubin sues you for the beatdown that you gave him. Yep, I know, right? Legal defense fund is starting, right? Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Twice, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Lucy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. And Apple, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Nation Gaming, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Oreo, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. ND, thank you for the $5. Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly, though, right? Aaron, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. A Girl's No Name, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. And Gabriel, thank you for the $1. Alrighty, why do you, sorry, I don't have anyone up here. Let me go on to the next person, get them up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's that?
How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I have a lot of arguments with it, like against how Trump's running things now, but I voted for Trump because he's better than the alternative.
Okay, but why do you think that?
Because Kamala Harris has like slept her way to the top, and I think she would have been a horrible president. She was a DEI vice
Sir, I have a
president.
question. What evidence do you have that she quote unquote slept her way to the top?
Well, I don't know. She slept with Willie Brown, and then was the Attorney General of California. She was one of Montel Williams' like 17 girlfriends. So
Okay, so how is sleeping with Willie Brown and being in a relationship with him at all going to be relevant to her being Attorney General of the state of California?
well, she wasn't in a relationship with him. She was sleeping with him.
She was in a relationship with him.
Oh, so they were a couple?
There's a type of relationship that it can exist even if someone's not in an exclusive relationship. Do you agree?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I have a relationship
And
with my
I'm not
father.
familiar on whether or not their relationship was exclusive, but do you understand the point that I'm making? And even so, the point that we're making is that, again, this was not something that she was using in order to be able to get into the position of the Attorney General. This didn't actually contribute to her getting into that position at all. Why would you say that it did?
Well, you know, it's politics.
So you're just trying to make her seem bad.
I'm not trying to. I mean, she does a pretty good
Like,
job
it
at
seems like
herself.
you just said because she's a woman, you're going to brand one of her relationships as she was sleeping her way to the top, when you would never brand a guy that way.
Do you think she's respectable?
Absolutely. Significantly more respectable than Trump.
How so?
Or because Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, while two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He protected P3 videos and the Epstein files by ensuring that it wasn't released, even though there's a literal legal, it legally forces him to release it in the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
He didn't say he went in the dressing rooms. He said he went in the changing rooms.
Okay, can you describe to me what a woman's changing room is without saying woman's... Hey, sir, can you describe to me what a woman's changing room is without saying women's changing room?
An area in private where they have their own personal space to change clothes.
Okay, so an area where women are changing, where no men are around, and where you aren't supposed to be, right, as a man?
Let's see. Do you think they're gay?
So let me just clarify. Let me just clarify real quick. Let's take a listen here real quick, and let's hear exactly what Donald Trump says, and let's see if it meets that very description of what you just said.
Okay, let's see if he says dressing room.
Wait, listen.
Done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone
backstage before a show
is getting dressed and ready and everything else, and
everyone is getting dressed and everything.
You know, no men are anywhere.
No men are anywhere.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay?
He makes a joke about having false pretenses to go in that then allows for him to get away with it.
You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
They're standing there with no clothes on.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things.
And then it reaffirms that he gets away with it. So, by the way, not a women's changing room. And by the way, let me just clarify. Literally, the victims came out and talked about the fact that Donald Trump would barge into their changing rooms. Okay?
How many?
So this whole point of, oh, he just said backstage is like the most embarrassing response ever to the state of affairs that you just listened to, because it's very, very clear.
How many women came out and said, oh, he barged into my changing room?
There were countless. I gave you an example of 2 earlier that were 18 years old that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
How many said that he didn't do that?
Barge into the changing rooms?
How many said that he never
So just because someone said they didn't barge into the changing room that they were in doesn't mean they didn't do it to anyone else. One is too many.
How many women involved in a Trump pageant said, oh, I never saw any kind of like sexual misconduct from him?
There was a few that said that, but that just because they said that doesn't mean it never happened. That's like claiming that someone said they were around Jeffrey Dahmer, therefore Jeffrey Dahmer is not a serial killer because they weren't killed. Like, that makes no sense.
No, what I'm saying is, a pattern should occur. He wasn't charged with...
Yeah, a pattern of him admitting to engaging in sexual exploitation, of the victims coming out and talking about him doing the sexual exploitation, him literally saying he grabs women by the vagina without asking, him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, him preventing people from being held accountable in the Epstein files. I mean, this to me sounds like a pattern of behavior. If that doesn't sound like a pattern of behavior to you, when are you going to realize it?
Hey, Parker, have you ever said anything to one of your buddies that you wouldn't want to be out in public?
No. Or actually, yeah. Well, actually, technically, yes. My girlfriend's name. Or yeah, like that, like something like that.
You've never said anything uncouth to one of your buddies, like, "Oh, dude, that girl's hot," or "Wow, I'd like to do this to that girl."
No, I don't go around saying those things. I'm in a relationship, sir. The fuck?
Then you're gay.
What? How am I gay for not going around and saying those things about women when I'm in a relationship that's monogamous?
Have you ever been in a locker room?
Do you realize how that doesn't make any sense? Wait, I have a question, sir.
What I'm saying is, men.
Wait, hold up. And also, by the way, let me clarify.
Around other men.
You're saying to not sexualize women, right? Unnecessarily, right? Like, you're literally just like sexualizing them for no reason with your buddies, like thinking that's completely okay, referring to it as locker room talk. You're saying if you don't do that behavior, that you then are not straight. That makes no sense. So it's just like having values, right, somehow means that you are not straight. Being a gentleman means you're not straight. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I've never talked that way around other men, but I've been around men.
So you've never talked that way around other men. Okay.
I don't think they're predators.
And yet he's trying to justify this behavior, but you've been around other men that do it, and you're okay with it.
And I don't think they're predators because they said, "Hey, that chick's hot. I'd like to do this to that girl."
Wait, so let me clarify. Donald Trump bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. Is that being a predator?
No, what he said is they let you do it.
Answer the question. Is that being a predator? Saying you grab women by the vagina without asking, is that being a predator? Like, you don't even have to ask, you just grab women by the vagina? Is that being a predator?
Why didn't they come out and I don't know, charge him with sexual assault or harassment?
He
or
was
whatever?
held civilly liable of forcefully
No, no, no.
penetrating E. Jean
No, no,
Carroll's
no.
vagina against her will, doing that
You
very
really
thing.
believe E.
He
Jean
was held
Carroll?
civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. So you say, oh,
Do you
well,
think
why wasn't
E.
he
Jean
held
Carroll-
accountable for doing this? He actually was held liable. You just still supported him even though he was held liable.
Do you think E. Jean Carroll, everybody that's listening to this, do you think E. Jean Carroll, a woman whose story matched that of a Law and Order SVU episode, was actually telling the truth? Or do you think that the jury was like, oh, well, that sounds reasonable. Donald Trump's a pedophile and a rapist. We've heard this for the last 5 years. Of course he did this. What are those two things you think is more likely? That he's actually a rapist and did this to E. Jean Carroll? Or that the jury was biased and said, oh, yeah, he did this because I've heard this on the news for the last 10 years? What do you think's more likely, Parker?
So I believe E. Jean Carroll. She was
Why is
sexually
that?
assaulted. She was raped by Donald Trump.
Why is
right?
that?
And because her story sounds similar to a story in a show that is literally about sexual assault survivors and how you respond to
It doesn't sound
situations like
similar.
that
It's
in stories that
literally the
impact
exact-
sexual assault survivors is to be.
is it-
You would expect a sexual assault survivor's story to be similar to stories of individuals who have been sexually assaulted and are survivors. Okay? Like, you literally are referencing a show, Law and Order SVU, that is about sexual crimes and holding people accountable for committing those sexual crimes. Okay,
It's
so
not
of course
similar
you'd
to the
actually expect
story,
that, by the way.
Parker.
Secondly, there were people in the context of the jury that literally referred to Tim Pool as a centrist and listed Tim Pool all the time. Okay? And the Trump's lawyers signed off on that very jury. And you know what? Every single person on that jury indicated that Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will based upon a preponderance of evidence in the context of the civil court. So you can sit there and you can
keep
deny this all you want, but that tells us that you're just a rape apologist. That tells us that you don't believe victims even when they hold their abusers accountable in court. And let me ask you this question. There are over 27 plus women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Do you think every single one of them are lying?
How many people have accused Bill Gates of a sexual
Can I have a
misconduct? I'm
response
sure it's-
without you just
I'm
like
sure it's
saying,
in the
what
50s.
about this? What about that? Can I have a response to the
What
question,
I'm
sir?
saying, okay, my point of saying that is he's a very wealthy, famous person. Of course,
And
women
we'll
have
go through
accused
that
him
in a
of stuff.
second. Can you answer the question? Do you think
Okay,
every single one of the
okay, let me
27
address
plus
this
women that
first.
have accused him of sexual misconduct, do you think every single one of them are lying?
Let me address this first. You said earlier that, well, it was
he's
similar
gonna
to
address
some-
something else,
No, no, no,
everybody.
no,
Watch
no,
this.
No. You ramble on, so I have to go back 5 minutes.
Okay, that's
to
fine.
address something that I wanted to. You said that it's similar to a Law and Order SVU episode. It is verbatim, exactly the same story as the Law and Order
Which
SVU
episode?
I don't know the episode. Anybody in here can look that
Can
up.
you describe the episode?
It is literally this guy barged into the dressing room and sexually assaulted me in the dressing room of.
Wait, by the way,
Big-
that's actually
Bergdorf
not
Goodman.
what E. Jean Carroll's story is. So I just want to clarify. You are mixing up the
Can I
stories.
finish
The
the
barging
statement?
into the changing rooms are claims by
God.
other individuals
Yeah,
that were
yeah,
in Miss
he
Teen
talked
USA
her
and
into
Miss
doing that.
USA. E.
Yeah,
Jean
he
Carroll
talked her into
specifically.
doing that.
Can I ask you a question? What store was E. Jean Carroll assaulted in?
Bergdorf Goodman.
That's true. Bergdorf Goodman.
Yeah, that's the same
Okay.
store from Law and Order SVU. What I'm saying is, her story lines up exactly
It's
with
a
the
store
story that
in
was
New
on Law
York.
and Order.
It's a expensive store in New York.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question.
How
When
come she's the
did
only
the Law and
person-
Order
how come she's
SVU
the
episode
only
come out?
person that-
What year did the Law and Order SVU episode come out?
Before E. Jean Carroll came out with her story about how Trump did this to her.
Okay, but wouldn't that be after she told her friends that testified in court that she told
So
them
her
about this
friends
situation?
So her friends are executive producers on Law and Order, and they're
No,
like, "Oh,
no,
let's
no,
write a
no,
story
they're
about
not.
this story
They're
that my
not.
friend told."
But
Then what are you saying?
But you
Then
understand.
that
But you
doesn't matter.
understand specifically that her friends specifically are talking about the fact that they were told this decades ago, testified under oath in the context of court, that that was true. I just want to be very clear. How would this story be true prior to the debut of the Law and Order and SVU episode? If it is the case that in the context of this situation, they were told prior to the episode airing.
Hey Parker, do you have any friends that you could say, "Hey, I was here on Friday night from 9 to 5." Did you have any friends that would vouch for you?
None of my
You could say,
friends
"Hey,
would go
I'll be
under
in trouble
oath
if
and
this happens."
lie about sets of circumstances under
Are
oath
people
in court.
liars? Do people lie?
People are liars like Donald Trump.
Do people, are they more likely to lie?
You know,
for
Donald
a
Trump was proven to have lied. He said that he never met E. Jean Carroll. There's a picture of them shown together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. So let me just be very clear here. The person that was proven to be a liar in this scenario was not E. Jean Carroll, was not any of the victims, but yet was Donald Trump.
Yeah, the guy that meets 10,000 people a year didn't know that he met this girl that is
That's not what I said. That's not even what I said he lied about. What I said he lied about was he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in that deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
That's an opinion.
Wait, do you understand that's a contradiction, okay?
Okay, it's not a lie.
That is a lie. That is absolutely a lie. If you can't understand that's a lie, then you have got like sub 40 IQ.
And I could say, oh, that's good, not knowing it's steak. Do you understand how that works?
Wait, say that one more time?
I could say I hate steak, and somebody could feed me a meat and that I don't know is steak, and say, "Oh, that's good." You understand? Like you can make a misconception about something.
I don't see how that was. How was that relative to what I just brought up?
You said, "Oh, she's not my type," and then he mistook her for his wife in a picture. That's the same thing.
So you understand that she looks just like his wife insofar as he can mistake them, but he said, I wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, indicating because he thinks that she's quote-unquote ugly, right, that then he wouldn't ever get with her. But by the way, if she looks like his ex-wife, well then he got with his ex-wife, did he not?
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Okay, so the whole idea that he wouldn't get with someone because they're not ugly would have been a lie then, if he mistakes her with his ex-wife. For him to make a misconception then means they look similar. Okay?
I don't know, what was the quality of the picture?
Similar enough for you to mistake the two, right?
Was it 280p or was it 1080p?
It was a completely clear image. I've seen the image myself.
Oh, okay. Did you pull it up?
Yes, I can. Again, evidence that you did nothing to look into the case. Alrighty. Let me pull up the image for you. I have it right here.
Oh, that picture that's like in the shadow? Is that what you're talking about?
Where her face is clearly visible?
Yeah, that looks like, I don't know, 90% of women in the 80s.
But I'm sorry, that her face is clearly visible, right? And by the way, it's her right next to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's looking directly at her.
I'd like to see a picture of his wife during that time period, or his ex-wife.
Wait, regardless, it doesn't matter. Right, he
Why
mistook
not? What
her
if they're very
with his
similar?
ex-wife. He mistook her with his ex-wife. When he saw that image, by the way, this is the image that he was shown. And when he
what I'm
looked at
saying
this
is-
image, he said, "Is that Marla?"
What I'm saying is, that's not proof that he S8'd her. Because
Wait,
he said,
you're-
oh,
it's
she's not my
proof-
type.
Sir, it's proof that he lied. You're misunderstanding my
lie.
point. Yes,
No,
it's proof that he lied.
He's giving his opinion about it. He's not lying.
He is lying because he said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in the deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife, indicating that she would be within defined what he would deem to be as attractive, as literally, right, he got with someone that he could mistake to be E. Jean Carroll, right? He literally married Marla Maples, right? Meaning he got with Marla Maples. He was willing to get with Marla Maples. He mistook Marla Maples with E. Jean Carroll, okay? So the idea that he wouldn't have got with E. Jean Carroll as a means to say that he wouldn't have raped her, one, is a disgusting thing to say in the first place, and two, would then show that he was lying because it was someone that he could mistake with his ex-wife, which is someone who he got with, so he would have got with E. Jean Carroll. So the whole argument that he's making is stupid. Okay, you have to realize this is a blatant lie.
I disagree.
Okay, so
would say
explain us that one, Einstein.
I would say that's an opinion that he gave, I don't know, 40 years after the fact, when she looks like the Crypt Keeper, Have you seen the interview she did with
No,
Anderson
it was
Cooper?
when he was shown this image, and you disgusting fuck, you're so weird for saying that. It was when he was
Saying
shown this
what?
image.
Saying what?
When he was shown this image, he said this about E. Jean Carroll. This is E. Jean Carroll, right? Literally around that time. When he
E. Jean
sexually
Carroll
assaulted her.
today, E. Jean Carroll today looks nothing like that picture.
Yeah, he wasn't shown a picture of E. Jean Carroll today. He was shown a picture of E. Jean Carroll and this, and
What
thought it was
picture?
Marla.
Okay.
Dude, you're just like not your brain cells do not function properly, do they?
Have you seen her interview with Anderson Cooper, which talks about rape?
Yes, I
being
have.
sexy?
And you're. Oh wait, do you think she was saying that she thinks that herself?
No, she says, I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Okay, and you can disagree
she
with
said
what,
it
what
wasn't.
proportion you think is a proportion of society that thinks that, but that's not her claiming herself that she thinks that.
I think
and that doesn't
I think that's
undermine
an
that
in-
she was assaulted. I don't know why you just pivoted to that. Did you just
I think
pivot
it's
to
an
that because you
insane-
realized that you had no argument
what
with
I'm
the prior
saying
point?
is,
Or can we
I don't
go
think-
back to the point that I was making, or do we have to
I don't-
pivot to this new point because you feel like you
What I'm-
lost?
what I'm saying is, I don't think anybody that's been raped would even utter those words.
Wait, that actually makes sense that a rape victim specifically would talk about that because they'd be hyper aware of the fact
How?
that people do that in society, and that perpetuates conditions of rape culture.
Rape? You think there's a rape culture in America?
Yeah,
Parker?
especially yes, especially when you
You
vote
do?
in you voted in a guy held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's
Okay,
vagina
but-
against her will. If that's not evidence to you that we live in a rape culture, then I don't know what would be. The fucking
I'm glad you
president
said-
was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, and literally you still voted for him. Not just
I'm
to
glad
mention
you
that
said-
he literally is preventing the release of the Epstein files, right, where he's legally obligated to release all of the files. Right? He said that Marjorie Taylor Greene was a traitor because she wanted the release of the files. He said that anyone who wanted the release of the files in the very first place specifically never supported him in the very first place. So you have to understand that this guy, right, is absolutely upholding and perpetuating rape culture, and to support him is to be a proponent of the system of rape culture in America that is creating worse off conditions for rape survivors within this country.
Have you ever called Marjorie Taylor Greene a Nazi? I'm sure you have.
No, I haven't called her a Nazi.
Have you called her a white supremacist?
I would say that's probably true, yeah.
Okay. But now that she's trying to get something disclosed that you want, you're like, oh, well, he said this about Marjorie Taylor Greene. You said worse things about her.
What?
And you're criticizing
dude,
him.
I'm not bringing up the
I'm
issue
not-
if I have oh my gosh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now what I'm actually bringing this up to demonstrate is that he literally said that she's a traitor because she wanted the release of the files. She was like 100% in alignment with the cult prior, but because she wants the release of the files, now she's a traitor. That's the point that I'm demonstrating. I'm not saying I like MTG. The fuck? No one's claiming that. That is
I'm not
definitely
saying
not what I
either.
think. What I'm claiming is that she was a part of the cult, and because she didn't fall 100% in alignment with the cult and not releasing the files, she was then called a traitor.
It's funny you say a cult, because I believe that you and Dean and everybody else that's on the left, well, that's on mainstream left, are in a cult.
How are Parker and Dean in a cult? Tell us.
Well, it's like no matter what facts are shown to you, you won't change your mind about it. I could
I've
say,
changed
hey,
my mind countless times.
about what? Give me an
About
example.
what? I used to be a Trump supporter, sir. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. Okay? I am not Christian, nor am I conservative.
Why aren't you Christian?
Because I think that Christianity is false, and I can't justify it to be true. I don't think there's enough evidence. Why are we pivoting to that? You said that I was in a cult. Explain why you think I'm in a cult.
Because you won't change your mind without evidence. Well, yeah, you grew up in a Christian conservative household, but since you've been an adult...
Wait, you just said
did you
I'm
go
in
to
a cult
college,
because
Parker?
Wait, did you say I'm in a cult because I won't change my mind without evidence?
No. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did go to college.
Okay, that's why you're in a cult. All your
So
professors
because
and
I
everybody around
went to
you was
college,
saying,
that means I'm in a
Black
cult.
Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, and Trump's a racist, and Trump's a Nazi, and everybody
Trump
on the
is a
right
racist.
wing is Nazi.
Trump is a racist, by the
How is
way.
he racist? Give me an example.
Why
how
are
he's
we
racist.
just like pivoting to a million things? So, can you first? We'll talk. I'll write this down. Trump is racist. Okay, you said that I'm in a cult because I went to college. Okay, so explain
No,
to
that's
me
not what I
how me going and getting an economics degree in college is somehow me being in a cult.
Let's see. Do you think most of your professors were liberal?
No.
No. 90% of professors are liberal. What did you go in like a college? Like, did you go to Liberty University?
No, I mean, I live in California, but I got an
Then your
economics
professors
degree.
are liberal.
I think, no, I mean, I had some professors that were liberal, but
Some,
I
like
think,
9 out of 10.
no, I think my professors were like across the board ideologically. I had a conservative professor, I had a liberal professor, I had a lot of moderate type professors. That was mainly, I would say it's mainly moderate type individuals that I had as professors.
My daughter is in high school in Texas, and most of her teachers are liberal.
Okay, cool for you. I'm talking about my
No, it's not
professors
cool for me.
in
What I'm
getting an
saying is,
economics
most
degree.
people in education are
I'm
liberal.
talking about my
That's a well-known
professors in getting
fact.
an economics degree. So can you explain to me how me getting an economics degree means I'm in a cult?
Oh, well, if your professors are telling you, like, we need to, by any means necessary, and Black Lives Matter, and Antifa, like, all this shit.
I don't think I ever heard
it's-
I don't even think I ever heard Black Lives Matter in any of my classes.
When
Like,
did
actually.
you graduate?
Like, I actually, like, literally don't. And I even took a sociology class. Maybe once
you
I heard
graduate?
it. Like, I don't, what are you talking about?
What year did you graduate?
2024.
Then there's no way you didn't hear Black Lives Matter in college, dude.
I genuinely I don't remember ever hearing
Okay, so whenever George Floyd died and they were burning down cities, you never heard Black
what
Lives
city
Matter
was burned
in your
down?
class?
What city was
I don't
burned
know,
down?
a number of them.
Name one.
Minnesota, Waukesha.
Waukesha in Minnesota was burned down completely?
Of course, it wasn't completely burned down. I'm sure there's a few buildings standing.
Okay, so it wasn't burned down. No
Billions of
city was
dollars
burned
in
down. You're
damage
being
were done.
ridiculous. Okay.
Billions
So
of
now,
dollars of
can
damage
you
were
get back
done
to the whole point
against
of
the
you think
Black
I'm in a
Lives Matter
cult just because I got? Are you educated at all? Do you have a degree?
Of course, I don't have a degree.
Okay, so you're saying you're not in a cult because you didn't get a
been 4
degree, and I
years being
am in a cult because I
brainwashed.
got a degree. You know, I think that's a good thing then. Like W college cult. Jose, by the way, thank you for the $34. Thank you very much for the caller is a misogynistic grape apologist. He would betray his own daughter and dear leader, as so many of these grape apologists have done. For his dear leader, as so many of these great apologists have done on these live calls. I'll actually ask that in a quick second. We'll see. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Doug, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for just stopped by to reward you for showing how showing the world how dumb Dave Rubin is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Laura, thank you for the $15 for defining changing rooms to idiots. Thank you so much. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. That's great. Absolutely based.
What happened with Dave
As
Rubin?
well as Chubaki, thank you so much for the purchase. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for that city is in Wisconsin, and I can confirm it didn't burn down. Idiot. Rogue historian, thank you for the $20. Thank you for this is all the teachers are liberal, universities are leftist, and cult members talking point is a Nazi dog whistle and is directly linked to the Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's absolutely nuts, a nuts take. I think it's like the take that conservatives engage in because they've realized that people who are less educated tend to lean to the right. So, like, I think it's their way of trying to create society that leans to the right to a greater extent, not actually, like, them thinking that education is bad, like, in of itself. Because I think that if they were the ones controlling education, they'd be like, oh, it's so great, so amazing. That's where you learn God from. Fossey, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Seriously, though. Jessica, thank you so much for the purchase the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's absolutely insane. And it's definitely not representative of everyone, that for sure. You're totally right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the $5. And Angela, thank you so much for the $5. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Marcus, thank you for the $5 for here's to help rebuild Minnesota since it's burned down, apparently. Jared Lee, thank you so much for the $5 for I got my degree at a private Christian college. Look at that cult member right there, actually. Look at that cult member. Vicky, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. I think it's really important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hey, so what happened with you and Dave Rubin?
I dog walked him in a debate.
Oh, did you? Did
Yeah.
you really like troll him, or are you just saying that so you're?
No, like I actually did. Like it was literally like CNN played it on TV.
Okay.
And it was like there was an MSN article written about it, an independent article written about it. It was on the Daily Beast. It was on the HuffPost. It was all over. Because I actually
You must
did.
have told him then.
I did
CNN
really.
wrote about it.
'Cause I asked
MSN
him.
wrote about it.
I asked him to
Huffington
name
Post wrote about it.
asked him to name a single economic indicator that's been made better off since Trump got in office, and he couldn't do it.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't like Dave Rubin anyway, but
Okay.
I'm no. I mean, no reason.
Why is it because he's gay?
No, I just don't agree with gay people adopting kids.
You see,
It's
I knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it, dude! I fucking knew it!
Do you think the kids? Do you think a kid would be?
Do you
better
see
off
what
in
I
a-
mean,
in a-
dude? Do you
No,
see what I
let me talk.
mean?
Let me start. Instead of
It's not that you
out.
dislike Dave Rubin because of his ideological beliefs, because he does everything that you want from ideologically. It's literally just because he's gay. You don't.
No, I think he's too
What's
pro-
wrong
I know-
with gay
oh, no,
people
no, no.
adopting kids? You fucking snowflake.
Do you think kids are better off with same-sex parents or opposite-sex parents?
I think it's the exact same.
You
If
think it's
not
the exact
actually,
same?
if not better, with same-sex comparative to opposite sex. That's what the data says. You can look at the bibliography in my bio. Actually, if anything, there's a slight positive impact for the development of children when there are gay parents. Like, I'm just serious. There is it's either no difference or it's a slight positive for gay people. That's the data, okay? And you can cope and you can be a snowflake and you can be triggered about just gay people existing all you want. But actually, if anything, they're better for children. Especially than you.
I would rather. Okay, let me put it this way. I would rather two dads or two moms have a kid than for it to be in the foster system. But I wouldn't rather two dads have a kid than a mom and a dad.
Why?
Because it confuses the kid. Like there's no social norms of like what. A parent's
No, it
supposed to
doesn't.
do.
It doesn't
It doesn't
confuse the
confuse
kids.
kids.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't confuse the kids when they have two dads. And everybody school's like, where's your mom at?
No, that's not confusing at all.
There's no stigma there.
You know what the
between
response is to that? I have two dads or I have two moms. That's the response to it. That's it. That's
And then
not them being
everybody in school's
confused.
like,
That's
"Oh, your
called.
dads are
How is that?
gay."
How is that them being confused?
You don't think there's a stigma between? Do you think little kids are cruel, Parker?
So you want to get rid of the stigma towards gay people? So then maybe you shouldn't be perpetuating that yourself by saying that gay people shouldn't have kids or that you disagree with gay people having kids.
How am I
Because that sounds like
perpetuating
you're the one reinforcing that very stigma that you just criticized.
No.
We should stigmatize you for your fish picture that you probably have in your Tinder profile as your first picture, more than
I don't have Tinder.
people
I'm
who
married with
shouldn't be
three
at all stigmatized just for being gay.
Tinder's for losers.
Well, I'm just saying that I was just making fun of you because that was probably in your dating profile.
Well, your
It's your
insult was
profile picture. It's you with the
off base.
fish. It's just.
Your
Do you,
insult-
let me ask you a
insult was off
question. Do
base.
you have a pro bass shop or a pro bass hat?
No.
You don't?
No, I buy from like smaller companies.
No, like the hat.
No, I know what you're saying. No, I support
Okay.
local like fish shops. I don't go to Pro Bass Shop.
Okay.
Or
So,
Bass
but
Pro
like,
Shop.
do you go to Christian Mingle?
No, I'm married with 3 kids. I don't go any Christian. I don't go to any dating website.
Okay. And one question just before this: if Donald Trump went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said he'd be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
Of course not.
Okay. So then why would you vote for him if he did that to someone else's 10-year-old daughter?
Do you think Joe Biden showered with his daughter at an inappropriate age?
What a pivot. What about Biden?
That's
Can I
really
have a
like- that's a
response and then we can
parallel.
talk about whatever misconceptions you
That's a
have about
parallel.
that? Can I hear a response and then
I don't know. Do you think that that's inappropriate for Joe Biden to
what
shower with his
about
daughter when
Biden?
she's-
You know
when
what? You know
she's
what?
double-digit
That is the best
ages?
thing you can do. The best thing you do. You did the exact same thing that Dave Rubin did. When in doubt, bring up Biden's name. When in doubt, Biden actually, Biden, okay, Biden, it's Biden's fault. Okay, Biden actually, Joe Biden, or actually this time Hunter Biden. Okay, can you give me a response? I'm waiting. I want to hear a response. Like, if
was your
you're saying
question?
that you wouldn't support Trump, given that he went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said he would be dating her in 10 years, why would you vote for him, given that he said it to a different person's 10-year-old daughter?
Whose daughter? Who did he say that to?
Oh, do you want to hear it?
Sure. Yeah. Show me a clip.
Absolutely, I got you. Just take a quick listen.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Biden. What about Biden?
Who's
Biden.
saying that to? Who's
But
saying
Joe
that to?
Biden. Hunter?
Is there a clip? Can I see the picture of the kid? Was he saying that to like an actual 10-year-old?
Did you hear her? I'll play it
Thursday
again.
night. You going up the escalator?
Did you hear that? Yeah?
I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
There's
'Cause
no
I
video,
don't
dude.
think
Show
I'm
me a
just
video of
hearing
him
things. I
pointing
think
to
that I
the girl
heard
that's
that
making
in the
noise.
clip. Like he's saying that to a little girl.
Show me a video of him pointing to that girl and be like, "I'm gonna date her."
Wait, I'm sorry.
A
Do you
toddler.
think this is AI?
No, I'm sure that's an actual clip, but
Okay,
there's
so
no
then
video
what
of
else?
it.
Why
Like,
do you
show
need
me
to
a
see?
video.
Why do you need to see a picture of her in order to say that this is wrong?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't need to see a picture of her. I need to see a picture of him pointing to that girl that's probably 10 years old.
Who responds?
I'm gonna be dating her in 10 the escalator? Escalator?
Okay.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Come on,
Hey,
like,
Parker, you ever
are
heard
you
of
really this?
context?
Are you really this ridiculous?
Have you heard of context? Is there no video?
Oh,
Why don't you show
what
me a video?
context do you need to this?
I don't know.
Wait,
there
by
could
the
be
way,
a-
would you say that if that was your 10-year-old daughter?
If he said that to my 10-year-old daughter, I'd punch
Yeah.
him in the face.
Okay, so given that he said this to someone else's 10-year-old daughter, why are you defending it?
There's no evidence he said it to a 10-year-old, dude.
You
Show
just
me the
heard it,
video.
sir. You literally
Show-
just
no,
heard it.
Show me a video.
Dude,
There's
you just
context.
heard it. You like just heard it, dude.
Show me a
So
video.
by the way,
Is there no
so if
video
someone
of it?
if I said this happened to your 10-year-old daughter, okay? Donald Trump did this to your 10-year-old daughter, and I played you an audio recording of it happening, would you believe it?
That's completely different. I wouldn't leave my 10-year-old daughter in a
Would you
crowded area.
believe it?
Show me a video. of
Would you
Donald
believe
Trump
it?
pointing
Answer
to
the question,
10-year-old.
Jared. Would you believe it?
Why won't you show me a video? Is there no video?
Because the video
Are you
specifically,
counting on lack of
he was
context?
caught on a hot mic specifically after an interview.
Saying what?
What you
Saying
just
that?
heard? Yes.
To who?
To the 10-year-old girl,
How do you know it's a 10-year-old girl?
because you can hear her voice.
Yeah, you can hear a girl's voice.
You going up the
For
escalator?
sure.
Does that sound like a maybe even younger?
Yeah, that sounds like a little girl. Yeah.
Was that an adult?
How do you know that he's saying that about that little girl?
Okay, should we check your hard drive, bro?
Are you kidding me?
Seriously, dude. Like
No, answer
what?
the question. How do you know that?
How do you know that she's a little
Parker?
girl? I hear
You
her.
don't know that he's saying that about the little girl, dude.
Okay, so then listen
You
again.
going up the escalator?
You going up the escalator? She says, "Yeah."
I'm gonna be dating her.
He says, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." Who's her?
I don't know. Maybe her mom. Maybe her 14-year-old sister.
Come on, this guy is so dishonest. 14-year-old sister. So you think it's okay to say that to a 14-year-old? There's
No, I
no
wouldn't
way
say
you
that
just.
either.
There's no way he just said that as like a win. Maybe
No.
he said that to her
No.
14-year-old sister.
No, I meant 18-year-old.
What? I'm sorry for all the headphone users, but that was nuts. Hello? Maybe he said it to her 14-year-old sister. Like that was better? What? You said that like it was a fucking dub. You said that was like, oh, dude, that's totally gonna mean that like Parker's not gonna care about this anymore. Oh my god, what if he said it to her 14-year-old sister? Hell, that would still be wrong, sir. She's 14 years old. Hello,
Okay, you're
14
right.
years old. The
You're
guy's
right,
50
you're right,
years old.
You're right, Parker. You're right. I misspoke. Actually, I like that you don't mute me every 5 seconds like Dean does. Dean mutes me every time I start making a point. You actually contend with my.
Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's not very clear. Any visuals is kind of like my point. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Claire, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Millie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Crazy Rabbit, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Is it the one I referenced? As well as Mr. Flinch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's absolutely insane. Like, literally, like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Like, this entire conversation. Like, why'd you think that that was a defense, bro? When you have kids. He just left. Okay. He just ran away. I mean, that's what I would do too if I got cooked that badly in a debate. That was brutal. That was brutal. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, my name is Tom Pearl, and I'm going to...
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I'm sorry for the loud scream in the microphone. Last guest, I do apologize, actually. I do really apologize. That was just so crazy. I couldn't even hold that back one. I couldn't even hold that one back. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, Goals, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I don't know, honestly. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't know how to do this. Millie, thank you for the $5. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them. Absolutely based. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. And Leslie, thank you for the $10. Again, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Finally, I get some diarrhea.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
How old are you?
I'm 18. My birthday is 2008, January 3rd.
And do you support Trump?
No, but I wanted to talk to you about a...
Okay. Lois, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely don't. Thank you so much, Lois. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now as well. We're about 2 hours into the debates, everyone, meaning we have at least 2 hours or so left on the stream, everyone. Just letting y'all know. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for debates, as always.
Just watch. Oh my god.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
For sake of argument, I'll say yes. Yes.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Stop pretending to be a leftist, Kerr.
I'm not a leftist. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. When did I ever say I was a leftist?
Well, why are you doing this then?
I'm a liberal debating Trump supporters.
Why are you liberal?
Because liberalism is based and true.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
Since 2016.
Wow. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Oh, what's up, Parker? 25. I'm here for my biannual checkup. I just had a quick question for you.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you know me.
I have no clue who you are. And if the election were
Okay.
held today, Harris versus Trump,
Yeah.
who would you rather vote for?
I would abstain from voting because I went with Team Massey. But that was my question to you: is did you see what happened?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yes, I have. Absolutely based. And I would. Absolutely based. Let's go to this next individual and send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump
Okay, why do you support Trump?
because, I believe he does everything good. That's what I believe.
Okay, such as?
He's not just a man. He's not just a Superman. He's the prophet of the Lord. He's the prophet of the Lord. He's the prophet of the Lord. You keep letting me up here, bro. I got you 3 times already, bro. Oh my God.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Noel, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person, everyone. There's someone spamming in the chat that I'm a grifter. That's really funny. But they're too scared to join. I keep sending them an invite and they're too scared to join. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
How old are you?
I'm 38.
And do you support Trump?
Yes,
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He has no filter, and I think we need that. I'm sick of the PC, brother.
You're sick of the PC. What is that supposed to mean? What PC?
Political correctness, dude. You know what that means.
Well,
Don't act like you don't know what political correctness is.
Doesn't Trump want people to be politically correct just in the Trumpian way? Because,
No.
he, for example, he, went after Thomas Massey, went after Marjorie Taylor Greene for not 100% aligning with the cult. So it sounds it sounds like he is like that, right?
I guess what I mean is, he doesn't use a teleprompter. He has no filter, bro. You got to appreciate that. I'm so sick of the fake politicians, dude.
He does use a teleprompter. And he's literally the most fake politician you could have ever supported. He had the most lies out of any politician you could ever point to. Literally, Donald Trump lied about the 2020 election results and got 70% of the party to believe, the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. I would prefer that my president has a filter. Why? Because they can't just say whatever they want. They can't just give up the national security interests. They can't just accidentally, randomly start adding in investigative journalists into Signal group chats where they're leaking war plans. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To me, it seems like they
fucked.
need a filter on what things to say and what things to not say. Because if you don't have a filter, things go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you do need a filter. I guess I can concede on that point, but dude, no one knew who Kamala Harris was. She's so fake. I don't even want to get into the code switching because I've watched your lives and you and Santana
Code
have this
switching is not
rhetoric that
fake.
It by definition is fake.
Okay, I have a
You're
question.
switching into a fake accent.
So can you
That's
define
by
code switching?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's when you switch in the way that you talk or behave to appease a certain audience.
Okay.
Am I right?
I have a question. When you speak differently,
wait, hold up. Am I right, bro?
When you speak differently to a baby, are you fake?
No.
Wait, but you're speaking differently to a baby to appease the baby. Is that fake? It sounds like you're a fake, disingenuous
ridiculous,
loser
dude.
because you speak differently in front of babies. How
Okay,
fucking
here
dare
come the
you,
ad
you
hominems,
disingenuous
dude.
fake person. You are not a serious or real person. You code switch in front of babies based upon your own
Bring in the
definition of code
logical
switch.
fallacies, bro.
Logical fallacy is to actually apply the definitions that I specifically said. Wow, what a logical fallacy, Parker.
I mean, you're using ad hominems. Is that not a logical fallacy?
Wait, is it an ad hominem or... so an ad hominem. Tell me what's an ad hominem.
You denigrated my character in order to further your point in the argument. Is that not
No.
ad
I
hominem?
proved you wrong and then insulted you. know the difference. There's a difference between insulting and being hyperbolic and literally engaging in an insult or hyperbole as a critique to your argument. I criticized your argument and then I added the hyperbole in the insult after. Sorry that it hurt
Wait,
your
what was
feelings.
it? Didn't.
Connie,
It didn't.
thank
I'm
you for the
fine.
galaxy.
What was the hyperbole? You called me an idiot. That's not hyperbolic.
You're right. It's not hyperbolic.
I mean, it's an insult, yes, but I'm asking what the hyperbole was. You can't say.
Fair point.
Yeah, dude, exactly. I know you used to like Elon Musk. That's the example that I'm talking about, bro. He has no filter. He'll say whatever the fuck. You know? That's what we need, bro.
He needs.
I know
he'll
you're
say
not fond
whatever
of the guy
hell.
now, but
Okay, so then why won't he release the Epstein files? He's so
Donald Trump?
transparent, right? Why is he preventing the release of the Epstein files?
when
Explain
did I
that.
say transparent?
Okay, wait. So no filter means transparent, right?
In the way that you speak, in your rhetoric.
Okay.
I don't
And
mean
is
like
is it
transparent in all
transparent to
things.
want the preventing of the release of the Epstein files?
No.
Do you hear yourself?
I do.
And do you think you sound absurd? Elena, think of the littling.
I wouldn't say absurd.
What would you say?
I would say that I could sound better.
Okay, and what is that supposed to mean?
Just that I don't do this regularly like you, dude. I don't have the ability to just off the cuff fucking insult and say stuff that's really witty, you know, right off the bat. I work behind a fucking computer screen all day, bro.
Same.
Without talking, though.
Okay. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, Trump is the kind of guy that is like the antithesis of politics. And I think that's the breath of fresh air. Breath of fresh air is probably not the best term because the dude is not.
I don't think it'd be
He
very
poops his
fresh. I think it
diaper.
would. Yeah, I think it would smell like shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he poops his diaper.
I think you're right on that one to stop yourself there.
But you understand what that phrase means, right?
Yeah.
Kind of different.
Appreciate
Yeah.
Anthony. Think of the corgi. Yeah, you're saying he's different than the typical. But what you're not understanding is that he's worse in every single way that you think the typical is bad. Define how you think the typical is bad, and I'll then tell you how Trump is worse within every single one of those characteristics.
I mean, the main thing that comes to mind is fake, bro. Like, every politician, maybe not Mitt Romney, maybe not
Trump is more fake.
Obama.
Trump cheated on every single one of his wives. Trump literally said that he didn't cheat on his wife, even though he paid hush money to Stormy Daniels.
Every
Okay.
person who cheats is going to lie about cheating, dude. That's not that
Did
surprising.
Newsom lie?
I would say the typical is that they lie.
Newsom talks about how he did in the past and it was wrong, and he's upfront with that. Do you think that's a difference?
Do you think that's atypical?
Maybe you could say that you think it's atypical, but the point would then still be true that you can do that and that you're held to that standard when you're running for president and when you're running for political office.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't like Newsom, though.
Neither do I.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay, yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Trump is like not fake in the way that Kamala was or Biden, and we need someone who is like that, dude.
You're not really actually like addressing this. You say no filter, right? We've already addressed how Trump does, right? And the
On
ways
certain
he
things,
doesn't
like if
have a
he's-
filter is bad. Like him
Yeah, like if
saying that
he's
he wants to
implicated in
completely
Epstein
wipe out a
files.
civilization is bad. Him calling for the execution of some Democrats is bad. Him
Why is that
literally
bad,
saying
though?
that he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller are dead is bad, right?
Why is that bad? I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm just saying if you have an opponent who has no filter and you can like know what they're saying and where their mind is at, it's kind of good, right? I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry. Do you think it's not bad to call for the execution of some Democrats who disagree with you politically just because they disagree with you politically? Or like
No,
if I
I
called for
do-
your death right now, would you be like, dude, that was sick, bro? I like your lack of filter, bro. Like what? Come on, use your
No,
brain.
dude. Of course not. I'm sorry, I'm not being very articulate. I'm kind of a free speech absolutist. Not like all the way. Like you shouldn't be able to scream fire in a movie theater. But what I'm saying is that it's refreshing to have a politician who is, even if it's cringy, even if it's ridiculous, it's kind of funny, right? Like it's pure comedy, dude. Like I love to see the kind of batshit crazy stuff he's talking about every day because it's interesting. Joe Biden was in his basement, no press releases, boring as fuck. You had to point him in the right direction to walk, dude. And then Kamala Harris, the only reason she got her spot is because Joe Biden fumbled so badly in the debates, and they're like, yo, we can't send this guy. He's not our guy. Like, the Democrats need to do a better job. Like, I've voted Democrat before, and I probably will again. But
Trump said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. He said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, therefore it kills cancer under his view. I mean,
what
I
else
can
you
give you.
gotta add to
He
that,
also
dude,
said
is
we
the
should nuke
injection of
hurricanes to
bleach,
fight them.
dude.
Hey, dude, the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump is utterly fucking incoherent. You say that, oh, you had to tell Joe Biden where to walk. I think that's bullshit. I do think he had cognitive decline, and I do think that's the reason why we specifically told him to, or not just we told him, but he also himself chose to then drop out. Right, specifically is because of the fact that he had that type of performance, and it didn't seem like he could run for president at that particular point. It didn't seem like a viable option. Of course, right? No one's disputing that, but you have to acknowledge that, again, Donald Trump is in significantly much of a worse position, and Kamala Harris is in significantly better of a position. And if you cared about the democracy, you wouldn't vote for the guy that literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops and called them patriots. Like, that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, dude. What you need to do is also add the injection of bleach to fight COVID-19 into your whole like spiel about the ridiculous things he said. He said some dumb shit. He can't even pronounce
injection to
ibuprofen.
fight COVID-19. It's disinfectant. That's what he said.
Sorry, what did I say?
You said bleach.
My bad. Yeah, he said some dumb shit, dude. And I guess we probably won't agree on the fact that the dumb shit is almost what's endearing about him. Right? Like, he's not a mystery. He's not hiding in his basement. He is meeting with world leaders at any given moment. Not that I think we got anything from meeting with Kim Jong-un or when he recently met with Vladimir Putin, but at least he's out there doing stuff, dude.
Can you name one measurable way he's made our economy better?
I think in a lot of ways he's made it worse, but I think AI is getting a lot of attention, which is nice.
So can you name one measurable way he's made our economy better?
I can't, no.
Okay.
I mean, hasn't he been focusing on AI though? And he did bring Elon Musk to the White House and like did a whole showcasing of Teslas and stuff. Whereas Biden invited like a whole EV summit and excluded Tesla, which was totally fucked up. Tesla's leading the way in electric vehicles. Are they not?
Sure. What's your point? I mean, in the prior infrastructure deal and Inflation Reduction Act, they did have a bunch of things for Tesla.
They did, yeah. It wasn't specifically tailored for Tesla.
What specifically did they limit Tesla from joining?
They weren't invited entirely.
Invited to what?
There was like an electric vehicle summit at the White House.
Too
GM was
bad.
there.
Who gives a shit?
I do. That's an important thing, bro. Tesla.
That doesn't impact your life at all.
It absolutely does. You don't think breathing pollution impacts the general populace life? Electric vehicles are super important.
Sir, you think you're limiting pollution by supporting Trump, who doesn't believe in climate change? Who thinks it's a hoax?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. What I'm saying is that Joe Biden had an electric vehicle summit at the White House and excluded Tesla, the world's leader in manufacturing of electric vehicles.
That doesn't impact any policy.
It doesn't impact policy, but it's disingenuous. Why wouldn't you invite the leader of EV manufacturing?
Elon wasn't invited to a summit. No. No. How are we gonna move on from this?
See, you're upset too. It was fucked up.
No.
It was very fucked up. And you know what I think is
that is so terrible.
That Elon used to vote left, dude, and then he
Oh my
stopped. And I
God,
think that was the
Elon,
turning
Elon.
point, dude.
How is he gonna come back from this?
Do you think Elon bought the election for Trump?
I think he put hundreds of millions of dollars into helping Trump's campaign, and actually billions of dollars of his resources into buying Twitter, which helped him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so your answer is yes, because those things are kind of known.
I think that the way that you're referring to it is a little bit too simplistic, but yes, he had disproportionate influence in getting him elected.
Okay, so if Joe Biden had played his cards right and invited Tesla, it was all about unions. So that's the reason why Joe Biden didn't invite Tesla to the White House summit, which is so fucking stupid, dude. That's exactly what we don't need, dude.
We don't need unions?
No, what I meant is we don't need someone stupid like Joe Biden.
And you think Trump is smarter?
No.
So
But
then
Trump
why would you
invited-
vote for the dumber candidate if you want someone
Trump invited
smarter?
Tesla to the White House, dude.
Wait, who's smarter? Trump or Harris?
I haven't seen their IQ tests.
If you guessed.
Probably Kamala Harris.
So if you want someone smarter, why would you support Trump? Thank you for being genuine. I really didn't expect that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Voting for the dumber candidate sounds really dumb, but
But the
sometimes
smarter candidate, like you just said.
Sorry, what did you say?
You just said that Kamala Harris was the smarter candidate. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do.
Can you
And,
then say that
what
you
I
would,
was
based
trying to
on your own
say is
argument,
that-
say he'd be a better candidate?
Well, what I was trying to say is voting for the dumber candidate sounds really dumb, but sometimes you got to put the fucking idiot into the ring and see what happens, you know?
No, you don't. If you just brought up you want a smarter candidate, you don't want a dumb candidate in office, and then now you're saying you should vote for the dumber candidate? Use your brain,
Well,
bro.
I never said, I said transparent. I
This
said
is
no
why
filter.
we need more education, not less.
I'm probably more educated than you, dude.
In what?
Formal education.
Such as?
I have a master's degree from a Ivy League school, dude.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Now explain to me how that means you're educated within this particular field.
Well, I never said in this particular field. You just said this is why we need more education, and that's a
And not less.
that's not a good point because sorry, what?
And not less.
No, we don't need less education, but that's not
Yeah,
what
we
you
need
said.
more education. This is relating to education. Like you would have learned these things in like some sort of school, like a sociology class, a economics course.
I would
a
have.
political
When you say
science
these
course.
things, what are these things?
The things that I was just talking about, things we were just going
About
over.
electing a smarter candidate?
Yeah, that you would see the prioritization that we need to elect smarter candidates rather than dumber candidates, given that you used that exact same type of argument. Yeah, you used that argument and then you didn't apply it. So maybe if you took a lot of these more courses, you'd see the importance in that.
You want me to specialize in poli-sci?
You don't need to specialize in poli-sci. I was just saying a baseline level of education relating to that. I'm sorry that hurt your feelings because
My feelings
of
aren't
your,
hurt.
your
I'm chilling.
internal need for validation of education, but it's okay.
No, if I'm being real with you, I don't have a master's degree. I lied about that.
I'm not surprised.
But we have equal levels of education, so I have a
What's your
I have a
degree in?
bachelor's degree. My degree's in communications, so it's not like the most.
There's no way you just lied and said that with a dude. That's just a
Dude, I'm being
diabolical
honest
to do.
now, though. That's like gotta.
That's just such
mean
a
something, right?
diabolical thing to do.
Trying to be vulnerable with you, dude. I'm telling you that I majored in like not the most flashy degree, bro.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with getting a communications degree. The issue is that you just tried to act like you were so much more educated to try to do a dunk on me.
No, I walked it back. I always
But then
intended
also,
to
like,
walk
you
it
got
back.
a communications degree, but you're really having an issue with communicating your ideas, right? It's kind of crazy. You said I don't specialize in communicating my ideas to you in a debate live when your degree's in communications, ironically enough.
Yeah, it is ironic. I can communicate effectively if I've like prepared. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's okay. Did you not prepare for this?
No, I didn't.
Just like Dave Rubin. It's okay.
Who's Dave Rubin?
Don't worry about it.
Are you trying to give yourself a pat on the back or something?
Maybe.
Oh my God. All right, dude. It's been nice. Appreciate you
Can you tell me a
talking with me
reason
about it.
that something Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If Donald Trump fucked up the country more than it is currently, if Donald Trump, if
Real
he
GDP growth
pardoned,
is lower, real median wage growth is lower, unemployment is higher, job growth is lower compared to the past 4 years. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. We saw inflation go up to 3.8% year over year.
that's some correlation causation shit that you know doesn't always tie
Trump
into the
imposed tariffs
presidency.
and started a war with Iran, and I can explain to you how those factors actually caused each one of those different macro indicators to become worse off. Would you like me to explain?
Sorry, which macro indicators?
Inflation, unemployment, GDP growth, and real median wage growth. Because if you look at real GDP and real median wage growth, if you increase inflation, that's going to cause those particular factors to go down. Also, when you impose tariffs, it increases inflation and also is going to cause the GDP growth to go down. So it impacts it within that particular extent. And then also because the fact that the tariffs imposed and the inflation imposed have caused inflation to stay up, and the Iran war have been imposed, have caused inflation to go up, that inevitably leads to the Federal Reserve not being able to reduce interest rates as quickly as they would have otherwise, which then limits the level of investment within our economy, which is a fundamental part of the GDP equation. So those are the reasons why GDP growth, real median wage growth, unemployment, job growth, inflation are all worse off given Trump's involvement, and those are the specific policies and specific things he did in order to be able to cause those negative impacts.
Yeah. Yeah, but those are temporary problems, dude.
Because a Democrat's going to come in and fix it?
I mean, maybe. If someone's not investing in manufacturing in the U.S. right now, they know that all they have to do is wait out 3 more years.
Until a Democrat
it's not
gets
that
in
big of a
office?
deal. Or a just different candidate that's not imposing war in Iran or tariffs or these things that you say are negatively impacting the economy.
So is it better that they have to wait it out, or would you prefer that they could just do that now?
I would say it's not that consequential. Like it's
It
consequential
is.
in the near
I
term.
explained how it was.
In the near term, it is, yeah. Or if you're trying to cash out your 401k right now. Actually, it's a really good time to cash out your 401k.
Stock market growth for S&P 500 and Dow Jones grew at a lower rate in 2025 as compared to 2024.
What about 2026? We're halfway through.
I mean, I can look at 2026 as well, but since 2026 has happened as well, we haven't seen increases, especially with the Iran war. So adding that wouldn't be good for you as well. And I have done the math on that as well. It is still lower.
In 2026?
As compared to 2024, yeah.
That's
and
interesting.
Even if you go back into halfway through 2023, yeah.
Why 2023?
Year and a half.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that's a temporary thing. Whoever's elected next will likely shift the tides on all of those things.
Okay, because of the fact that we dislike Trump's policy on it.
Or they'll just have a different idea, or it's not so much about disliking. I mean, if it's fucking JD Vance who gets in, God forbid, he will most likely not be involved in the Iran war, and he will maybe roll back tariffs. You know, like it's just people won't be investing, or corporations won't be investing in these things right away because of that additional cost, and they know they can weather the storm. Like it's not that complicated.
So you think someone downstream of the MAGA movement is going to undermine Trump's specific policies? Did you know that JD Vance has said specifically that he's thinking about not running anymore because he doesn't feel as much in place in the MAGA movement?
Yes, I did know that. It's looking more like Marco Rubio, I think.
Okay, so and how is that going to go with the Iran war and with inflation?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know Marco Rubio's policies. I'm not married to GOP. I'm not married to Dems. I'll go either. I'm a registered independent. I'll go either way.
So then why don't you think the Democrats are better here?
They may be. If AOC's on the ticket, I'll probably vote AOC.
You'd vote for AOC, but you wouldn't vote for Harris over Trump?
Dude, Harris, number one, AOC's charming. Harris was not charming at all, dude.
You know
Like
what?
I love some
How the hell are you
charisma.
on AOC side? Like, it's just not reasonable, is it?
Do you think charisma matters?
It does, but like, I would think that matters. Like when I'm debating like a Democratic person, like which candidate are we gonna pick that we think is most likely to get elected? I think that talking about charisma within that context would make sense. But like talking about whether or not you personally, right, are going to defend one side over the other when you're talking about Democrats or Republicans, it makes no sense that you would base charisma within that, because what matters significantly more is going to be the effect on the country, not just charisma. But by the
Well,
way,
I'm not
like, I
saying
mean,
I'm not like a
if
single
that
issue voter where I'm
argument,
like
if that
charisma or
argument gets you to,
nothing.
you know what, if that argument gets you to support AOC, keep it. Keep it, okay? Keep it. I'm
You
fine
don't
with
want
that
me to
as
walk
long
back
as
the
you'll
charisma
support
thing?
AOC. We're hoping that we can get AOC as our candidate too.
Yeah, dude. I mean, she's kind of hot.
Okay. The fact that like that's your fucking argument is so unbelievably stupid, and I'm kicking you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have a few people to thank real quick. Esther, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, absolutely crazy, right? Tony, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was super cringe, right? Justina, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on PayPal. Always good to see you as always, Justina. Thank you. Alexis, thank you so much for the $1. That's actually a great point. And then Lori, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Or by the way, even news, like the news voice. How dishonest. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007, November 8th.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, because I believe we need a man in control.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not even sure that you're a man. I think that you're probably a kid. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 33.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because I support his policies. I like how he's running this country. I know you and your fans might say different, but I love the guy, man. He's the right person for the job.
Okay. And why do you love him?
He just doesn't BS around with time. He gets things done. I know he might
Like
sound funny
releasing the
when
Epstein files? Like
I mean, he
repealing
did
and
it
replacing
though,
the
right?
ACA? Like ending the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Like reducing electricity prices by 50%?
See, here you go, man. I mean, you're an excellent argumenter, or it's not even a word, but it's hard to win with you, Parker. I don't understand it, man. Like you get us Trump people at every corner, every time, and honestly, it's just annoying, to be honest. Because yeah, we don't have an argument. It is what it is. I mean,
you gotta be trolling.
I'm not trolling. I swear to God, I don't know how to win with you.
What Dave Rubin would say if he didn't lie.
I wish it
how
was
old are
you
you?
instead of Charlie Kirk, you fucking nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
No shot. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
August 27th.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support his border policy, and I support his decision, like his military action in Iran right now.
Okay, and why do you support his military action with Iran?
Because they're pushing nuclear weapons in their country, and they're a terrorist organization. They support Hamas, Hezbollah, which are known terrorist groups around the world. And I think something needs to be done about it.
Did you know that Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon?
And how's that?
Because he pulled out of the JCPOA, which prevented their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.67%, which, since Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, they enriched it up to 60%, which is closer to the 90% required to enrich uranium to that extent in order to be able to produce a nuclear weapon.
The deal was limited, though, wasn't it? It only went to like 2030 or something like that.
Which would still be in place today, and we can renegotiate from that very point.
Well, sure, but I think he realized that Iran is not the most trustworthy with that kind of stuff, considering they're a terrorist organization and they spread propaganda all over the world.
That's why we had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities through the IAEA.
Well, I think he would have pulled out of that deal because he's deciding that he needs to be the one to take action. Like, nobody else is doing anything about it, so
the
he's pulling out of
JCPOA
it.
was action, sir. That's called diplomacy.
Well, sure, but obviously Iran is not the most trustworthy nation again. Like, how?
That's why we have surveillance.
Of course, we have the surveillance, but
yep.
Once that deal runs out, what do you think is going to happen with Iran? Like, do you think they're going to agree to another deal? Well, look at how negotiations are going right now.
What do you think Trump's trying to do right now? Trump's trying to negotiate.
And how's that going?
Like,
how's
if you think that we can renegotiate right now, why couldn't we renegotiate in 2030 if the JCPOA were still in place? I think renegotiation would be easier if we never pulled out of the agreement in the first place. I think renegotiation has been harder because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
I don't think Iran can be negotiated with, is my argument there.
And why is Trump claiming they can be?
You know, I actually disagree with Trump's with what he's doing with just trying to negotiate his way out of it. I think he needs to be doing more militarily in Iran right now.
Do you agree with boots on the ground?
I don't know what that is.
Military boots on the ground?
Oh, boots on the ground. Yes, absolutely, I do.
Would you enlist?
I'm not an American citizen, so no, I would not.
You're not an American citizen?
Nope.
What?
I live in Canada.
This is USA only. Now, one question before you go, because I'm going to kick you and go to the next person. Why do you support someone who wants to annex your country?
That's something I definitely don't support. I'm more sort of talking about the what he's doing in Iran right now, and I do support that. I don't think Iran is something that can be negotiated with.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm going to go on to the next person because you're Maple MAGA. Go get your own fascist, buddy. Find your own fascist. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Nigger, I wish Charlie Kirk killed.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because Charlie Kirk supported him.
Oh, I talked to you earlier with Dean, right?
Yep.
Okay. Why do you like Charlie Kirk so much?
Because he was an advocate for issues that aren't typically talked about and forced upon us by the left without having any criticism back on it. For example, the fact that he was pro-life.
Okay. So you are obsessed with Charlie Kirk because he was pro-life.
Never said the word obsessed, but yes, I admire him. I consider him an American hero.
Well, I mean, in order to be able to come up on the stream and to argue these things, it does sound like a bit of an obsession, because, like, we're talking about why you support Trump, and you're saying this is the reason why you support Trump?
There's 3 reasons why, but Charlie Kirk is the main reason.
Okay. So if Charlie Kirk didn't exist, would you still support Trump? Like, ever? Like, in existence? Like, prior to any of those points? Like, if you never heard about him or anything?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you still support him?
Because he worked to get Roe v. Wade overturned.
Okay.
Got people in the Supreme Court that were able to do that to at least limit it, starting from putting it into each individual state's rights. But in addition to that, I find it hypocritical for people to vote for politicians that they don't necessarily understand either. And a lot of people that voted for Kamala just voted for her because she wasn't Trump. And I think that that's foolish.
Okay. So you said you wanted to leave it up to the states. So can I ask you a question about that? Is that because you want to reduce the amount of abortions that happen?
Of course.
Okay, so how do you feel about the fact that the amount of abortions have increased per year and on a monthly basis since the overturning of Roe versus Wade?
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the cause, because we were still having an inordinate amount of babies every year.
Yeah, but it didn't lead to a decrease.
That's not necessarily the point that I'm making, though, is that the only reason I support Trump is just because of that. In addition to that, it was apparently ineffective, according to you, because it didn't reduce the amount of abortions. However, it is the first step in getting it completely banned, because we shouldn't have it. We shouldn't allow women access to a medical procedure that intentionally unalives another person. And do you support
I don't think it's a
Planned Parenthood, by
person.
the way?
And what did you say?
Do you support Planned Parenthood?
Typically, like with the things that it fulfills today, yeah.
So you don't believe that it has any racist origins that are also kind of leaking out into society today?
It can have racist origins, like some people specifically who were involved in it. That's not evidence that we shouldn't take into consideration its use today. Like, for example, do you think the U.S. government has racist origins?
Not necessarily, but that also is pivoting away from what I'm
Wait, so
talking about.
let me just clarify. You don't
No.
think that
Now you want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about
hold up.
ABU.
You don't think that the foundation of this country was built on racism, right? Even though they defined black people as
That's not
less
the
than
point of
human.
our- That's literally not
Even
the
though they
point of
didn't
what I'm
give
talking
black
about.
people unalienable human rights, even though black people were allowed to be owned as property under the context of the law at the time. So
Now
can you
we're not-
acknowledge these things?
I refuse to answer that until you continue to talk with me about this first.
I'm willing to talk to you about these things. This is a relevant topic. You specifically said
Doesn't
you're
matter.
going to
We're not
judge
talking about
the
that
Planned
yet.
Parenthood based upon its foundation. Okay, so do you judge the U.S. government as it currently stands based
You didn't
upon
hear what I said.
its history?
I said it has racist origins that are still being leaked out in society today.
Okay, so how is Planned Parenthood implementing racist outcomes today?
What percentage of Planned Parenthoods are located in minority communities?
So just because they're specifically disproportionately in communities in which have minorities within them does not mean that it's specifically racist. I think disenfranchising or restricting access to abortion would then have racist outcomes, because then you're disproportionately restricting marginalized communities from being able to get access to a particular thing they want to get access to.
Well, two things. Number one, that's not the whole point of what I'm saying. I asked you what percentage of them are located in minority communities, and instead of guessing, you're now constantly talking about something
Oh, I don't know.
different.
Would you like to give me that information?
79%.
What's your source?
The source that I have?
Yeah.
It is from Congress. I can pull it up for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I have to get my laptop and pull it up.
Go ahead.
You have to wait a minute. Go
That's
ahead
fine.
and thank your,
I'll do that real quick.
There you go.
Helen, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Helen. I appreciate it. Thank you. Lori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to find that one, Lori. Thank you so much. I think you sent that one earlier, so I'll have to make sure to go find that. Thank you very much. I'll have to click on it later on. Megaroni, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a fantastic day so far. Happy birthday. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Ember, thank you, or MB, thank you so much. Really appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. As always, everybody, I think I'm fully caught up. So we'll give them a second to find their information real quick.
I have it.
Alrighty.
You want me to display it?
Just tell me the title. I can look it up.
Policy report the effects of abortion on the Black community from Congress.gov.
Reports effects of abortion on black community. Okay, and what is it from?
Congress.
Docs.house.gov?
Congress.gov.
So Republicans in Congress?
No, Congress.gov.
No? Okay, so let's take a look. Is it titled Policy Report, The Effects of Abortion on the Black Community? Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at, yeah. And where does it say what you're specifically referencing within it?
79% of Planned Parenthoods are in minority communities.
Okay, it says the source is Planned Parenthood targets. Okay.
ProtectingBlackLife.org as well.
Yeah, it says a study by protectingblacklife.org. Okay. And what's the title of the study? Does it provide that? Planned
I believe
Parenthood.
it's, Planned Parenthood targets minority neighborhoods, a study by
Let's take a look at that study.
Well, first, are you going to acknowledge that I did
all right,
pull up
here
the
we go.
source
It's
that I
from
said that I had?
2012. Surveying the Educational Institute of the Pro-Life Movement. This is a pro-life think tank. So they cited they cited a pro-life
You're not going to
think tank.
acknowledge, though, that this is a document from Congress, right?
Wait, you have to acknowledge these are Republican majority Congress that specifically are reporting on this. And what you're specifically referencing is coming from a literally pro-life think tank.
So ProtectingBlackLife.org is a Republican think tank.
Yes, it literally says in the top, it says, serving the educational needs of the pro-life movement.
So you don't support black people being born? Just confirming.
What? What type of fucking response is that?
Because if you support Planned Parenthood, then you support black people not being born.
How is that true?
Because a black woman is 5 times more likely to have an abortion than white women.
It says 3 times in the source that you just provided, not 5.
In addition to that,
and then also based upon your argument, then you want to restrict. So then you want to restrict black women at a 3 times higher rate.
So accordingly,
from getting access to abortion, because you want to make that banned, right? So do you want to put black women in prison at a 3? Do you want to put black women in prison at a 3 times higher rate because they get abortion access at a 3 times higher rate?
I don't think we should criminalize the mothers. I think we should criminalize the doctors.
Okay, so let's just be clear here. Do you think that if I hire a hitman, that I should be held accountable for that?
What does that have to do with what I'm asking you? Exactly nothing.
You
said the source that I pulled up.
What do you mean exactly nothing? I'm waiting for you to respond.
Right. So you literally said, "Oh, the source that you have says 3 times, and this is the source that you just agreed we're looking at."
What was the question I just asked you? What was the question I just asked you?
I'm not answering your question until you answer my question. This is how this works.
I'm sorry. You're just like purposefully not engaging in a conversation with me. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I've engaged with every single point that you've brought up on the stream. I've been incredibly nice to you, and you're purposefully not engaging with my points right now because you know that they're disproving you. Would you like to actually engage in a conversation? I've been really nice to you.
Yeah, you can believe that. But first, you need to acknowledge that what you said was untrue.
What did I say that was untrue?
The source that you literally just agreed that you're looking at the same thing I am. You're arguing that it was 3 times and not 5. And look what I have highlighted.
The first thing it says, why are black women over 3 times more likely to obtain an abortion than white women?
This isn't the source. You just agreed that this is the source we're talking about.
That's from the title of protectingblacklife.org. If you look at the study.
I'm not looking at protectingblacklife.org. I'm looking at the source that I literally told you about that you agreed that we were looking at together, and now you're changing it to go onto them.
Wait.
I'm talking about this.
What do you mean changing it to go look on that?
I didn't pull up a source that said...
Can I please respond to this to tell you how that made no sense? So you cited specifically this certain aspect of it, right, that said Planned Parenthood targets minority neighborhoods. You said the source was Planned Parenthood targets minority neighborhoods, a study by protectingblacklife.org. I went to that source. I clicked on the study, and it says literally the first sentence, why are black women over 3 times more likely to obtain an abortion than white women? So I was just using that specific number that I said your own source said this. That's what I was getting it from, and it was literally your own claim.
Nope. That might have been a source that.
Okay, but like the
was
point is still true
included
then.
within this.
Do you want to restrict black women from getting access to an abortion at that much of a higher rate?
I don't think we should have abortion in this country outside of life of the mother. I could consider.
So then why do you for some reason feel the need to say that I don't want black babies to be born because I think that abortion access should be legal? Or it's not even saying I think the abortion should occur, it's saying I think they should be legal to occur. Like for example, do you think adultery should be legal?
Well, for example, why are you
Can I have an answer to that question? Do you think adultery should be legal?
You'll have an answer to that after you acknowledge what I said 10 minutes ago.
No, you're going to engage with my questions, or I'm going to go to the next person because I'm sick of just asking you questions and you don't respond to them because you want me to talk about something else that's random. Engage with the point I just asked you. Do you think that adultery should be illegal?
Does adultery end in the unalivement of an innocent
I
human?
never said it did. I'm just asking you if you think it should be illegal.
If I think adultery should be legal.
Yes.
So adultery and abortion are similar topics.
Can I just have a response without you crashing out? Because like I just want a basic response. I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you think adultery should be legal?
I mean, are you talking about in the case of like people that are actually married and have a legal document that's binding them together as a couple?
In
or are
any
you
of these
talking
cases,
about...
do you think it should be illegal?
I mean, I don't really have an opinion on that.
What?
I don't know how you want me to answer that.
Typically, people respond with, no, they don't think it should be illegal. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So does that mean you want adultery to occur?
I don't think that that matters in the case of what we're talking about.
I just want to hear a response. Does that mean you want adultery to occur because you think it should be legal?
If you refuse, yep, go ahead and start laughing. If you refuse to talk to me about the entire point that I'm making,
I promise you we will be able to get to that.
You're changing it into...
But you are unwilling to engage with this point because you know that I got you.
What did you get? Me saying that I don't really have an opinion on adultery, and that somehow means that if it is illegal, then
you acknowledge that just because
I don't think
just
we
because
should
you think something should be
criminally
legal doesn't mean you think it should happen. Do you understand the distinction between those things?
I don't think we should criminally charge adults that are cheating on their partners.
Yeah, so then the point that I'm making is
that has
that...
a much smaller scale in society as to unaliving...
You're not listening, though. You're not listening. Does that mean you
world.
want that to happen? Do you want cheaters to cheat on their partners?
What do you think my answer to that is going to
It's going to be no, right?
Sure, but again,
okay, so if you answer no, please listen. Please listen. I'm making a point that's very relevant.
No, you need to listen to what I'm saying because I'm sick of you pretending to be Dean. There you go. So
pretending to be Dean? How am I pretending to be Dean?
Because you're acting like him. Number one.
How? How am I acting like him? Because I'm debating you and I'm proving you wrong?
No, because you're not letting women finish. There you go.
The only woman that I am going to make finish is my girlfriend. What type of a cringe statement did you just make? Okay, stop the whole fucking nonsense of like, oh, you don't want women to finish. That's such a weird thing to fucking say in the middle of a statement, right?
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Connie, thank you for the galaxy. Can you please like engage with my point? I'm waiting.
You want me to engage in the topic of adultery, which has no relevance to the topic that we're talking about, which is abortion. So if you continue to want to ask me questions about adultery, that means that you concede about abortion because you don't want to talk about it.
What was
You're
the response?
not going to get a response about adultery out of me. And if that's your...
Well, then it sounds like we're not going to be debating then. So do you not want to debate me? Are you scared to debate me?
I want to debate abortion, not adultery.
Are you scared to debate me?
I'm not. Why would I be up if I was scared of you?
Because you're unwilling to engage with the argument that I'm providing with you right now.
Would you relic in the fact that you might be intimidating a woman on your panel? Irregardless, let's talk about what
how
we
embarrassing
were
of
talking
you just to try to portray everything that I'm just trying to say. I want you to engage with this argument, and you're trying to like brand it as like I'm trying to intimidate women. How embarrassing that you have to hide behind the shield. That you have to hide behind that shield in order to actually not engage in the argument in the first place. How embarrassing is that? Would you like to actually like engage with the question? Like you are grasping for straws right now. You're like, what can I do? What can I do to try to not be able to answer this question? I can try to brand Parker as a misogynistic, even though I support a misogynistic candidate for president over a qualified black woman. Like, do you want to actually engage with the point that I made? I'm waiting. Do you think just because adultery should be legal, that then means you think it should happen? No. Just because you think adultery should be legal does not mean you think it should happen. So when you tried to strawman my position and say that I don't want black babies to be born because I think abortion should be legal, that is a dishonest argument to make. So I'm actually showing you right here, with basic reason, basic hypotheticals here, how your reasoning there made no sense. And all you've done is try to portray me, right, as like some crazy person instead of actually engaging with that point, which tells me you know that I'm right, you're just unwilling to engage with the point. Now, I've been way too nice to you. You don't deserve this, but I'm still going to do it because I would think that you need to engage with this point.
Right. So when are you going to acknowledge abortion and not adultery?
Lita, think of the under control. So did you not just hear how I explained how it was relevant? And like it was relevant to the reasoning that you provided within the context of the conversation that we talked about in terms of abortion?
As proof that if I think adultery should be illegal, but that also wouldn't mean that I support it at the same time.
Yeah, you don't think it should happen, yet you think it should be legal. So when you're making the argument that I think black babies shouldn't be born, it's a dishonest argument because you're trying to portray me as a racist, which is ridiculous because you literally support Donald Trump, the racist candidate for president, over the black woman that's qualified. That's not racist.
He's not racist.
He is racist. He literally depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as apes and then never apologized for it. He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, right? He specifically called for the execution, or no, sorry, that's the wrong word. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, even though there's no evidence of that, and there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said that Haitian immigrants coming to the country were eating cats and dogs with absolutely no evidence, when he just literally assumed that because he saw a video of a black woman from Canton, Ohio, specifically who's a U.S. citizen, having a mental breakdown, and he assumed specifically because they're black that they're a Haitian immigrant.
Oh, I was wondering when the drinking from a fire hydrant would stop. Can you
everything but actually engaging with any of my points. It's actually hilarious at this point.
I'd
It's
actually
really
rather
funny.
talk about this than adultery in the first place anyway. So W Parker for moving away from that.
Melly, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Dark Meridian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Yeah, people don't see the benefit from it. It's ridiculous. Rebel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Lindsay, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Lindsay. Thank you. Can you thank all the donors for the money they just sent?
You're asking me to thank your donors?
Yeah, can you thank the donors who just sent me money?
I will thank them if you acknowledge that they shouldn't be in my DMs talking about shit about me right now. Would you support that or no?
What are they saying in your DMs?
Oh God, if I can't even repeat it because I personally have been restricted from displaying or saying the things that they say to me. When I left Dean's Live, which you were on earlier, which you're trying to mimic.
Well, then I think anything that specifically is so horrible that you can't say, obviously, I would disagree with.
Interrupting me again.
I was just telling you I disagree with that. I just wanted to make that clear. I'm sorry. Does that?
So you don't think that there should be people right now, your supporters that are sending you money, those same people in my DMs telling me disgusting shit?
I don't think the people who are sending me money are in your DMs saying disgusting shit. I think there's a bunch of trolls in the live stream that are probably doing that in order to be able to get you to respond this way, because a bunch of people who are trolls do that all the time. Nikki, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. They said people like her don't care about children once they are born, just control of other people's rights.
That's not true.
Dark Meridian, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. They said I can't even repeat what I've said in her DM because I haven't been in her DM. Thank you so much, Dark Meridian. Thank you. If you haven't DM'd her, wait, by the way, if you haven't DM'd her, type 3 in the comment section.
Awesome. So again, I'll thank your donors once you acknowledge that I should have people that give you and Dean money in my comments telling me disgusting shit. Are you capable of doing that or not?
Well, if anyone's saying disgusting shit to you, that's horrible, but I don't think it's anyone giving me money.
It doesn't matter.
Like Canadian Vicky, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. You were saying?
Yep. So the people that support you and Dean, I'll thank them once you acknowledge that they shouldn't be telling me disgusting shit in my DMs. Are you capable
I actually
of that?
just told you, anyone who said disgusting things to you, I disagree with that.
You disagree, but then you go, but I do think that it would be a point of relevance in order to invoke you to actually respond to what I'm saying.
Wait, repeat what you just said. I couldn't really hear you.
Awesome. So you said that you don't support them being in my DM saying disgusting shit. However, you do think that it serves a purpose because then it will invoke me to respond to what you think that I'm not addressing.
No, I never said it serves a purpose. The people who are in the DMs saying disgusting things to you, I never said that.
Well, then I'm not. It's right. So then, if you say right now that they shouldn't do that, that's wrong. Then I'll thank your donors.
Yeah, they shouldn't do that. That's wrong.
All right. Thank you guys for supporting Parker.
Yeah, can you thank Joe for the $50? Thank you very much on Venmo for guesses insufferable. I don't know how you do it. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate the $50. Thank you. Can you thank Joe for the $50?
Sure. Good job, Joe. Do it again.
Can you say thank you to them?
Thank you to all of Parker's supporters that believe that they have a moral justification to incite violence, racism, and greed in order to get him, I guess, on health insurance without a stable income, etc., etc. Good for you guys. You're helping him out a lot.
So you think people who are donating money are saying it's justified to incite violence and racism? Because we're the ones arguing against inciting violence and racism, because we argue
but
against
I've got
Trump, who's a
proof that they're
racist who
not.
incited violence.
Yeah, what's your go ahead and pull up some sources about what you said about him being racist.
Yeah, I actually already told you. He literally depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as apes. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, to undermine him. You don't remember any of this?
Proof.
You haven't seen any of this?
Proof.
Okay. Okay. You can find this from CNBC, or actually, hold up, sorry. You can find this from right here, Reuters, The Independent. Trump racist post depicting Obamas as apes.
So you have proof that Donald Trump sent that out?
That was him and his administration. He won't apologize for it.
So you don't know for sure if he did post that or not?
Wait, he did post it. He admitted to posting it.
Donald Trump admitted to posting it?
Yes.
And then it wasn't anything to do with his administration?
He admitted to posting it, right, and claimed that
He
he
admitted
didn't
to
see the end of the
posting it and then
video,
didn't apologize
and then
for it.
literally didn't, or said that he wouldn't apologize for it.
Okay.
I can give you more. Like you said, you want me to Trump undermining Obama being born in the country? Okay. Okay, I have here from AP News, and this is reversing course. Trump admits Obama was born in the U.S., and it describes that how Donald Trump literally said that he didn't believe that Obama was born in the United States, and
That's
then
really a
finally,
news source.
here in 2016, admits that it was.
No, I don't accept accusations as proof.
This isn't accusations. This is him claiming it. Like, there's literally like
So you have
him
an
saying
audio
it
clip
publicly.
of him saying that?
Yes, there's like literally public clips of him saying this.
So
Okay, this is
public
not
clips of him
this.
saying that
Yeah,
and
yeah, you
public
can
clips
literally
that he
see it
posted
on
that
social media.
picture.
He posted about it like literally all the time.
And is the picture of Michelle Obama and Barack
Yeah, you can find this from
Obama on
factually.co.
social media?
When did Donald Trump first publicly question Barack Obama's birthplace? And it says Donald Trump began publicly promoting doubts about Obama's birthplace during a 2011 episode in which he pressed for Obama's birth certificate, saying he would not let it go.
So you have a recording of him saying those?
I'm literally referencing a source that cites literally him talking about it publicly. Yes.
It's a news source.
Yeah, of literally him talking about it publicly.
So then I would be allowed to bring up a news source to support what I believe without ridicule or question, correct?
If the news source has evidence and them saying things publicly, yes. I mean, this is him saying it publicly in many situations. It's not just in one scenario. It's he repeatedly said this publicly. And I can give you countless sources of this. I was just giving you where the information is categorized so you can see. Like
So
the PBS, CNN,
the Post,
Chicago Tribune,
those comments
Good
about
Morning
Obama.
America, BBC.
And then what else?
Go ahead.
You said the tweet and then you said the stuff about Barack Obama that he apparently said.
Yeah, he had
What's next?
interviews. There was literally claims, right, that
All
he
right,
made
so
on these different.
I'm gonna look into those things.
That's fine.
But I need you to then move on to the next point. You said like 10,000 things. We talked about 2 so far, and I'll research those once I'm off the stream. What's the third reason?
Well, we brought up how he made up a lie that people were eating cats and dogs and pets, right, who were Haitian migrants coming to the country because he saw a video of a black woman from Canton, Ohio, who's a U.S. citizen, who wasn't even in Springfield, having a mental breakdown. Okay, and he decided to, because that they were black, assume that they were a Haitian migrant coming to the country to then perpetuate violence targeted towards the Haitian community within the country.
Okay, part 4.
You want me to keep going?
Well, yeah, I'm going to
He didn't rent to
research
black
these
people in the
things.
1970s?
So we're going point for point that I'm going to research later, so that way we can move forward with the conversation.
Okay, that's fine. He didn't rent
So
to black
then
people in the 1970s?
Those first 3 points that you said, the tweet, the birth certificate,
Central
and
Park
then
5.
the eatings, the cats and dogs. Then the fourth thing is Essential Part 5.
Yeah.
Okay, and then point 6.
It would be point 5. And that would be the fact that he said that
Point
Kamala
5.
Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. Him
So
undermining
she
her
is
being
or
black.
she isn't black.
She is black. Oh my god.
So then Donald Trump said that she's not.
Yeah. Do you think
Point
that she's
6.
black?
I mean, I don't know if she is or isn't. That's
She
why I'm
is.
researching. Awesome. That's why I'm researching these things later.
Okay.
Part 6.
Number 6? I mean, I can keep going. I mean, how many more do you want? I don't know how you're going to remember all these.
Enough that you're going to make the claim, so that way then I'm able to go look into these things. And I've literally told you from the beginning of this that I was writing these things down, so I had them. So you literally said the tweet. I'm not going to say like a word about it. The tweet. Then your next point was Obama's birth certificate. And then the next one was the Central Park 5, the eating the cats and dogs. And then the next one was, I forgot. What was the next one? We had the tweet, the birth certificate,
Central Park
the cats.
5.
Oh, Central Park 5. And then what's the next one?
It seems like you have enough that you need to like focus on there.
So you're not going to give me more?
I mean, I don't. How much more do you want me to give you? I can.
As
but
many as you have.
What's up?
As many as you have. That can be
I think
supported
that's too
with
long of a line to go
unbiased
through.
research. What?
I think that's too much to go through. I'm not going to go through a whole list of
For now, you're not going to
40
go through
things.
it. Okay. 40 things. So you gave me 5 things.
Yeah, I think that's good enough. Is that not?
I mean, you said you had more. I'm confused as to why you're not telling me more.
Because I already gave you plenty.
Then why mention that you have more?
Because I do?
Okay, so then prove it by giving it to me then.
I mean, how long is that going to last for? I can claim that I have more, and you're just going to keep telling me to keep giving you more. And how long is that going to go? Is
I know,
5
it's
is
up to
5
you.
not enough for demonstrating that Trump is racist?
I mean, those 5 things are controversial, to say the least.
Yeah.
It would need to be backed up by
he was
verifiable
racist,
evidence that they did those things.
There was evidence for all of them.
Yeah, I know. That's not how that works, but okay. And you can believe that, and that's completely fine with me if you want to believe that.
You said that's not how it works.
You haven't
I
been able to
gave you the
provide-
evidence, and you didn't even look
You
into it
haven't
yet.
been able to provide a credible source that can back up any of these claims. Outside of an
Yeah, I have.
accusation, there's no verifiable
I
proof.
literally
that
just
he did
cited you a
any of
source like literally 3 minutes ago.
a news source.
Yeah, that cites the fact that he publicly talked about these things repeatedly all the time.
But yet my source was like inadequate for you.
Because you
it
cited
was
me
supporting
a
what I said.
pro-life think tank for
A
a specific
pro-life think
source
tank.
about abortion statistics. Yeah.
Do you think that there is racial disparity in abortion?
I think that disproportionately black women get access to abortion. That's true. But you would then be restricting black women disproportionately if you're going to restrict access to it. So just because black women disproportionately get abortion does not mean that that's like I want black babies to die or something, because I want black women to have the choice to get access to an abortion if they want. Like that, it's just so dishonest for you to try to
Is
frame
your
it that way,
comment-
to try to
are you
portray
gonna
me as
argue bodily
racist, when
autonomy?
you literally won't acknowledge that Donald Trump, the guy that you support for president of the United States, is fucking racist as shit. Like, literally, can you please acknowledge it? Like, acknowledge any of these points
No,
or
he's
engage
not
with any of them.
racist. No, he's not racist.
Okay, so then stop trying to brand me as a racist for no fucking reason.
It's not for no fucking reason. It's because of
It
abortion.
is for no fucking reason.
So abortion has no reason.
Yeah, saying that me being pro-choice is me being racist is a really stupid thing to say.
No, you supporting Planned Parenthood would make you racist.
So supporting that Planned Parenthood provides access to comprehensive sex ed, contraceptives, and abortion access is not saying that I'm racist. Like, that makes no sense.
If you support Planned
How is that
Parenthood,
racist? Can you tell me?
If you support Planned Parenthood, then that means that you support the entire organization, because it is an organization and it has locations that are disproportionately located in black and
Do you
minority
support
communities.
do you support some of the things the U.S. government does?
Do I support what? Some
Do
of
you
the things
support
the
some
United
of the
States
things the
does?
U.S. government does?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
I promise
Do you
you'll
understand
explain
that
it.
Margaret Sanger
I promise
is
you'll explain it. Like, it's like every single time I ask you a
probably one of
question,
the
it's like you
most racist
purposely just
people
don't
I've ever
engage with
met.
it. If you just choose not to engage, I'll just thank people until you're willing to engage with my questions.
Your questions are irrelevant.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marina. I appreciate the 25 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I totally got you there. Thank you very much. Javier, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section.
Sanger believes
Ellen, thank you for the
eugenics
$10. Thank you very
is
much, Ellen. I
inherently
appreciate it. Thank you.
racist and
Christine, thank you so much for the $10.
ideology
I really appreciate
that
Christine. Thank you
labels
very
poor
much.
people and puts
Scarlett,
up
thank you for the
children.
$5. Thank you very much,
Eugenics is the
Scarlett. Of
theory that
course. I
society
really
can
appreciate it. Thank you so
reproduce
much.
and
Give some
breed,
W's for
but it's
Scarlett
all
in the
up to
comment
its
section
life
right now.
intelligence and
Thank you so
industrial-
much, Scarlett. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Scarlett in the comment section. Lindsay, thank you for the $50
In the
on
early
Venmo.
part of
Thank
the
you so much,
country,
Lindsay.
eugenic
Hey,
ideas
Kenzie,
were
can you thank Lindsay for the $50 on Venmo?
educated and privileged.
Can you
mostly
thank
white
Lindsay for the
Americans.
$50 on Venmo?
Margaret Sanger pronounced her belief in
Can
and
you
alignment with
thank Lindsay for the $50 on Venmo?
many times in her writings.
Can you thank Lindsay for the $50 on
Scientific
Venmo?
Journal Birth Control
Can
Review.
you thank Lindsay for the $50 on Venmo?
She was so intent on her mission.
Melody,
to
thank you so much for the
advocate
$5.
birth
Thank you very
control
much. I appreciate it. Thank
that
you.
she chose
Rodney,
to
thank you
align
for the $2.
herself with
Mr. Flinch, thank you so much for the
ideas and
$5.
organizations
Thank
that
you
were
very much. I
ableist
really
and
appreciate it, Mr. Flinch. Thank you very much. Irvin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I
In
really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the
1926,
comment
she spoke
section
to
right
the
now.
women's
Thank you.
auxiliary
Yeah,
of
it's a
the
ridiculous
KKK.
talking point. Trey, thank you for the
At a
$5. Thank
rally
you very
in
much.
Jersey
I
to
appreciate it.
promote
Thank you so
birth
much,
control
Trey.
methods.
Thank you. Vance, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you
Sanger
very much.
believed
For what's
and
your favorite
endorsed the
movie? It sounds like a good
1920
time to talk about that. Yes, my favorite movie
Buck versus-
is actually The Revenge of the Sith. So thank you very much. I really
in
appreciate it. Thank
which
you for that
the
nice
US
question. I
Supreme
really appreciate it.
Court
Thank you. Lori, thank you for the $20 for Callers Racist too. Thank you.
forcibly
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Give some
sterilized
W's for them in the
black
comment
people
section right
against
now.
their will.
Thank you so much, Lori. Can we get some W's for Lori in the comment section right now?
The acceptance
And
of
can
this
you thank
decision
Lori for the $20?
and other thought leaders
She just doesn't stop. Kenzie.
for tens of thousands of
All right, let's let her get it out.
sterilized against their will. In 1939, Sanger began what was called the N-Word Project alongside black leaders like W.E. Du Bois, Mary McLeod Bethune, and Reverend Adam Clayton Powell. The mission of the Negro Project was to put black doctors and nurses in charge of birth control clinics to reduce mistrust of the healthcare system that was forming to become racist because of Margaret Sanger, who ended up losing control of the project, and black women were sent to white doctors for birth control and follow-up appointments, deepening the racist and paternalistic problems of healthcare in the South.
Are you done?
I mean, I've got more. I can keep going. This is from Planned Parenthood's website, by the way. Just so you
Okay.
know.
So can I clarify? Do you think that I support that? Because I think that some of the things that Planned Parenthood provides today in the current modern day are good to be provided for people, like comprehensive sex education, contraceptive access, and then abortion access?
I don't think they should have abortion access.
Wait, no, that's not an answer to my question. Do you think that makes me a racist?
I think if you support Planned Parenthood, yes, you're racist.
So, by the way, because I support abortion access that Planned Parenthood provides, comprehensive sex ed, and contraceptives, like them providing those things, that makes me a racist?
Planned Parenthood is the largest provider of abortions in our country.
Can I just
So we
clarify?
can have,
Does that make me
we can have an
racist?
organization that supports.
So just to clarify, me
those
supporting
things.
those particular things that Planned Parenthood does, that makes me a racist?
I think that abortion being the most disgusting form of
So I'm not hearing a response. Does that make me a racist? Yes or no?
supporting Planned Parenthood, yes, would make you racist.
So
because they are the
me
largest
specifically
provider.
supporting the actions of Planned Parenthood, specifically to provide more access to contraceptives, to provide specifically comprehensive sex ed, and access to abortion, you think that makes me a racist?
If they took out the abortion,
Does
I don't
that
think,
in of itself make me a racist?
if they took out abortion,
Yes or a no? I want to hear a yes or a no.
you're not going to get a yes or a no because that's not any like take abortion out of it. I would support Planned Parenthood most likely.
Okay,
But
so that
you're
doesn't make you a
choosing-
racist then, right?
Well, I don't support Planned Parenthood because I don't support what they do with abortion.
So by the way,
no.
don't bring up Planned Parenthood. That's not relevant. You think abortion access is racist? Is that what it is?
No.
Okay, so abortion access is not racist, contraceptive access is not racist, and nor is comprehensive sex ed. Therefore, if I support those three things, that does not make me a racist.
If you support Planned Parenthood doing abortion, then yes, you are.
That's not racist. You're being ridiculous. Okay? So you
I
just
think
said
you're
you just said
being
if you
racist.
support abortion access, you're a racist. That's what you just
That
said.
is not what I said.
Okay, so then how is supporting abortion access provided by Planned Parenthood somehow racist?
Because
Like
they
today, by the way,
target-
Planned Parenthood today.
Because they target Black minority communities.
What's the argument that today that Planned Parenthood exists to target black babies explicitly?
It doesn't say that they are
So you have
targeting
no
Black-
argument that today specifically Planned Parenthood is targeting black babies to then abort them?
This circles
So you
back to the
just
very
claimed that
first
with
thing
no
that I
evidence?
said.
That's surprising. That's surprising that a Trump supporter would be claiming things with no evidence, right? I never would have expected that.
Right, and you can believe that, but that's not what I said. And that's fine.
Is
Like,
it
I'm not
not
going to
what
be
you
able
just
to
said?
change
Like,
your
I'm pretty sure
mind.
that's exactly what you just said.
No, I don't think
Oh, okay.
abortion access.
So just clarify to us. Like, what did you say then?
So I don't think abortion access in and of itself is racist. However,
Okay, thank you
Planned
for the
Parenthood
concession.
being the largest because it's not a concession. I said that a few
It is a
minutes ago.
concession.
You're not listening. It's
So
not a
how
concession
could you say that me
abortion
supporting Planned Parenthood providing access to abortion
Seriously,
is somehow
stop
going to be
interrupting
racist?
me. Stop interrupting
Okay.
me. So I said earlier, I don't think abortion access in and of itself is racist. I think it's wrong, but I don't think it's racist.
Okay.
Planned Parenthood being the largest provider of abortion in our country and how they are statistically astronomically located in Black minority communities, stemming from a woman who began the organization, which I assume, hopefully praying to Jesus, you would agree that she is racist. And the fact that because they've made themselves so accessible in these communities after having an origin like that, it would be racist. If they took abortion out of it, I could understand why it wouldn't necessarily be a racist organization. However, I don't believe that because they are the largest provider of abortions and they're statistically astronomically located in Black minority communities, I don't think is a coincidence. And you
So
must.
how about this? If I said I don't support Planned Parenthood, but I support Planned Parenthood providing access to abortion, would you then think I'm racist?
If you support Planned Parenthood providing access to abortion, yes.
But I said that I
you
don't
are
support Planned Parenthood. Would you still consider me racist?
If you don't support Planned Parenthood giving abortions, no, I don't think that you would be racist.
Okay, so if I support other providers giving abortions out, that's not racist. But if I support Planned Parenthood giving abortions out, then that's racist.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying you can still support access to abortion and not be racist?
You can support access to abortion without being racist, yes.
Okay, so let's just say that we don't call it Planned Parenthood. Let's call it something else. We'll change the name. Is it racist now?
I think the origins with what they're doing now isn't a coincidence.
Okay, so if we just we just get rid of Planned Parenthood, but we provide the exact same resources with a different name, would it be racist?
Well, you're talking about Planned Parenthood just like changing its name.
No, yeah,
It's no longer-
if we just get rid of Planned Parenthood, but we provide the exact same resources and change the name, there's a different name, everything, would it be racist?
I would not think so.
Okay, so then, like, let's say I support that. Okay? Can you now stop calling me a racist? Because it's fucking stupid?
I never called you a racist.
You did, you dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? You absolutely called me a racist.
Ooh, no. I said if you support Planned Parenthood, then yes, you are racist.
And I acknowledge that I do support Planned Parenthood providing access to abortion. Therefore, you literally called me a racist.
You support a racist organization.
I don't think that Planned Parenthood as exists today is a racist organization. I think you're ridiculous.
I think that you are horrifically undereducated on this topic.
Okay, says the person who supports the racist for President Donald Trump.
He's not racist.
He absolutely is racist. You were like actually uneducated about the topic. You said you had to look into all of the things that I brought up. I brought you 5 different reasons as to why Donald Trump did different things that are racist. And by the way, you said you have to look into all of them.
Right. I'm not going to speak on something that I don't know about.
Ironic that you are right now.
You don't understand how Planned Parenthood is racist, so how does that make me...
They're not currently racist. I think it's ridiculous to portray them as racist just for providing access to abortion. And anyways, like, can you actually, like, debate me on abortion outside of just trying to portray this as racist? Like, do you just lack the ability to actually debate abortion?
Well, when do you think life begins? When does human development
Conception.
begin? Okay, and then you wouldn't say that it would be immoral while it's inside of the mother. Outside of the mother, wrong. Inside of the mother, not wrong.
I think it's valuable at the point of sentience, which is 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
So then you don't support any abortion procedure that happens outside of the point of viability.
After the point of viability, there's an induction of labor that doesn't lead to the death of the fetus. Right? And after sentience, I would think elective abortions are wrong. Right? But I wouldn't think that it should be illegal because I think it would inevitably restrict people from getting it in the exceptions, whether it be self-defense or rape, rather than actually restricting people from getting it in situations in which which I would deem it to be murder.
And you believe life begins at conception?
Yes.
Do you think that we should have laws in our country to protect the lives of patients?
Say that one more time.
Do you believe that we should have laws in our country that protect the lives of patients?
Sure, yeah.
Do you think those laws should also apply to people who weren't born in the United States but are legal citizens here?
Yeah.
Well, then I would argue that those laws should also apply to patients that weren't born in the United States yet, because we are diagnosing, curing, and treating babies in the womb as patients.
Yeah, you're not understanding. Like I value it after the point of sentience.
A patient is a person, no matter how small.
I understand. It's sentient in the womb still. So I'm not
No,
saying I
you
value
said-
it once
you
it
said
leaves the
life-
womb.
You said life begins at conception.
I agree.
And I
Yeah.
asked you, should we have laws that protect the lives of patients? You said yes. Then I
Yes.
asked you, should those laws also apply
Is
to patients
is the
who weren't
embryo a
born
patient?
in the United States?
Is the embryo a
So
patient?
if you agree with that, then you would also have to understand that those laws should also apply to patients who weren't born in the United States yet.
I don't know what you think you're doing with this.
I'm proving
I
that
value
you
it once it's
saying
sentient. Okay.
You believe life
Do you
begins at
think-
conception.
I agree. I don't know why you keep making this point. I value sentient life, not cellular life.
But sentient life is too vague, and you're straying
it's
away
not.
from what I'm
Then
saying.
cellular life is too vague.
We are diagnosing, curing, and treating babies in the womb every day as patients. And if you think we should have laws that protect the life,
Actually, the pregnant
those
individual would be the
patients-
patient, not the fetus, bro. What are you talking about?
well, we wouldn't perform open heart surgery on a fetus and then say we performed open heart surgery on the mother.
We would say that you wouldn't perform open heart surgery on a fetus while in the womb.
Any other procedure?
Yeah, what type of procedure?
Any procedure.
Yeah, tell me what type of procedure you do and you operate on the fetus while in the womb.
I'll answer that once you substantiate the fact that you just
You'll
contradicted
answer it once
yourself.
this, which is literally what you say all the
Yep.
time to never answer any questions.
Because you're not saying things that
You're
are...
not a serious person. You are unwilling to engage with any of the arguments I provide because you know that they prove you wrong. It's actually embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. I'm not embarrassed. You might be embarrassed for me, and that would be really sad. But it's okay. I have thick skin. I'm not embarrassed. I think it's embarrassing that you just said that we should have laws to protect the life of patients, and you agree that life begins at conception, yet now we have a condition of sentience. So you don't value all life.
I
and you
already
must
had
not.
said sentience.
But you didn't say life begins at sentience. You said life begins at conception.
Yeah, because I know that you're talking about cellular life. Okay, there's different notions of life. There's
we
sentient
all
life, there's
have
cellular
cells.
life.
We all have cells.
Yeah, but
Parker.
there's different notions of life. Cellular life, sentient life, etc. By the way, I'll
But
still
you
be able to
didn't
hear you. I'm just
say-
going to turn on my AC. You can make your point.
What? What did you say?
Hello, are you there? I hear you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see who you were. I thought he left. I didn't know that somebody else came up. Again, he just said
Gonna
life.
say something, or are you just going to sit here and be
He
quiet?
just said. You just interrupted me. He said that life begins at conception, which is true. But then we shouldn't protect life for babies in the womb pre-sentience. So how does that make any sense? He didn't say worthy life or human life or sentient life or morally valuable life. He said life, which is all encompassing. But then he doesn't support protecting the life of patients inside of the womb. They
Okay,
left.
so when I said life begins at conception, right, I was understanding that you were referencing cellular life, okay? And I specified right after in the next sentence that I care about it after the point of sentience. I literally said that. So your whole argument here is purposefully leaving out things that I clarified within my statements to try to make it seem like there's an argument against me.
Fetal surgery refers to operations performed on babies still in the womb, while neonatal surgery refers to operations performed on newborns. These types of surgery encompass a wide range of different techniques and typically used to treat a variety of birth defects, pre or post birth. So we are diagnosing, curing, and treating babies inside of the womb as patients, which you agree we should have laws that would protect that life.
You said we
Yet
did
you
what
say
in the womb?
It would only matter outside of the point of sentience that you just referenced.
Okay, I've already clarified I value after the point of sentience. I don't know why you're trying to do this like semantic game of like, oh, I care about it prior to the point. I don't know what your whole point is here.
My whole point is that you are contradicting yourself.
There was no contradiction.
That's
just you misunderstanding my position.
I think that's you misunderstanding how you're going to deliver that opinion, irregardless of how.
Nope.
Irregardless of the question I
This
just
is
asked.
by the way, this is what she has to do because she has no actual argument against my position.
I love it. You don't have anything relevant to say about the things that I'm talking about.
I've done that, and whenever I try to ask you questions, you try to say,
You
"I'll
also
answer your
asked
questions as soon as you talk about these million different things that are irrelevant."
But you said, what procedures are they doing on babies in the womb? I said open heart. You said that's not happening. Fetal surgery is performed on unborn babies who have treatable conditions that will worsen as they continue to develop in the womb, pre or post sentience. So you're going to have to make a choice.
So you said they do.
You
said they're doing open heart surgery in the womb.
You have to make a choice.
Do you think that they're doing open heart surgery while in the womb?
On the baby inside of the womb?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked into that. But I do know that we are diagnosing, curing, and treating babies in the womb as patients.
Yeah, you think it's possible that we're doing open heart surgery on fetuses in the womb. You're fucking crazy. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
It would be out of the womb at that point to do the fucking open heart surgery.
Okay,
How the
fine,
hell
then
would
throw
we
that
do
away.
open heart surgery while it's in the womb? Come on.
Cool, awesome. I'm wrong. Move on.
Okay, well, let's go through a few things here. All right.
Do you even know that they are doing these things, though? By the way, in the first place, that they are performing
Can
surgery
I ask
on
you some
children?
questions? Because I've answered a bunch of your questions. Can I start asking some questions?
If they're relevant and respectful. You're not going to call me a dumbass again.
I'm sorry that hurt your feelings.
It did hurt my feelings, but you're not going to talk to me that way. So you're either going to talk respectfully or I'll leave, and that's fine. Or you can drop me. I don't really care.
You're a dumbass.
Oh, thank you for that. I hope you have a great day. And
Bye-bye.
I hope you don't I hope you don't impregnate any women that are pro-choice. Hi, Parker. I'll be back.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
87.
And you said you're 18?
Huh?
And you said you're 18?
I say 18. I said 38, my boy.
38? Okay. All right. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you said you'd vote for Trump, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the greatest president of all time.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Because he's for the people.
Okay. Alrighty. And what makes you think that?
He's created jobs. Gas prices are at the lowest.
Gas prices have gone up, and job growth is the worst that it's been in the past 4 years.
But do you know that Biden has deported more people than Trump has?
Are you trolling?
What?
Are you trolling?
Why would I troll, my nigga?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
1848 Peterson Avenue.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
I was born in 1992.
You said what?
92. What? Anyways.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, why'd you platform that last girl for an hour after she's...
Because they're a Trump supporter? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
May 9, 2006.
Okay. And what month were you born? You said what month again?
May 9, 2006.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his immigration policies.
Okay. And what immigration policy?
That they're sending aliens back to their country.
Okay, undocumented immigrants.
Yes,
and you want to
undocumented.
send them back to the countries that they came from. Okay. And why?
Because, like, they're taking a lot of jobs away, and it's causing a lot of unemployment rates to skyrocket.
Okay. You know that unemployment has gone up because of Trump's administration, and it was lower under Biden, right?
But it's also because of illegals taking jobs away.
Nope. Immigrants coming to our country actually increase the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens, and undocumented immigrants will fulfill jobs that will make other jobs that U.S. citizens will engage in more productive, and plus the types of jobs that are available to undocumented immigrants are different than the types of jobs available to U.S. citizens in typical, because of the fact that they can get paid below lower than minimum wage, and there aren't the regulations and laws in place to restrict things.
I would also like to add on about how crime rates are higher with illegals in the country, because like most of the crimes come from majority of the illegal immigrants.
No, undocumented immigrants are multiple times lower in terms of likelihood of committing a violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, alrighty. No debate. Alright, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let me thank some people real quick. Courtney, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Courtney in the comment section right now. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Kaylee in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Hank, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Hank in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Margaret, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Margaret. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's literally so ridiculous, their argument, all right? Isn't it insane? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Warren, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Warren. Lexi, thank you for the $2. Claire, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Claire. Give us some W's for Claire in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Claire. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said, I've been pretty dark stage, just a few, and just watched your live for the first time in a few weeks, and it's brought me a lot of joy. Watch it for 3 years. Keep it up, Parker. Thank you so much, Claire. I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that it's helped. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bree, think of the $2 for say hi, Chris, to me. Absolutely. What's up, Chris? Yes, I actually should. That'd be really funny. And then Saga, think of the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they do so at starting at 16 weeks. For invasive surgeries, they wait until 22 through 26 weeks. Isn't that for induction of labor, though? Well, I'll look it up. I'll look it up specifically. Alrighty. Only set a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. It's definitely not open heart surgery, though, for sure. Only set a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump? Only set a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only set a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My dad is super MAGA. So
make sure to make a different account if they're MAGA and they want to debate me. I can't have you be on if you're a minor, because people will go in and click on your stream, or I mean on your account. I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 45.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably still Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
You just want to go like one reason at a time.
Wait, say that one more time?
Okay. Yeah, I suppose you just want to go like one reason at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something personally that I do like with regards to Trump, I think that his position on gender is superior than Kamala's.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, so he holds to a more trans-exclusive view. Kamala holds to a more trans-inclusive view. I don't believe that trans women are women, so any standard that's set that kind of promotes or establishes or is more in line with that idea of accepting that trans men are men or trans women are women is something that I'm going to be at its face opposed to.
Okay, so is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah.
Such as?
Starting, I don't know, like bringing back SLAVERY.
Like bringing back slavery?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like if he was sexually abused a woman, would you still support him?
Well, you're saying if he did. I do acknowledge the case of E. Jean Carroll, but I think that there's a cumulative case of reasons that provides a sort of utilitarian justification for still making it justified to vote for Trump.
Even though he's a rapist? Because he simply denies trans identity?
Yeah. Well, although I'm against his character more than Kamala, I am very focused on consequences of current policy because, again, I am a consequentialist when it comes to my ethics. So,
Okay.
yeah,
What
that's
policy did Kamala Harris support in relation to trans identity that would cause such negative impacts on society and consequences on society that would get you to then see in your util calculation that there are more consequences from a Democratic presidency?
Yeah, so one of those, so it's going to be a cumulative case. It won't just be one singular reason. The case is cumulative, and one of the cases in that basket is going to be the overall more trans-inclusive view that she does hold, and Trump's overall more trans-exclusive view. So I think that things like promoting truth are intrinsically good. I think that Trump sort of having a more binary view of gender, not believing most likely that trans women are women. I think that these are going to be things at its value that I'm going to face because, I think that there's good arguments to prove that trans women are not women, and
Do you
vice
think
versa
that
for
Trump
men.
promotes truth to a greater extent?
With this specific topic, yes.
No, overall.
Oh, overall, no, but this is one of the reasons
Okay.
that count in favor of me voting for him. So
Wait, by the
truth.
way, so I asked you what was your justification for why denying trans identity gets you to like overlook him like raping a woman, and you said, "Oh, well, it's because I think promoting truth is inherently good." You now have acknowledged that Trump net promotes truth to a greater extent, or to a lesser extent. So if you
It's
agree with that,
wait, no.
well then if your whole basis for why you would say that you'd be willing to vote for the rapist is because he promotes truth, and he promotes
No, that's
truth
not
to a
the
lesser
reason. I said
extent,
it's
then
cumulative.
that couldn't be a reason as to why you support him. So
Nope,
what
I
other
said it's a
reasons
cumulative
within the
case of
cumulative?
reasons. Sure, within the cumulative case of things that Trump does that overturns, the E. Jean Carroll stuff, that's going to be social topics like gender and AB, abortion, and it's going to be crypto and whatnot. But the one I want to start with, because I think I'm pretty strong at defending it, is his position on gender. That's the first one in the basket I want to, crack.
Okay, because we already went through that one. What about abortion?
Wait, what do you mean we went through that one? You have not defended the left's overall position of gender being trans-inclusive. We have not been over that.
Yeah, so you went over how you liked it because you thought it promoted truth and you think that's inherently good. And then you just conceded that Trump net promotes good at a lesser degree. So that whole argument you provided for why you think it's good to deny trans identity fell right on its ass.
No, because if I were to support Trump on the basis, if my supporting reason for Trump was on the basis that it's truth, he promotes truth, then yes, that argument wouldn't work because if you're talking about net utility,
No, in
he
relation
promotes
to that
more lies than
topic, dude.
truth.
In relation to that
I am
topic. So
saying-
the reason why I said we should move on from that topic and we talk about the other things you brought up, abortion and crypto, is because I already showed how specifically in relation to that particular topic, you've already undermined the basis for the argument, saying that Donald Trump is promoting truth at a lesser extent than Harris.
He is, but my reason is not just based off of truth for voting for Trump. It's a cumulative case
I
of
understand,
reasons, and
but
that basket.
your reason in relation to gender was because you think promoting truth is good, correct? Or what are the
It's
other
not the only
reasons
reason for
cumulative in
gender.
relation to gender?
It's also because of the trans spaces and sports and whatnot. But this is one of the reasons within the basket of supporting Trump.
Which
I don't
is
just
relative
support his
to you
position
denying
just 'cause-
trans identity, is it not?
No, there's also ethical reasons besides that. But truth
So like
is one of the big reasons.
you don't want
with-
men to go into women's spaces, for example?
It's not just that. It's
Okay.
more so the sports aspect. I think that he set a good standard for when it comes to sports.
Can I ask you a question about
the
that?
truth. Yeah.
Do you think that the federal government should restrict local sports organizations from allowing trans people to play?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, I do.
So they should be
yeah.
forcing local sports organizations to operate in specific ways.
Absolutely, yep. So Parker, now that I've told you that there's a basket of reasons as to why I support Trump, and gender is one of the things in this basket of reasons, would you like to address one of the eggs in my basket, which is that Kamala supporting a position that promotes something to be either a less, I'm going to call it a less justified position than Trump's position on gender, which is it's more trans exclusive.
Okay, so let's go through and let's talk about this because I think I've already proven how like your whole other arguments surrounding that are ridiculous.
It just seems like a red herring on your end, but okay.
Yeah, how so?
Because when I bring a gender, and then you start saying things like, "Oh yeah, but Trump is, a rapist and such a bad person," I don't want to say it's whataboutism, but it seems like instead of just addressing the debate right on its head and proving the left's position, which is that, according to the left, there's such great, reasons to accept that trans women are women, it seems like you're just not really doing that. So
You came on the live and you said that you were you looked at the single issue, right? Originally, that's what you said. And you said that this is something that you take into consideration as a reason as to why you support Trump. And then I criticized that by saying, okay, well, then you're overlooking all of these other things, and you think that this is a reason to overlook those things, and you think that's a red herring? No, that's directly addressing the original point you brought up of being a single issue voter, which you then changed, by the way, and said that there were multiple reasons.
Well, from the start, I didn't say that this was the only issue. I believe I said it's my strongest issue, but aside from that,
Maybe
okay, so let me try to put it
But
so
the,
let me, yeah,
I mean,
it
the
could
point
be.
is still relevant then, is that you specifically think that that would be a relevant reason to overlook all of the harms implicated by Trump. That's always a relevant thing to
No,
bring
because
up. And by the way, I was still willing
Mhm.
to engage directly with all those points. You
Mhm.
just cut me off and didn't let me do so. I was still going to
Okay,
directly address how I think that being trans inclusive is better, and I think that trans people's gender identity is valid and
Okay.
logical.
Okay, sure. So I guess we can start. Can you define what a woman is?
Yes, an adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their gender identity. Can you define what a man is?
An adult human male. Give me 1 second. I want to
Are you
just
Christian?
briefly write down. You said, nope.
You're
You
not?
said an
Okay.
adult. You said an adult human person. An adult human person who has some sort of commitment. What sort of
Who's
commitment?
committed towards the social and cultural norms typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their gender identity.
Typically associated with the female sex. And then what was the last part?
As a prescription of their gender identity.
As a prescription of gender identity. Okay. So let me go ahead and ask you a couple questions about this.
Okay.
So an adult human person. So is being a adult human person, are those necessary conditions?
I don't believe in necessary and sufficient conditions. This is just a typical definition that I provide in order to clarify meaning.
Wait a minute. So being a, okay, wait a minute. So being a person is not necessary?
Wait, I said I don't believe in necessary and sufficient conditions. Does that make necessary and sufficient? So there can be a necessary sufficient of being a person, but it's not necessary and sufficient. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. I think I understand what you mean. I'm just going to interpret that the most gratuitous way possible. Okay, so let's say that we have an adult human person who, for example, let's say in past wars, when women wanted to participate in wars, some of them, I believe this is a fact, some of them would like dress or like sound and try to act like a man in order to actually be able to participate in the war, because they used to say only men could enter. Do you think that while they were performing and aligning with these cultural norms typically associated with males, that they were now men?
But that wasn't as a prescription of their inner true self-identity.
How do we determine if something stems from a prescription of their gender identity?
And it's a description of their true internal identity. So how could we tell is a different question from whether or not it meets the criteria.
Okay, so true internal identity. Okay, so this needs to be like, you're saying that this needs to be in line with how they truly feel inside with regards to these social and cultural norms, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my first question is going to be, let's just say that we have a home or some sort of establishment that's full with disabled people. Let's say, unfortunately, these are some of the most disabled people of the country. There are people who maybe don't even have the notion of male or female. They don't know what a man or woman is. They unfortunately only hold to primitive sort of concepts such
Primitive
as...
is crazy.
I don't mean that in a rude sense. I mean that in a philosophical sense. But I'll try to use a different word that's more appropriate, let's just say. They hold to more unsophisticated sort of concepts. So would somebody who is in this scenario, and let's say that they're pregnant on top of that, and I say, hey, look at that person over there who's pregnant. She needs help with something. Or that woman who's pregnant over there, she needs help with something. Would that be correct under your view? Because let's say that they don't even have the concept of what it means to align or feel comfortable with a certain social norm. All they feel is like, I need to use the bathroom and I like, certain foods and etc.
I think that you can use definitions in different ways depending on the context. I think in that context, the way that you would typically be using the term is going to be in relation to one's biological sex, not an understanding of gender identity. For example, like you could do the same thing for like an individual who's brain dead, right? Specifically, or if there's a situation where there's like an infant, right? You're still going to use like if they're biologically male or biologically female, you're going to use the pronouns associated with that. Obviously, unless there was going to be a determination of a factor that it would be different than that, if that makes sense. So that's just based upon typicalities in what you're understanding, not based upon like an active understanding of the social construct of gender. So you can use it in a biological sense or in a social sense, depending on the context. There's no issue.
So I might have two critiques right now. So, well, possibly three. So number one is that you acknowledge that when you're investigating the constitutive parts of what a woman is, right? You're trying to come up with the necessary and sufficient conditions, or you're trying to go with what you base off of, which seems to be
insufficient conditions.
which is what I was just about to say. Which it seems like you're invoking a cluster concept, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That you can use different definitions depending on context. Yes.
Okay, which also means you think that woman is polysemic. It seems like, but possibly, or okay. So let's just address one point. So when you're doing you do acknowledge that what you're doing is a conceptual analysis, philosophically speaking, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And one of the criteria for success for a conceptual analysis is something known as extensional adequacy, which is trying to show that either the conditions that you give for a specific term is either too extended, meaning that it includes too many things in the set, or it's too narrow, meaning it excludes too many things in the set. So I believe that when in this hypothetical, when we point to the disabled person and we say, hey, look, that woman over there, it's showing that at least the conditions that you laid out, since they don't qualify as a woman under those conditions, it would show that it has a small flaw within the extensional adequacy of it.
No, I mean, I don't think that's a flaw. Like, I actually don't see a problem as it, but the definition that we use might change depending on the context, right? Like, for example, the term hot. We might use the term hot differently depending on the context. Some we might need temperature hot. Other scenarios we might mean spicy hot, okay? Do you understand? Or we might mean attractive hot, okay? Those are all different senses of the term, right? Do you have a necessary and sufficient conditions for what you mean to be hot, or is that going to be different depending on the condition?
Yeah, that's a subjective term. That I don't know.
Do you agree it will be different, which term you use, which definition of the term hot you use, depending on the context?
Yes, that's a subjective term.
Is there a
though.
term hot that applies in all cases? No, there
No,
isn't. So you need to
but
use different definitions to apply in all cases? Okay. Is that a problem?
I could show you how this is not analogous.
Explain.
Yeah. So the reason why is because of something known as semantic parsimony, which is that you're basically trying to say that there's several senses of the word woman, right? There's several senses of the word woman, and although your view cannot account for this specific hypothetical of how when people use the language woman, well, you're saying that there's other senses that can make up for it. So it's like, don't worry, although my definition cannot account for this data point within language, you're saying, okay, well, look, we could just hold to multiple senses of the word woman and that'll do. But under my worldview, I only have one sense of the word woman, which is adult human female, and that can account for all the data. So
I actually disagree. I can give you scenarios in which that doesn't apply. But like, hold on.
Is it going to be things like Superwoman, Wonder Woman?
Would that apply to you?
Well, no, I would say that in that case, so I have like two responses. Number one, I feel like that's just analogous to when we see, for example, a stone lion, like, at the front of a house, let's say they have a decoration like a stone lion, and we say, oh, look, it's a lion. Well, if you were to really press somebody on it and say, hey, is that actually a lion? They'd be like, well, no, it's just we're kind of personifying it, or we're using some sort of figurative...
You don't think Superwoman is actually a woman? You don't think Superman is actually a man?
I don't think they're literally a man. In the same way that a stone lion is not literally a lion.
I would think that Superman is literally a man.
In the same way that a stone lion is literally not a lion, no, I don't think that
Superman is literally a man,
actually...
though. Like, I mean, what?
And is a stone lion literally a lion?
You wouldn't say a stone lion is literally a lion. It's a representation of a lion. But you would.
Okay,
cool. I think that we would agree that
Superman is a representation of a man.
But based upon my understanding, I would agree that Superman is literally a man. You would have to argue that Superman is not literally a man under your view?
Yes, and in the same way that a stone lion is literally not a lion.
Okay, well, I don't think that those are comparable, because I think that, obviously, in the way that I use the term man, obviously it's going to apply. There's really no issue with that. And even so, like, we can have a standard that doesn't apply to human. But, I mean, even so, based on our definitions, we both used human within our definition. You could find that as a criticism for either or, and also you can get yourself out of that either or that actually isn't different under either argument. I was just curious to see how you'd respond to that. The point that I'm making is that you can use different senses of the term, and that's totally fine. There's no problem with that. In the same way that the temperature hot, right, isn't going to apply in all scenarios. Like if I give you a scenario of you're someone referencing someone as hot in an attractive sense, okay, that the temperature hot isn't going to apply in that case, but the attractive notion of hot will apply in that case. So just because I provided a case where the specific temperature notion of hot doesn't apply, isn't a notion to say that the temperature notion of hot is an incoherent use of the term. Or it doesn't have established meaning. Like it has established meaning. It is a coherent sense of the term, even though it doesn't apply in all cases. Depending on the context, we might use a different notion of the term hot in order to be able to apply.
Parker, we agree words can have several meanings. Like the word theory has the layperson's notion of just being a hunch or a guess, and then academically it means a empirical based explanation, right? Okay, we're cool. But here's one of my contentions. You would agree that simplicity is a virtue in philosophy, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Now, if I have one definition, right, and it's just adult human female, and I'm saying that it could account for all the same data, right? It could account for all of the senses that we use the word woman. I would argue that...
I disagree. For example,
okay,
can I give you an example? Have you ever watched Black Mirror?
Sure. I have not, honestly.
You have not. Okay. So let's suppose that your brain is sent into a simulation. Okay? And in the simulation, there's no biology within the simulation. It's a virtual simulation, okay? And in that simulation, right, your body on the other side, right, in this world is dead. Okay, this is after you die, okay? In the context of the world, you look the same, you're the exact same, everything about you is the exact same. Would it be reasonable for me to refer to you as a man?
Everything looks the same? Wait, you're saying I don't have a body, but everything looks the same?
Sorry, you don't have a physical body. You have a virtual body. It looks the same. It's virtual.
Okay, so I have a virtual body.
Yes.
Okay. And
but it's
this
not
body,
like a physical body.
If I'm kind of lost there because you're saying, how is it going to look the same, but it's not physical? Is it just a hologram?
Okay, so it is literally in the context of a virtual... Have you watched Rick and Morty?
I unfortunately, I don't watch TV. I'm not trying to be bad faith. I just don't watch shows or TV.
Okay. I know you're not trying to be bad faith. I was just asking to see if I have an explanation. Have you watched Jumanji?
I have not watched like any shows or movies. It's going to be a bad route to go.
Freaky Friday.
I am telling you, I have not watched any of this stuff. I'm just tell me the hypothetical. Is your body like a hologram? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, how about this? We take your consciousness, we put you in the brain of someone who's biologically female. Would it still make sense to refer to you as Jacob and a man?
It would make sense to call me Jacob, but I would no longer be a man in my worldview. I think that I would now, I would say, oh no, I have become a female. What has happened to me?
So would it not make sense to say that he is trapped in a woman's body? Or he is trapped in a biological female's body? Like you could, for example.
That he is trapped in a woman's body is fine.
Okay, so he. What is that in reference to?
Yeah, he. I think that's in reference to
biological characteristics. Right?
Jacob's preferred pronouns.
Let me please finish. If he is in reference to biological characteristics, they are biologically female. What is the he in reference to?
I don't think he is only in reference to sort of characteristics that are male or female. For example, we refer to a god. We will say like God, like maybe we'll refer to God with he, him pronouns, even though God is a foundational spirit who does not possess.
Giving an example of how gender is sociological and not always based in biology. Thank you.
But
Can you tell me what pronouns are?
Pronouns? Gosh, English is my third language. I believe it's just, I mean, I could explain it via example, like he, him, she, or her. I can't probably like reduce like how, you know, what it means grammatically.
Can you at least agree that it's in reference to one's gender identity?
I could say that yeah, I think I can agree to that, and I could still be fine on my position. I mean,
okay.
I could say it's worth refer to, yeah,
okay,
like
if it's in reference to one's gender
how
identity,
you align with masculinity or femininity.
Yeah, if it's in reference to one's gender identity, and in this case, you think the gender identity is defined solely by biology, then I think that you would have to agree that you cannot use the word he. Because they're biologically female. You said it was in reference to their gender identity. You think gender identity is biological. They have no biological traits that would be associated with the male sex.
I didn't say gender identity is biological. I said that gender is biological, but gender identity I did not say is biological.
Okay.
That's merely. Because because I think that maybe your gender identity can just be something like, okay, like I'm generally like a masculine person, meaning that I possess many traits that are typically associated with the male sex, and that's why I prefer to be addressed with like he, him pronouns. But I can acknowledge that my gender, which is a man, right? A man is the gender. I'm just saying that the best analysis of what a man is adult human male. I don't know if you want to stick on this. I have another critique to your definition
So you
of
think
woman.
gender and gender identity can be two separate things?
Yeah, I'm fine with saying that.
Like you can have the gender identity of being a woman, but then have the gender of being a man.
No, I don't think that I don't think that you could have the gender identity of being a woman. I think that you could have like the gender identity of being feminine, more so.
Yeah, but you don't use that to just refer to feminine or masculine characteristics. You use it to refer to one's gender, right? How about this? Can you agree that pronouns are in reference to one's gender?
No, I don't want to say it always is. No.
I think that's typically how we use the term. Is that pronouns are in reference to one's gender?
Wait, just because it's typically how we use a term, that doesn't mean automatically that we have to hold to those semantics. You would agree that most people, when they define what a female is, most people are going to say XX chromosomes in a vagina, correct?
Wait, no, you have to understand that that's not the criticism that I was providing to you. I was saying most people who use this term specifically use it in this way, and you're just using it in a different way. I was just saying that. I'm not saying that's a criticism of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with if I hold to like an idiosyncratic notion of gender identity. I probably do. I just, okay.
I just don't know why it would apply to gender identity and not gender, like for pronouns. I think pronouns are in reference to gender. And also, like, this whole notion of gender identity and gender being different is like really weird in the first place.
I brought up the God scenario, how we don't, I don't think that pronouns are something that strictly has to be tied to that. I think that runs into issues. Okay, now, can I provide that second critique that I did have to your definition?
How about this? Would you then be okay with saying a man is stuck in a woman's body?
A man is stuck in a woman's body? I would say no. I would say the person who was priorly a man, Jacob, who used to be a man. You can't call him a man right now. I think that would, that would be a contradiction because you would just be saying that the brain is in the woman's body, and I can't be committed to saying that a brain alone is a man. It's a
contradiction under your term, and not a contradiction under mine.
Correct. That's why I cannot technically hold that. I'd have to say that the metaphysical person was priorly
I literally just
a man.
like put your consciousness in a different person's body. You say it would be incoherent to say the man is now stuck in the woman's body.
The man, yes, because the brain of it is.
I don't think that's incoherent. I don't think that's incoherent at all. But under your view, you have to say it's incoherent to say that the man is stuck in the woman's body.
Because then you would be saying that's analogous to saying that the brain is in the woman's body, and I cannot say that a brain is a man because under my view, a man is an adult human male. So I cannot be committed to that because that would be a P and not P on my view.
It's the person. It's the person that has that gender identity, and that person is built in their subjective experience, their consciousness, right? That's what we're referencing, okay? And we're saying that that's not solely tied to biology. So the understanding that we're providing here is that the mind, right, is the basis for gender, at least from my perspective.
I know that's what you're saying. I understand. And I do have a second critique to your definition that's going to try to, give us a reason to avoid that. Let's see if I remember now, unfortunately. Okay, so...
But, like, do you think my definition is incoherent?
No, it's not incoherent technically, but I feel like, again, I'm going to be critiquing it on the basis that it might lead to counterintuitive conclusions. Okay, so here's another question I have.
I disagree. I don't think anything about my view leads to counterintuitive conclusions,
well, we will see.
Especially because I can use a different definition depending on the circumstance. There's no problem with that.
You can, but remember, if my definition, which is just adult human female, and let's say you have, let's just give it a reductio.
I think that inevitably we just reduced your view down to an unintuitive conclusion, because I do think that it would make sense to say a man is stuck in a woman's body.
Okay, that's you, and I don't have those, so we might just end up reaching a point of disagreement in which I don't think that everything that I'm committed to is counterintuitive, and there might be hypotheticals that I give you that you say this is not counterintuitive, but that would just be a point of rational disagreement.
How is this something you care about as a relation to, like, who you're voting for president? If it's solely predicated off of just, we just decided to fund these things differently. It's not based upon, like, someone being incoherent. That's earlier you tried to say, like, promoting the truth is inherently good. My view isn't, like, not promoting the truth. I'm still promoting the truth.
Okay,
I think of the galaxy.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Let me respond to that. So what would distinct this conversation from a typical conversation is that there are some things that are completely unacceptable philosophically speaking within the debate of what is a woman. For example, one of the criteria for success within a proper conceptual analysis is going to be illumination. So if you're giving an analysis of a term, you need to be able to illuminate what that term means. This is seen by philosopher Carnap, who did big progress within this field. And so, for example, the definition cannot be circular. One second, I'm just about to wrap up. Many definitions that people on the left will give for what a woman is unfortunately circular. They might say somebody who aligns with being a woman, or somebody who meets the characteristics of, whatever, and then they'll end up including the word woman, or they'll say that somebody who is female is somebody who feels like a female. So again, many people on the left do struggle with that issue. That's just one of the issues. Yeah, what did you want to say?
Okay, so like the point that I was bringing up that I wanted to get us back on topic is that like you don't think that there's a logical issue with my position. The disagreement.
There could be. I have another critique.
Then what's the logical issue?
Yeah. So, okay. Well, wait a minute. Logical issue. I actually might want to phrase that as a philosophical issue, because logic is very specific within philosophy. Usually logic refers to the structural validity.
When you just say philosophical issue, all you mean is you just don't think it's intuitive. That's all you mean.
No, that's not just what I mean, because it might even be the case. Okay, sure. So it might be the case that it struggles within illumination, for example, which if it struggles with illumination, that means that at some point within, whether you're defining female or whether you're defining woman or whether you're defining anything that you need to define, if that ever runs into an issue of parasitic circularity, well, then that would be another sort of issue that I could object to.
Term.
So it's not just
every term inevitably leads that. Okay, that's so dishonest for you to act like that's only applicable to this. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the necessary and sufficient conditions for a chair?
I'm going to answer that, but first, can I address your prior point?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, chair is most likely best categorized by family resemblance. So it's going to be a cluster concept. It's just going to be having a set of overlapping trait stats matching with the exemplar of that category.
Okay, so do you realize how you just acknowledge that that's completely okay? There's no issue with that?
Yeah,
no
I'm not saying I have an issue with cluster
Is there a
concepts.
philosophical issue with the way that you just defined the chair?
No, but there is a point of contention whether woman is a cluster concept or not. That's the whole point of the debate. We're trying to see if a cluster
what
concept
is the philosophical problem with the notion of woman being a cluster concept?
Sure. Do you want to hear one of them? That's potentially going to be an issue?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's see if you can address it. Okay, so when you're saying it's an adult person who has a commitment to social and cultural norms, okay, and whatever the rest of it was. Now, let's say me, for example, I have a commitment towards certain activities that are typically associated with females within my society. So, for example, let's say I have a huge commitment to cooking. Let's say even say that I like wearing heels, for example. Let's say that...
Is that as a prescription of your gender identity? So the desire to be in accordance with those characteristics is a prescription of your gender identity?
If you what you mean by prescription of my gender identity is that,
so like you think when you're cooking
feminine...
that you are committed to the idea of being a woman. Is that like, for example?
No, maybe that I'm committed to a certain feminine side of me. Does that not count?
But that wouldn't be as a prescription of your gender identity.
Okay, wait a minute. So in order for it to be a prescription of your gender identity...
So do you understand the distinctions between gender expression and identity?
I think so. Are you saying that you need to be thinking this is what affirms me being a woman while you do the activity?
It's not necessarily a specific concept or a specific idea that has to be thought about every single time you do it, but it's the fact that you engaging with these concepts is a prescription of your gender. Yeah, so like for example, when I engage in certain masculine characteristics, that's a prescription of my gender identity, right? Right. Specifically, when I engage with those masculine characteristics, because I want to be in alignment with that particular gender role.
What doesn't make sense here is that I'll show you where I'm caught up right here. Prescription to me seems, at least philosophically speaking, it seems like it's agent dependent. Right? It seems like normative, or it seems agent dependent. The point is that it seems like there needs to be a conscious mind that's giving the prescription of your gender.
Be the individual person themselves.
Okay, so the individual person themselves. Okay, so you're saying that the individual person themselves is prescribing
based upon their own commitments to be in accordance with these characteristics.
Okay, okay, let's just say, what if we have somebody in a society who like lives, let's just say very secluded, and
I'm sorry, you're
they
not going
never
to
really
find
ever.
a philosophical or logical problem with this, but you can keep trying.
Sure, let's see. So
The
let's just
whole
say we have
reason
somebody
why I
who's
set this
secluded
up is
who has
because
never.
it has no philosophical or logical problem.
We will see. So when you're saying that I have the commitment of when I'm cooking or wearing high heels, doing all these things, you're saying that that doesn't count as me aligning with this specific commitment to social and cultural norms because it's not a prescription of my gender identity, meaning I'm not saying, oh, I'm a woman and these are things that are affirming my womanhood?
I would
Something
actually
along those
argue
lines?
that you don't even have a commitment to be in accordance with those. You're just expressing those characteristics.
And okay, establish one more time. How do we determine if it's an actual commitment based off of your prescription of your gender identity? How do we establish that?
Yeah, all of these terms end up relying back into each other. It's that you're desiring to be in accordance with these characteristics as a prescription of one's gender identity.
Yeah, but how do we establish that? Okay, how do we adjudicate that me wanting to do things like
totally
cooking
separate.
and wearing heels?
Totally separate
How,
process.
okay, I'm
of
asking how do we
personally
adjudicate this
adjudicate for other
logically?
people, or whether or not it meets the criteria of the definition?
How do you adjudicate when looking at when assessing a certain situation? For example, me
How do I
doing an
typically
activity like
adjudicate
cooking.
the gender of individuals? Right, either by
No, that's
presentation
not my
or how
question.
they or how
if you let me
they
finish,
present
if you let
themselves,
me
or
finish,
how
you'll
they
understand the
say what
question.
their identity represents.
No, my question, just let me finish it, is how do you adjudicate between somebody doing an action and the action being a prescription of their gender identity versus a person doing an action that's merely typically associated with femininity?
I mean, typically that would be intuitive dependent for individuals. Like, for example, like we would see the intuitive distinction specifically in terms of someone expressing those characteristics. Say, for example, if they're doing a film or they're an actor, obviously the pretenses to that are not intentional, that it's representative of their true self or identity, but rather a character they're portraying. For example, those sort of context clues can see whether or not it's specifically reflective of their true self-identity or reflective of something else they're trying to gain from the scenario. Like when you're an actor, you're trying to portray a character. You're not trying to portray your own internal true sense of identity.
But cooking really is a feminine internal sense of self that I have.
You're not. But when you engage in that action, it's not as a prescription of your gender identity. Okay.
Why not?
Right, because you're not prescribed to be in alignment with it. You're a man, right?
I'm
You're
not
a
prescribed
woman, right?
to be in alignment with it. Wait a minute.
Yeah, are you a
because
man?
I am not prescribed to be in alignment with it. Prescribed by who? That doesn't
Yourself.
make sense. Okay, so it's because I don't prescribe that cooking
do
is
you
something
in a
that
true
men do.
sense think you should be defined as a man?
Well, wait a minute. Well, this is just circular. If this is what it boils down
No,
to,
it's
if
not.
I think that I should be defined as a man,
So
a man is somebody who.
Do you realize how I have made it clear, and I've already used definitions, and I'm simply just trying to make it easier for you to understand at this point, because you are purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying to try to find a logical error with it?
I'm honestly not. I think that this
You
is
honestly
honestly from
are
what
at
I've
this
seen.
moment.
It seems somewhat unintelligible when we have
It is
boiled
totally
down
intelligible.
to what it means.
I've explained it to you over how much time have we spent doing this topic? I have now dedicated how much time? 35 minutes of my time on this live stream to explaining this to you. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna waste 35 minutes of my time, and then you're gonna act like what I
I don't know
just
why
said
you're
didn't make any
crashing. Why
sense?
you're crashing out?
I'm not
do you think
crashing
that
out.
anybody?
How am I crashing out for saying that you're wasting my time?
It's not wasting time because I'm providing critiques to your
answer the question.
worldview, and this is
How
the
am
whole
I
point of the
crashing
debate.
out for saying you're wasting my time?
Okay, because you have provided what at least seems to be, because prescription, the way that I understand it, seems like it's being misused here.
How am I crashing out because I simply just said that you're wasting my time?
Because you were getting aggressive with your tone when all I'm doing is giving you objections to your cluster concept.
I was simply just saying you're wasting my time and expressing that, and that's
But
not
the
crashing
tone of
out.
it was, you were obviously getting angry for some reason.
I don't
Okay,
think I
can we just
seemed
spend 5 more
angry.
minutes trying to get clear what the hell a prescription of your gender identity means? Because as of now, that sense has not been illuminated in the slightest. So when something's a prescription of your gender identity, how do we establish if something is a prescription of your gender identity versus it's something that you just happen to be doing that happens to be feminine? For example, me happening to like wear heels, for example.
It would rely upon intentions of the individuals in terms of their own identity.
I intentionally wear heels because there are some days where I say, you know, maybe you know, I don't want to say expresses a feminine side of me, but I'll say that I recognize that I have certain manly characteristics and certain feminine characteristics. And this is a way that I express myself that makes me feel comfortable. Is that a prescription of my gender identity?
No, that's not a prescription of your gender identity. It's just a prescription of what makes you feel comfortable.
Okay. So what's necessary for it to be a prescription of my gender identity?
These characteristics of yourself are the basis for determining your own understanding of your identity in terms of gender. Like when you think of gender from a social sense, what do you think of?
I really don't want to shift and move on to something separate before I understand what this
We're moving on to something
means.
separate. This is relative to getting you to understand what I'm saying.
Okay, what's your question?
Like when you think about the term, right? When you think about gender and whatnot outside of a biological sense, what do you think of? Do you just think of expression?
Traits typically associated or modeled after the male sex or female sex.
Just the traits? I mean, you don't, like, for example, you don't have like an internal perception from your own understanding of what it means to be a man from your own understanding.
That seems to be a trait, but you know, we don't have to call it a trait. You could just call it a characteristic about yourself. That's fine.
So you have this own internal perception and identity.
Internal
so for example,
perception
like
of
if it's
identity, what it means to be a
reflective
man.
of your own internal self-perception, your true internal self-perception of your identity. That's the notion.
But okay, now what doesn't make any sense about that is because I think that what gets me category membership into being a man is merely the fact that I am an adult.
You want to be in alignment with that gender category when you are engaging in the expression of those characteristics. Not just the expression, it's that you have, and this could be a subconscious thing. It's not necessarily a conscious thing that you're always aware of in every scenario. It's a subconscious thing in some scenarios. It's between conscious and subconscious. Does it make sense?
I don't want to be aligned with it. I think that I am forcefully aligned with it no matter what I do because I'm always going to be an adult human male.
Okay, I think you do want to be aligned with it. If you don't want to be
I don't
aligned
understand
with
what it would mean to want to be... Okay, that would be like me saying...
I think you do understand that. I just think you're being ridiculous. You do understand what it means to want to be a man. Like, you're being ridiculous.
To want to be... Okay, if you're saying, like, do I prefer being, like, born a male? Is that what it means? I mean...
Right now, as we sit down right now, do you want to be a man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that being a male has advantages, you know, economically and whatnot.
No. I'm saying like representative of your own identity, not because you see it has like sort of outcomes in society as representative of who you are. Say outcomes are equal. Would you still want to be a man?
Well, men typically like things like fishing, so I guess so. Yeah, I like fishing. Cool.
Okay. So you have this own internal perception of what... Now, your internal perception of it is really just based on fishing, apparently. But you have at least some basic understanding of what it means to be a man and want to be a man. So you at least acknowledge that you have that internal perception. That specifically when you engage in certain characteristics, that you have this inner want to be a man. Like when you engage with feminine characteristics.
I think I see what you mean.
Right, feminine expression.
I think I see what you mean.
Do you have that same want?
With wanting to be a woman?
Yeah, or wanting to be in alignment with the category associated with those expressions.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, so I think I understand what you mean now. Are you okay? And to answer your question, yes, I do want to do some things that are considered womanly, if that's what you're asking.
But when you do them, do you want to be in alignment with the category associated with those expressions?
Essentially, what you're asking is, do I want to be a woman?
Do you want to be associated with the category associated with those expressions?
The category which is associated with those actions would be woman or female.
Okay.
Okay, so what you're asking me there is, when I'm doing an activity like cooking, do I want to be considered a woman or female? The answer would be no.
Do you want to be in alignment with the social category associated with the female sex?
With the social category associated with the female, which is woman, right?
Okay.
Okay, yes, wait, I do not. I do not want to be in alignment with being a woman when I'm cooking. But now what I don't understand about this view about gender is if it's a necessary condition to be wanting to feel aligned with, essentially what you're saying is be aligned with a woman while you do womanly activities, this does seem like, I don't understand how this is not circular.
No, you're just trying to find a way to try to represent it as circular. Do you realize that you're going into this like, oh, liberals are always circular with their definitions, so I'm going to try to find circularity within the definition.
Can I try to explain to you how it's circular? Can I get a minute to try to explain how?
You've already had plenty of minutes to do so. Yes, you can keep doing that.
Okay, sure. So you said to be a woman is to be an adult human person who has a commitment, social norms typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their gender identity. And then we went on, well, how do we determine if something is actually a prescription of your gender identity? And then you said, okay, well, when you're doing these activities, and you have a concept of the category that's typically associated with these traits, are you in line with that category? Now, when you're saying the category aligned with these traits, which is traits like, for example, let's just say, fishing, wanting to be a protector, wanting to be, masculine, I would say that the social category that's associated with that is the category of man. So you could just replace all of that with, do you feel like a man when you're doing these manly activities, or do you feel like a woman when you're doing these womanly activities?
I think you're oversimplifying my definition to try to make it seem circular.
I don't understand. When you say, do you align with that category that's typically associated with these traits? I don't understand what that category would be.
Yes, sir, that was a separate question, not relevant specifically just to the understanding of the definition, right? I was just getting that to understand that you have a self-perception of gender.
Okay, so now you have, so this is just to all kind of talk about the self-perception thing, but okay, now here's my issue though. If the way that you're defining a self-perception, you have to invoke the word woman, and perception is within your definition of woman, I mean, that may seem like it's lacking on illumination, because if somebody, let's say somebody doesn't know what a woman is to begin with, right? And they're asking you, hey Parker, what is a woman? You give them this long ass definition. And then you have to talk about the prescription of a gender identity. And then they start talking about the prescription of a gender identity. And then you have to eventually boil down to talking about this category of woman. If you have to re-invoke the term woman, they're going to be kind of confused down the line of that.
I think most people, when I explain this definition to them, aren't confused. I think most people tell me that this is one of the best ways they've ever heard it explained in reference specifically to the way that they understand the topic. I think that you're the only one that's purposefully having an issue with this. Now, if you don't understand the way that I'm using the term, that's completely fine. That doesn't mean that it has no basis for or useful utility in explaining what I mean to other people. Okay, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean others don't. Okay, so like you're just saying that you don't find utility out of it because you're not understanding it. But I actually think that's because you're trying not to understand it, regardless of whether or not you are going to admit that or not.
I really am engaging in good faith, and I did bring up the point about simplicity.
I think everything that I've said makes sense.
Okay, I guarantee that you would not be able to bring up a person, a friend of yours from the comments, and have them explain what you explained. I almost guarantee it, with all the respect. But
okay, do you think that I'd be able to bring up a Trump supporter from the live that would accurately be able to describe your argument?
Oh, all of them.
Do you think every single Trump supporter would accurately be able to describe your argument? I think you're being dishonest.
I was joking, but
okay. So like, I don't think that's actually like a good argument that you've got there. And plus, like, I just want to be clear, right? Like, people can understand what I'm saying, and then also not be able to describe it on a live stream in front of thousands of people.
That is true. That is a, what's that called? A Socratic, fallacy. You may understand the concept of something, but not be able to explain. But I think that my definition that I provided, which is just an adult human male. Oh, and by the way, I have one more argument for that, and it'll be really brief. It won't be this long line of
Can I just explain something to you as well? Like, you're going hyper debate bro mode. Do you think most people use hyper debate bro mode when trying to define terms? Or do you think that we understand it more from a simplistic standpoint and a colloquial sense of these terms?
I'll put it this way.
It's
the
more
last Trump supporter that I talked to,
right? It's not so
the last Trump supporter,
right this.
The last Trump supporter that I talked to, when I asked him about how he defines error theory, he was talking about how the semantic and ontological thesis of moral anti-realism is more theoretically virtuous than moral realism. So I think that people typically take it my route, honestly. But yeah, anyways, I do have one more point to make about...
That was just a nonsense argument, by the way.
No, that really happened. Trust me.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Let me give
you said that anti-realism is more virtuous because of what reason?
Theoretically virtuous. They're usually more ontologically parsimonious. That I was just trolling with that answer.
How is anti-realism more theological? Sorry, I can't speak.
Ontologically.
Theoretically virtuous.
theoretically virtuous? Yeah, because it usually scores more highly on theoretical virtues such as simplicity. So usually like views like robust realism, they'll talk about these like non-natural entities.
How is anti-realism more simplistic than realism?
Yeah. So for example,
Don't they
an
rely
error
on the same
theorist
premises? Each relies on a premise.
No, they may hold to the same semantic thesis. For example, and by the way, this is all based off of a troll answer, so we're going into the weeds here. But so, for example,
Oh, so
error
like it
theory,
wasn't a serious statement.
the statement was true, but it just wasn't related to what we were talking about. Because you were asking me, do people genuinely define things this way? And I was like, oh yeah, Trump supporters give all these sophisticated responses all the time. But I mean,
So
if you want an answer to my last thing,
you were just saying that as a joke.
I was. I thought you would pick up on it, but I don't know if you took it seriously. But
yeah, I
just want to give you my.
I'm sorry, I literally just didn't know that you were joking.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to give some closings here, if that's okay. Okay, so I just want to say that for the adult human female view of woman, there are. Go ahead if you want to say something. I don't care.
Yeah, like if you ask a typical person what the definition of a chair is, they wouldn't be able to define it in like a Philbrow sense for you. Does that mean they don't know what a chair is?
No, they know what it is. I never denied that. I accept that cluster concepts exist, that we could use them, that people can't define things clearly. All I'm doing is trying to show all the sort of like virtues of my view and all the potential flaws in your view, which I don't want to rehash. That I think that your view might be circular.
I'm sorry, but I inevitably, my view obviously isn't circular because obviously if you acknowledge that I have multiple different definitions, it's not circular from that standpoint, or at least
that doesn't logically follow.
You're trying to say like contradictory, like there's like an example it doesn't provide to, or were you trying to go back to what you're saying?
Yeah, I was. So about the closing or about the circular?
I'm using the same word within the definition. So can you tell me where within the definition I provided is the exact same word as the definition?
No, that's not my claim. I'm not saying that you used it explicitly within the definition. I'm saying that within one of the concepts of your definition, which is a prescription of gender identity, it seems like you may have had to invoke what a woman is within the whole prescription of a gender identity to illuminate that.
So here's your issue. Your argument then is that this definition inherently, if you keep asking for different ways of referring to the term, that you're going to find some circularity, is applicable to every single word. That's applicable to every word.
No, technically not.
I think it is.
It's not.
I've yet to hear
one reason why it's not.
I've yet to hear a single way that you can define a term. If we go through this, and it's going to take us a long time to go through it. But
we don't have to. I have a really brief, really quick way to show that not all words are going to be circular. You have things that are just radically primitive.
Inevitably, for example, it's going to regress. You have to acknowledge that there's infinite regress.
Or there's radical primitives, which is just something that can, you might just say that there is no analysis of the term that could be provided. For example, Timothy Williamson, when he was giving an analysis of what knowledge.
So then your whole criticism of mine is that I had a brute. Without an explanation.
No, you didn't
right?
No, you did not use a primitive in your definition. No, you didn't.
So
all I'm combating right now.
Do you just mean a basis of the definition that doesn't have some sort of other word to refer to it?
No, that's not my critique either. All I'm responding to right now is that you said that every word is going to have this like infinite regress of having to define things like interdefinitionally, or however you say that word.
Like
I'm saying that there are words that
every single definition will lead to infinite regress. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're saying every definition, then
you keep
I would
asking
say
how to define the term or provide different words for that word.
Okay, but not okay.
You're
Let me
have to posit like an end to that.
Let me explain. Not every analysis of a term is going to have an infinite regress. Do you agree with that?
Not every analysis of a term is going to have an infinite. What can you clarify what you mean by analysis?
Sure. By analysis, meaning when trying to establish like what a word essentially means.
When I do think that when you're trying to establish what a word essentially means, it's inevitably can hit that infinite regress. I mean, if you
because think about it
outside of that.
Okay, sure. Let me just give you a quick one, and then I do really want to, because I do actually have to go to bed soon. But let me just give you that example, and then my closings. Okay.
I can't believe we wasted all of our time on this.
Okay, so Timothy Williamson, for example, I believe his name is, when he gives an analysis of what knowledge is, he says that it's like a merely a primitive term. It's called like knowledge first epistemology. He doesn't say knowledge equals justified true belief, or it's not justified true belief plus a defeasibility condition. He says that knowledge is just the first sort of word that we have to work from, and then we stem other things like beliefs from that first word. So knowledge, you could kind of like only explain it ostensively. Like you could say, oh, here's a bunch of examples of how we use knowledge. Here's a bunch of, like, but he can't actually like provide a further reduction of the term. So in that case, you're kind of providing an analysis, but you're not like doing an infinite regress of. So does that make sense what I'm trying to convey?
Okay, so like and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that inevitably all of these words will inevitably hit a point where you cannot further reduce it.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't think we're getting each other on that point. So can I just move on to my sort of closing points here, if that's
If you'd
okay?
like to, sure.
Okay, sure. So I just want to say that just a couple last points to note about adult human female is that there are actually a lot of trans-inclusive philosophers that do agree with a definition for like woman having to include females. Some examples of this would be like, I believe Simone de Beauvoir said that, a woman is somebody who has has to have a necessary sort of physiology. And I think also Mary Makoda, you can check like the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, says that women are human females and men are human males. So there are some trans-inclusive philosophers who even agree. And I mean, also all the dictionaries, most, if not all dictionaries agree with the definition of my term, and dictionaries I think are supposed to track common usage, so that's some evidence for it. And then the last thing I wanted to say is kind of about species. When you look at different like other animals, and those other animals reach a certain age, like the bucks and the does and the bulls and hens, like it seems like animals have this one word for when a certain species reaches a certain maturity level or age. So it kind of makes sense that humans would also have that term, because if adult human female, is not represented by woman, the label woman, then like what is the word that represents what adult human females are? So, yeah.
You can have it as a reference to that, and then also have it as a reference that's more complicated than that. So, like, in the same way that you're saying, like, okay, we have all these species classifications that operate this way. Well, I think that humans are a little bit more complex than typical animals that exist within species. Like, gender is something that we can engage with that I don't think that other types of species have the same sort of engagement with as we do. So I think that's typically the way that you're going to have an issue with referring to it.
Okay, I understand that point, and I might agree with at least half of it. Can I just ask one last thing before I go? Do you think that you holding to several senses is going to lead to more equivocations within the word woman? Like you could be using the word, and then you'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't actually mean that sense of the word, since I hold to like 3 different senses. I actually mean this sense of the word." Versus in my worldview, there would never be such equivocations going on.
I don't think that would ever happen. Has never happened for the usage of the term for me.
What?
And then even so, like we have to do that with the term hot all the time. Yet we don't think that like that's an issue. And also, I don't think that you get around all this, because I think inevitably our positions just reduce down to like, oh, you think that your definition is more intuitive based upon the way that you use the term, and I think my definition is more intuitive based on the way that I like using the term. That's inevitably what it's going to reduce down to.
Well, I disagree with your last point that there wouldn't be more equivocations, but we'll have to talk about that some other time.
Okay.
Okay.
But like again, you have no issue with that with the term hot, right?
With the word hot, yeah, I don't think there's an issue with the word hot, because usually
like by hot,
when
do you mean spicy or do you mean temperature? Like I have to clarify.
Well, usually
that. Like,
based off the context,
like, I feel
we
like
could tell.
I feel like I can remember many times in my life where I've had to clarify that, and I don't think that makes the term hot any less useful.
Sure. I guess let me just give you one last quote unquote counter argument to that. If I'm touching something metal and I say, "Oh, that's hot," there's many cues that I'm speaking about the temperature, the fact that I flinched and I reacted, and the fact that I'm touching metal. Obviously, I'm not speaking of the spicy hot, and obviously, I'm not using the term attractive hot, right? So you could tell based off the context clues of that sentence which sense of the word hot I mean.
Exactly.
But with the word woman, you might not be able to
do the same.
But what if you say to police officer, it was a
also
woman
the same,
who went
same thing
down
might
the
be
street.
true with the term hot. You might not, based upon the situation, be able to tell based upon the context clues, so you ask someone for further clarification. Totally fine, no issue
But I
with
think
that.
there's more scenarios with the word woman in which that's going to be vague. For example, you say, "Officer, the woman went that way," or "The man went that way." The man went that way. I think
No,
that,
I actually don't.
which
I
sense are you
actually
speaking
don't.
of?
I have never in my life had to do that, but yet I have had to do that with the term hot.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think I don't agree with your last point, but
Sure,
I
like the
don't have
on-
enough time to discuss it, Parker.
like the
We'll
only
have to
time I,
discuss it
I
next
could
time.
think of that is like if I'm referring to a trans woman as a woman or a trans man as a
Mhm.
man, and someone who disagrees with my notion of the term then questions that after, but I wouldn't even see that to be like a relevant thing.
Okay, well, Parker, you admitted there is at least one scenario in which you look at the extremely disabled person, you say, hey, that's a woman over there. They need to clarify which sense of the word you mean, because obviously they don't qualify under some
I don't think
definition,
that
but
they
do
would need to
qualify under
clarify. I
others.
think that we would understand typically how someone's using it in that context, based upon context.
Wait,
clues.
wait a minute. Okay. How
Based
would I
upon-
know if you're using the identitarian commitment or whatever you said versus if I'm using adult human female when I say the woman over there needs help in her wheelchair?
Yeah, I think typically people are not going to understand that in like for example, like if you like again, like this is the same notion with like the pronouns and she. Like we'll say this about like infants. Infants technically don't have a description of these particular commitments, right? Or they don't have any of these
Mhm.
commitments. They don't have understandings of gender. That doesn't come about until around the age of 4 or so. But we still might use like gendered terms to refer to them, right? Because of typicalities.
Like
right?
a
And
girl
we-
or boy is what you're saying? You're not saying a woman because an infant is not a woman, right?
I understand. Yeah,
Okay,
you know
good,
that
just
I'm
making sure.
still we're still using gendered terms like the pronouns and the notion of boy, girl, right?
Okay, boy and girl. Wait, and just to confirm, for boy and girl, you would also have a whole separate like list of senses that are based off of
Thank you so much, Lowell. Thank you.
social, that are based
There
off
are
of like
social
gender
and
identity and
biological
social
senses
commitments.
of the term boy and girl. Yes, it's really not
Okay.
that complicated.
All right.
It's really not. I don't know why you're acting like it's so complicated. Hey, dude,
Yeah, everything that you
deal
said
with
is
concepts.
definitely-
You've said words on the stream that are more complicated than what I'm bringing up. Okay.
You
Fucking,
have to admit my definition is
parsimony
simpler,
in of
though.
itself. Parsimony in of itself is more of a complicated word than what I just brought up. There are going to be more people who understand what I specifically mean by gender than what you mean by parsimony. Okay, I promise you that.
Yeah.
And you know
Okay.
that's true.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, I do have to go though, so I
Alrighty.
appreciate that, chat. All right.
It's so interesting how people will go into that conversation. Like he went into that conversation like promoting truth is inherently good. Being trans exclusionary is promoting truth. Being trans inclusionary is not promoting truth. And then by the end of the conversation, he does acknowledge that my position was coherent, right? At least from that sense, there was not a logical problem with it. It seems like he doesn't refer to it in that sense. And that's how useful being able to explain it within this sense can be, depending on the circumstance. But again, I always like to say, like, you do not need to have some philosophical understanding of these terms to be able to know what they are. Like, you don't need a specific, hyper-specific debate bro definition of what a chair is to know typically what a chair is in a colloquial usage, right? Like, that would be absurd to say that, right? Plus, children are going to know what men and women are typically, yet they're not going to have these hyper-specific debate bro definitions of what men and women are. So just because I have a definition or I have a usage of the term doesn't mean everyone else needs that sort of usage to understand what it is. But I also think it's a rhetorically advantageous thing to have from a left-wing perspective because otherwise they just like run with it. So I think that basically what I established is like one of the most rhetorically advantageous ways of referring to or responding to like them when they bring that up. I have some people to thank real quick, then I'm going to answer questions. My girlfriend's almost home, so I'm actually going to get off here very, very soon. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. I appreciate y'all so very much. I had a great time for most of the live, I would say. Some of it was pretty crazy. Some of it was pretty crazy. Bree, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. And hi to Chris. Hi to Chris. I did see that earlier. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Laura, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am a Broncos fan. I grew up, and my dad was a Broncos fan, and I just grew up liking the Broncos because of that. I grew up in Iowa, so it's like you technically like pick a team. Typically, people pick like the Packers, the Bears, or like one of those Midwest teams. Typically, it's like the Packers or the Bears. But I was a Broncos fan because my dad was, so that's what I grew up supporting. AJ, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's actually, like, genuinely, to be honest with you, there's like literally nothing I can do about it. And also, I can't like do that with the VOD. So it's unfortunate, but that's not a big deal. Annie, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. User57, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you very much. Ruben, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. For pronouns or linguistic shortcuts, the social question is whether you're willing to use a shortcut. Someone requests. True. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. For we already use categories for social purposes, not just biology. An adoptive parent is a parent. A stepmother is a mother. Exactly. Like, those are exactly things I would like to bring up. I could have brought up in that conversation if it was longer, for sure. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. Alexandra said Jacob is what happens when you listen to Jordan Peterson too much. Well, they should listen to my debate with Jordan Peterson. Maybe then they wouldn't listen to them so very much. Audrey, by the way, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Samaya, thank you so much for the 30 cents. Thank you. And by the way, I know that, of course. I, of course, know that. I just always engaging with those debates because I actually think it's absurd that they were trying to do that, and also because they hate I always whenever a conservative will over just go around throwing the term racism around when it doesn't actually apply. I always like running it back on them because they constantly use the argument against liberals that we use racism when it's not actually applicable, which, by the way, we do use it when it's applicable. And they don't. It's ironic that they end up being the ones that do that. So I always like to put a little pushback on that because that's what they always try to brand the liberals as. Ashley, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you for the kind words. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $10 for you, Dean, and other contemporaries give me hope for progressivism. My kid is especially a huge fan. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel. That's great to hear. That's so amazing to hear. By the way, everyone, I was also going to say updates for the elections. It looks like for the governor race that the candidates will be Javier Becerra and Steve Hilton. Now, with the races, we still don't know, actually. It could still end up being Tom Steyer versus Javier Becerra, but it's looking like it's still going to be Javier Becerra versus Steve Hilton. And then for the mayoral race, it looks like it's going to be Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt. But Nithya Raman can absolutely catch up, and there's actually been a lot of people talking about how that's likely because of the red mirage that exists. So that's something that can happen, and we don't really know how it's going to go because typically the conservative votes tend to get counted earlier, especially because they tend less to be mail-in and they tend to be put in earlier, comparative to the Democratic votes. But that's possible. I would argue, I would expect a Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt and Javier Becerra versus Steve Hilton. That's what I expect. But yeah, it looks like Becerra will definitely take that. I definitely don't see an issue with Becerra taking it. I have a feeling that will be a really easy win. What time will be on before/after Dean? I actually have to ask Dean when he's gonna be live. Did Dean say what time he's gonna be live tomorrow? No, he didn't. I'm assuming it's later in the day. If he's camping, I would assume it's later, right? That's what my thoughts are. So I'm assuming I'm gonna go live early tomorrow. He never knows. That's also true. So yeah, I'm assuming going live earlier is the best way to go. So I think 9 a.m. probably, maybe 10 a.m. is when I'll be live. I also might be cool to he might be live later in the day, so we'll see. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10 for since you're a Broncos fan. Were you a Brandon McManus fan? He was the kicker when they won the Super Bowl. I didn't really know them very much. I just remember playing Madden and they were the kicker. They said that a really nice kid from my hometown I used to babysit. He had a great anti-bullying campaign. That's so cool. That's great. Well, I am now. I definitely am now. Lori, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you. Yes, I definitely will make sure to look that one up. Thank you so much. Again, if you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. I'll be answering questions for the next 3 minutes, I want to say, or so, a few minutes. So if you have any questions, you can ask me real quick. And then tomorrow I should plan to be on live earlier in the day, just letting everyone know. Actually, let me make sure I'm completely caught up on YouTube. I think that it's possible I'm not fully caught up real quick. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see. Sorry, everyone. I'm making sure I'm caught up real quick. Joy, thank you so much for the $3 again. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $2. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $10 again. Max, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. They said crazy how this guy wrote down your definition and still tried to redefine it. I think it's because people who are like anti-trans are looking for that circularity. Is kind of what it is. Wispy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Blazer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Omega, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. For people know who and what they are, and it's none of your business. Full stop. Happy Pride to all, and remember, trans rights are human rights. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mally, thank you for the $20. Erotica, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Vicky, thank you for the $3. Phil, thank you for the $5. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Steve, thank you for the $2. Irvin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mr. Flinch, thank you for the 5. Rodney, thank you for the $2. Trevor with the 5. Shadowlord, thank you for the $5. Trevor with the 5. Thank you. Erotica, thank you for the 5. Lewis, thank you so much for the person the $10. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much for the $2. Robert, thank you for the $2. TC, thank you for the $5. And Zumba, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course. Happy Pride Month. And then Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, actually. Justina, thank you for the $5 for what gives you hope recently. Oof, I would probably say, what gives me hope? The community that I'm in, like all how many people are engaging with the content. What gives me hope is all the new people making content, and how all the elections are going. Trump's approval rating going down. That all gives me hope, I would say. And Priscilla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for announcing that I'm running for Congress against Clay Higgins. Of course. I hope you do well against him. Maxley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, of course. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. And Stella, thank you for the $5 for I think you ended Dave Rubin's career. Great job. Yeah, I need to make a video about that because there's so much that happened about that. That's honestly something I could make a video about. But yeah, all right. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll shoot you on tomorrow morning, probably around like 10 p.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I love y'all. I'll see everyone then. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. It's actually about 12 hours from now.